Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Now come on up in here. Come on up in here. Let's get it. Break the laptop out. Let's get down to business. We're talking about the Digital Bill of Rights today. FBA Digital Bill of Rights. How they're going to treat us when we're online. How they're going to treat us when we're online. They keep trying to take down our spaces. So come on up in here. And then we're going to get into some planning. Some business planning. So Digital Bill of Rights and business planning today. Today we're not going to not talk about business today, about starting black-owned businesses. We're not going to not talk about that today. And I'm going to give y'all the blueprint. How would you like a blueprint on how you and a group of people can start a business and become successful? I'm going to give you all the blueprint today, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Digital Bill of Rights, how they're going to treat content creators when we're online, how they're going to treat us. It's been an unfair treatment. We've been getting shadow banned, right? We've been getting shadow banned, and we don't even know we're shadow banned. We just wake up one morning and realize, man, where'd everybody go? We must have got shadow banned. And now, you know, with some of the laws that Trump is coming out with, they're going to have to tell us when we got shadow banned. But I think we need to go a little bit deeper, especially when it comes to black content creators, because we're always discriminated against. They don't want to let certain black content creators shine because they deem them as, you see, here's the thing, they deem us as a threat. Let's keep it a buck. When you're a foundational black American, you are targeted. That's just what it is. You know, they let some of us through, some of us not. You know, if you're connected to a 𝗔𝗴𝗵𝘵, maybe you get through, but what if you're not connected to a 𝗔𝗴𝗵𝘵? Maybe you don't get through. Right? They deem our content as radical sometimes, even though we're not radical. But because we're speaking about waking up, getting out of the matrix, doing the right things, getting on code, right? They want to try to shut that down. They don't like black unity. They don't want, listen, they don't want foundational black Americans unifying. That is deemed a threat. So this message right here that we're talking about, getting on code, doing what's right for our lineage, self-reparations, standing on business, right? They're gonna look at this message like, no, we gotta limit who can see this, right? We gotta limit who has access to this. Listen, just by us delineating, right? That's perceived as, oh, you niggas trying to divide us. It's a threat to the tethers. I mean, they're losing their mind because now they have no access or no way of making money. See, you gotta understand, all groups, they want to make money off of us. We're the economy in America. Let's keep it a buck. That $1.9 trillion that goes into other communities, they need that. That's almost like for lack of a better word, that's almost like us not controlling the resources like they do. That's almost like a colonization tactic. The same way they go to Africa and Africans don't control the resources, the same way they don't want black America to control their money, control their future, leave generational wealth to their family. They depend on that, people. They depend on that. They bank on us. They bank on giving us $1 and that's giving it right back to them. Do you understand that? They're expecting that. So whenever we do the opposite of what they're expecting to do, that messes up their program. Messes it up. So we have to understand that by us delineating from the Democratic parties, from all these political parties, specifically the Democratic Party, there's a consequence for that. We have to hope that we get a little break in these 4 years. We might get a little break, but we got to understand that 2028, there's not going to be a break for us. If they ever get back into power again, if they ever get back into office again, they're coming for us. And even right now, they're going to do things right now because they still control the legacy media. As long as the legacy media is still around, that's a threat to Black Americans. I just want you to understand that. That's a tool that as long as it has power, as long as the legacy media has power, they're going to use that legacy media against us. That's their propaganda machine. Hollywood and media is their propaganda machine, y'all. Do y'all understand that? Hollywood and media is the propaganda machine. That's the machine they use to slander your name. That's the machine they use to tarnish your image. Do you understand that? I hope you understand that. I'm gonna bring you up in a minute, Mango. We got to get to 3K likes, and I'm gonna bring you up, and we're gonna talk about the Digital Bill of Rights, and then after that, we're jumping right into business planning. I'm gonna allow y'all to stick around, but I'm moving it to sub-only chat. So those who subscribe, you'll be able to chat and interact. I know some of you guys are at work. We're going to start bringing those people up. And I'm going to give y'all the blueprint of how we're going to mobilize. And let's say you don't have any money. Let's say you don't have any money. You have a little bit of money. You have a job, right? I'm going to show you how to start a syndicate, or a cluster, as I like to call it, a cluster, a group of 5, a group of 10, a group of 25 people, and you guys come in together and form a syndicate and go point at something and go make it happen. I'm going to show you how to start a business from scratch, how to come out with an idea, put it to market from beginning to end. Okay, we're going to end the lives that way with us going through some business planning, some business strategy, so you guys can mobilize where you're at in your area with your group of friends, your group of business partners, or you can just start sounding the alarm. Hey, we're looking for people who want to form a syndicate so we can start a business, and you can buy property with this syndicate. You can source a product and put it to market and sell it via Amazon or social media marketing or Shopify store, all the above. You can come out with a market that's useful for Black people, and you become a Black-owned business, and we support you. That's it. That's how we're going to get to the promised land. But we got to talk about these Digital Bill of Rights first. We got to talk about how, because we need content creators. Until we get our own platform where they can't take us down, where they can't label, and here, understand, listen people, just because we build our own platform don't mean they're not going to have pressure. Don't mean some political party's not going to try to pressure them. Don't mean some 3-letter agency is not going to try to press them and say, hey, we need you to stop this content. We don't like this. We don't like this talk. They're going to try to censor your freedoms. And we got to have things in place these next 4 years to make sure that they can't do that, or to make it very, very difficult so they can't do that. You understand? Because they're going to come after us. They're going to attack. The Matrix is not over. The Matrix is busy doing underground work right now. But trust me, the Matrix is coming back stronger, bigger than ever. It's going to try to. You know, we're going to do our best as foundational Black Americans to keep our foot on their neck. But understand, What's done in the dark, we don't know. We can only speculate what kind of consequences they're going to come up with until they have a consequence. So we got to be ready. And one of the things we got to be ready for, Trump is coming up with his own digital bill of rights, right? But we need an FBA digital bill of rights. And what I talk about today, the FBA digital bill of rights, it'll be available to download on PDF file right after the show. So immediately right after the show, give me like 15, 20, 30 minutes, okay? You'll be able to click the link in my bio and you'll get an access to a copy of the FBA digital bill of rights. They need to know how they need to treat black people when they do content. They need to understand that we talk a different way. We're more passionate than a lot of other people. Okay? There are certain things that we want to talk about in our community that we don't want to get flagged for, because it's not hate speech that we're doing over here. We're not doing anything wrong. We're just gathering our lineage together. And we need to be able to do that peacefully, respectfully, without getting flagged, without getting our accounts taken down, without people coming in and saying, oh, I'm offended, when you got all these other channels that you can go to so you don't get offended, right? Oh, I'm offended, take them down. They're causing division. These niggas are trying to cause division. Yeah. So we got to do things to combat that. And then we need to have a way to bring up more media content. Right? We need more black Americans getting into the space of media and telling our story. We need to flood the zone with our media content so our people know what's going on. We need to be able to tell our people what's going on. So hopefully this is what I expect in these next 4 years, okay? This is honestly what I expect. I expect the treaty to get louder and everybody sign it, and more and more people get on code. I expect the FBA Code of Honor to be in everybody's home or on everybody's digital phone, right? Along with the Constitution, along with the Digital Bill of Rights, okay? I expect us to build our own platform. I expect us to have our own cryptocurrency. I expect us to have our own think tank. And I expect us to have our own lobby. So we got a lot of things that are our own lobbying force. Imagine if we had 100,000 people, 10,000 people strong in lobbying all over the United States, with super PACs, with PACs, with money to say, you work for me now. I give you this money, you work for me now. And I expect that these PACs will be fully funded, and we'll be able to get what we need. We'll be able to stand on business. We'll be able to compete in the political arena. Think about that. One of the things that we haven't been able to dominate in because we haven't been involved in really like that is politics. Remember what I tell you, family. Any arena that they let foundational black Americans in, we dominate. They let us in the political arena, and I promise you, it's going to be game over. We just need our people to start focusing on politics, on the political arena, on how to do battle in the political arena, because politics is a form of WAR, people. It is. It is. So we have to understand the game or the strategy of politics in order to win policies for our people. We dominate in sports. We dominate in music. We dominate in STEM, really. We're stepping up. We need more doctors. We need more lawyers. We need more engineers. We need more nurses, right? We need more people. We need more scientists. That's another thing I expect us to be looking at. We need our own scientists so we can fact check the fact checkers. We need people that are fact checking, that are saying, okay, Department of Health, okay, Department of Education, we need to see if you guys are for real or not. We need to do a study and see how this affects and hurts our children, our people. And we shouldn't let them do the study. We should be doing that study. So we're going to mobilize. These next 4 years mean everything for us. We got to build the foundation that they can't break. This next 4 years is all about building the foundation so we can stay where we need to be. We need to be increasing our numbers. We need to go from 40 million or 49 million. We need to get to 60, 70 million. So that's also something that we need to be thinking. That's why strong families are needed, so we can become 100 million, half of the population here in the country. We need to be talking about that. That is a strategy. Also, I want you guys to look at Blackout Week coming up. Black Friday, Cyber Monday. We are buying black. Black-owned businesses, FBA-owned businesses. We're going to come up with a symbol that you're going to know this is an FBA store. We're going to put up symbols so you know on these online stores and on these physical stores, so you know that you are supporting a black-owned business, a black American-owned business, a foundational black American business. We have to have those things in place. All this is for the protection and the gatekeeping of our culture and of our inventions and of our stuff. This is what we're doing. So I'm going to go over the Digital Bill of Rights again. I know I went over it before, but some people don't know about it. So I decided we need to go over it again because it's needed. I'm tired of people getting. We need to have a lawyer on hand, ready to fight these people when they try to take us down. Do y'all know that? We should have our own lawyer on retainer for any of our black content creators. Think about that. If we had a lawyer on retainer right now for any of our black content creators that get taken down, right, unjustly, get their pages banned, get shadow banned, get blocked, whatever they're gonna do. But if we had a lawyer on hand that we could say, hey, they're treating us bad again, go fight for us. And he goes fights and takes the battle to them. And we win. And we win. So that's why, and I'm telling you, our digital presence is going to be, listen, we need it. We need it. This is our only way to get our message across to our people is through the internet. Okay, without it, we really couldn't communicate and talk to each other. Let's be real. This is our way to get on code. So we can't allow them to knock down, especially thorough content creators, thorough ones. We can't allow it. We got to protect them at all costs. We have all these things in the city. It's our own space. You should connect. Okay, what city is that, brother? Uncle Rock, what city is that? Hey, listen, that's good. If you got it going on in your city, teach us, show us. What are y'all doing? Because we need to have cities like this. We need to have cities that are on code. We need to have a way that we can, in some communities they call it ESOs or something. We need to have a way where we can get money to our people where we're not getting, certain number of our people are not getting loans, are not getting cars. I just bought a car yesterday. Let me tell you how much of a hassle it was just to get a car. Okay, black people, if y'all been to the dealership, do y'all know how difficult it is sometimes to get a car, especially with your credit? And how it's crazy to me how you go to a dealership and certain people can get these cars and get these deals, but when you come up there, that deal just suddenly is off the table. Lawyer cannot be a member of the British Crown because their allegiance is not to us but to the Crown. Well, we need lawyers who are allegiance to us. That's why our lineage is important. It's a platform where we discuss tangible and important things for lineage. We have chapters. Okay. Send me a message, Unc Rock. Send me a message, man. Let's connect. Let's network. Let's talk about it. Let's see how thorough this platform is. But think about that, right? How many lawyers are not for their people? That's a very good point. We need lawyers that are for us, that are not just necessarily for themselves, their pocketbooks. We need righteous. If we can say that. Are there any righteous lawyers out there? Are there any righteous lawyers out there? I know one of them, Uncle Dennis, Uncle D on YouTube. Right? Dennis Sperling. That brother's a righteous brother. That brother's a righteous brother. Matter of fact, he's fighting. He's one of the few lawyers that are black that I know of that's actually fighting YouTube to get people's pages back who got their pages banned or taken down unjustly for violating community guidelines or whatever. We need them to update their community guidelines, especially for black Americans, because it is biased. How about that? How about we just call it out? Your community guidelines, that includes TikTok, that includes X, that includes Facebook, that includes Instagram, that definitely includes YouTube, is biased when it comes to black Americans. TJ, we're not arguing that today, brother. If you don't understand what we're talking about when we talk about black, then I don't know what to tell you. Go do some research. Go plug into the grassroots media. Stop listening to legacy media. Go plug into the grassroots media, and you'll know why we use this term black. Okay? It's not what you think. It's not what you think. The black consciousness is everything. The black mindset is everything. Black is excellent. Black is beautiful. I'm black and I'm proud. And that's what it is. Okay? But we got to come up with things to stop them from attacking us. We need that hate crime bill, that anti-black hate crime bill. We need that like yesterday. We should be a protected group because of so much of the targeting, so much of the messing with our community that they do. That we don't warn it. We're minding our business, and they come and they BOMB us. They come and they attack us. They come and they destroy and dismantle what we got going on. We're not bothering them. They are the ones bothering us. It's everybody bothering us. It's Caribbeans. It's everybody's trying to get in our. We're not getting in their business. We don't go and get in Africa's business. We don't go and get in Caribbean's business. We are the only people that mind their own damn business, and everybody wants to come over and bother us. Do y'all notice that, family? We're so phenomenal. We mind our business. Everybody, listen, you're going to have YT people coming in here because they want to see what the hell black Americans are doing. What's going on in this room? That we don't have to do dang it. We just have to exist. And don't let us get in a group. They hate to see black people in a group. They hate to see us huddled up together, hanging out together, spending time with one another. They hate that. That's a threat to them. They're like, oh, there's too many black people hanging out on the block. Let's get them up out of here. They hate to see black unity. They hate to see black love. They hate to see black families. They hate it. And we don't got to do nothing for them to do. All we got to do is exist in this world, and we're hated upon. We understand and we know that. All we got to do is exist in this world, and we're hated upon. They want our greatness, but after they get our greatness, that's it. They want to get us about the paint. They want to act like they invented it, and they want to tell the world that they're better than us, when we know that's not true. Not too many people are better than foundational black Americans. I'm gonna just keep it above. Not too many people are this phenomenal. With 40 million people, we've changed. We have changed the algorithm and we have changed the world. We have affected the world, us 49 million people. We did that. Our ancestors, our lineage, we affected the world. And that's a fact. That's a fact. We're just, you know, and I don't think we need to be humble in that sense. I think we need to stick our chest out, say it with our chest. We are phenomenal. Not to denigrate others. Not to denigrate others. But just to show, just to make sure that we wake up that one brother that might be having a bad day. That one woman that might be having a bad day. Feel like I don't need to be here anymore. It's too hard. It's too tough. She or him need to be reminded about how phenomenal we are and how we need you. We're stronger together. All this independent stuff, I want y'all to get it out of your, especially you women, get it out of your system. No more independent nothing. It's interdependency is the way. Learn a new term. It's called interdependency. That's how black people need to move. That's how we as black Americans, with our family unit, we need to move in interdependency. What does interdependency mean? It doesn't mean you're not your own person. You can't think for yourself. It just means you don't only think of yourself. You don't only think. What you do affects your brother. That's what interdependency means. So you are held to a standard. And you don't go below this standard that we set. And it's a high, just so you know, to be a black American, you are under a high standard and high scrutiny. So you're not allowed to fail. You're not allowed to be out here twerking and making us look bad. You're not allowed to be participating in step and fetch and stereotypes. You're held to a higher standard. You must look and present yourself a certain way. Why? Because the world is constantly watching you and judging you. And you don't want your brother to look bad. So interdependency is the word. You're independent. You think on your own. You do your own thing. But you always have your lineage and your people in mind when you're out there moving. That's what interdependency is. It's called husband and wife. Yes, the wife can think for herself. Yes, the husband can think for himself. But guess what? You're a family. You're not by yourself. You're not by yourself. You think you move with your husband in mind, and your husband moves with his wife in mind, and y'all work together to build this family unit. Interdependency is what black Americans need to be all the time. I am my brother's keeper. You got to keep that in your mind. I am my brother. Whatever I do will affect my brother. We need to be righteous. You understand? Righteous. We don't need any scale. We don't need any weirdos. We don't need any more fans. We have enough fans. We have enough weirdos out there. We don't need to be one of them, y'all. Hollywood is Hollywood. Okay, we don't need to be one of them. You understand? We need to be unapologetically us. We're phenomenal. We just need to be who we are. You support Trump, everything you say is irrelevant. 𝗔𝗯nci𝘂𝘁𝗁. Well, get your musty, crusty, tether butt up out of here, Tucson. This ain't your party. How about that? All musty tethers must go. Go put some deodorant on. Go wash your ass 3 times. You stink. Okay? Go take a gasoline bath. How about that? Get that lice up out of you. I don't know. Whatever you got going on, brother. But leave us alone. Okay? If you support Kamala, you're irrelevant. How about that? If you're part of the Democratic boule or clicked in anything with them, you're irrelevant. How about that? It's not about Trump. It's not about Kamala. It's about FBA. That's it, and that's all. That's it, and that's all. So that's where we're at, people. This is where we're at. Y'all get the likes up. I want to start bringing people up. I want to start bringing people up. I want to start bringing people up. Y'all get the likes up. Pound that like button. Let's get to 3K so I can start bringing people up. And I'm about to read over the Digital Bill of Rights here. Okay? And then we're going to start the show. And then we're going to move to sub-only chat real soon. Okay? And we're going to start talk about how to build. We're going to put together the blueprint on what needs to be done to build black businesses. How about that? And we're going to continue this on into tomorrow. I'm going to show y'all how we can, all we got to do is set aside the big chief, little Indian. All of us get into a role, right? If you get into a role and you own that role, you can be chief in that role. You don't have to be chief over anybody. You can be chief in that role, and we can do business together and get it popping. We can form a syndicate and take over the whole U.S. We can dominate the whole U.S. Listen, if they let us into business, we'll take it over. But here's the problem: how we've been taking over business on an independent. We don't want to work with everybody. And I'm not saying we need to work with everybody. Meaning, some of us, you just don't have the character to be a business owner. Some of y'all don't need to own a business because y'all don't have the character or the discipline to run a business. You probably need to get a job. Okay? You probably need to just stay working your 9 to 5, and that's it. And that's okay. If you don't have any business acumen, that's okay. Just stay working your job and take care of your family. That's it. But those who have the mindset that want to do more, that want to actually help us gain ground here, we got 4 years to do this, y'all. This is who I'm talking to. Those of you who said, "Man, I want to do a business, but I don't got the money." Dang, I wanna do a business. I wish I had a group of brothers that we could just, plug into spaces like this, network, find people in your area, in your community, right? You have all kind of tools now, so it doesn't matter even if you live next to each other. You got the internet, you got Zoom, you got political platform. You got social media platforms that you can get on and use, and y'all can start building a business, a black-owned business, and you can start prospering little by little, inch by inch, foot by foot, just taking back land, just taking back gains, just taking in gains. Now understand, just because you start a business doesn't always mean it's going to be successful, but that don't mean you give up. So you got to have a make it right mentality. You can start something and you can say, I'm going to make this successful. I'm going to make it. You're going to make mistakes along the way, but we're going to try to put together a blueprint so you don't make mistakes. How about that? So there's going to be mistakes that are always going to be made, but if you follow, for lack of a better word, if you follow the blueprint, you'll make less of those mistakes and you'll have a higher chance of success. Most businesses fail in the first 5 years, you guys. When you look at a business, make sure they've been in business longer than 5 years. Because if they've been in business longer than 5 years, they're most likely, not all the time, but the probability is they're going to make it. But you just got to pass the first 5-year hump. And you got to put things into place for voting into place, especially when you're with a group of people, so so you guys don't have hard disagreements and walk away from the business. And you got to deal with the right people with the right mindset, right? Because not everybody has the character to do business. Some people, when the chips is down, they want to run. That's not good character. You don't want to be in business with somebody who wants to quit because times is tough. You don't want to be in business with people like that. You don't want to be in business with people that because the idea didn't come from them, they're against it. You don't want to be in business with people like that. You don't want to be in business with people who are having power struggle. I'm the leader. I'm the leader. I'm the leader. I'm the leader. Follow me. You don't want to be in business with people like that. You want to be with people. You want to be in business with people that have common sense, that have good head on their shoulders and that understand their role. Key thing, understand their role so you don't step on other people's toes. And roles need to be fully identified in the business so they know, hey, you go do what you do, I'm going to do what I do, and we're going to bring it together and we're going to start this thing. Okay? So give me 1 second here. Let me pull up the Digital Bill of Rights. I'm going to read it off the Digital Bill of Rights. I'm going to read off the Digital Bill of Rights. And then after this show, the Digital Bill of Rights will be posted. Okay? I just want to go back over that. I think I read it off in one live already before, but I wanted to go back over that. Give me 1 second. My computer is acting up, y'all. But it's gonna get itself together. There we go. There we go. There we go. Give me 1 second, y'all. This computer is moving slow. Moving slow. I just want to read off the Digital Bill of Rights. Jesus Christ. Come on. Hold on. Let me blow this up. There's always something. But y'all click the like button. We're at 2.7K likes. Get the likes to 3K. I'll start bringing people up. Okay, I talked about DEI yesterday. Blah, 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 blah. 1 second, you guys. Okay, here we go. Digital Bill of Rights. Okay. In response to increasing concerns over censorship and shadow banning of black content creators, the Foundation of Black American Community proposes a digital Bill of Rights to safeguard freedom of expression and ensure fair treatment across all digital platforms. This is what we need. We're definitely going to have this when we start our own platform. We're going to be abiding by something similar or the same thing as this. FBA Digital Bill of Rights. Okay? Right to freedom of expression. Every FBA content creator is entitled to express their perspectives, ideas, and cultural narratives without undue censorship or suppression. That's important. Let me read that again. Right to freedom of expression. They don't like us to emote. They don't like us to express ourselves. Do you understand that? When black people start expressing ourselves, they feel threatened. They don't like for us to get mad. They don't like for us to get upset. They don't like for us to get passionate. Other groups, when we get passionate, when we express ourselves, they feel threatened. Every FBA content creator is entitled to express their perspectives, ideas, and cultural narratives without undue censorship or suppression. Right to transparency. Digital platforms must provide clear, detailed explanations when content is flagged, restricted, or removed, including the specific policies or guidelines allegedly violated. FBA content creators, digital platforms must provide clear, detailed explanations when content is flagged, restricted, or removed, including the specific policies or guidelines allegedly violated. They can no longer be vague. They have to give us in detail why we got taken off. They got to tell us why they took down our account, and why it's harmful to their platform. Why is it harmful for black Americans to express themselves? I want to know why. Why do you feel threatened when black Americans express themselves? Why? Why? Why do you feel threatened when black Americans express themselves? We got to know. Right to due process. Right to due process. Content creators have the right to a fair and timely appeal process, allowing them to contest actions taken against their content or accounts. We got to have a due process. This little wait 30 days, wait 60 days, wait 90 days, and they can get back to you whenever they feel like it. No, it needs to be a quicker timeline than that. We shouldn't have to be set down for 30 days for no reason. I would be highly interested in researching how to properly discharge my debt through IRS forms 1099s. Okay, that's not what we're talking about, but go right at it. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you. Go do what you need to do. Appoint yourself king. How about that? Right to non-discriminatory enforcement. Platform policies should be applied consistently and impartially without bias against FBA content or creators. We should not be getting shadow banned. I think they need to do away with shadow banning. Shadow banning should be illegal on all platforms. That's what I believe. They should not be silencing our voices just because they don't understand what we're talking about. There should be no bias. No biases. Okay? Right to data access and portability. Creators should have access to their data and the ability to transfer their content to other platforms without undue restrictions. Do y'all know, just with TikTok, you can leave your content on the platform for 30 days. After 30 days, your platform is... I'm going through that right now. A lot of my content, my earlier content, is gone. I probably should have downloaded... I mean, these are 3-hour, 4-hour, 5-hour lives I was doing. Can you imagine how long and how tedious it takes to download that whole thing and switch it to another platform? It's gone. So a lot of my early stuff, the stuff that really built my platform, that went viral a little bit, it's gone. Can't even access it no more. It's done. It's gone. 30 days on the platform is done. At least with YouTube, it's on there forever. I should have transferred on YouTube, and I'm gonna start going back to YouTube. I'm gonna start doing one day TikTok, the next day YouTube. Because I got to start building back up my TikTok platform has overtaken my YouTube platform. One thing you need to know, if you're interested in becoming a content creator and making money doing this, TikTok is one of the easiest places to make money. TikTok actually puts your content out. TikTok actually does a great job of getting your content out. If you want to get your content out fast, and if you want to get paid from your content faster, TikTok is definitely the way to go. But if you want to get paid the most money, assuming you don't get shadow banned, because YouTube loves to do that and they don't tell you that you're shadow banned. As YouTube, you're going to make the most money. TikTok, you're going to make the fastest money. And I'm not saying you can't make a lot of money on TikTok. There's people making 20, 30, 40, 50K a month on TikTok. Okay? But it's just quicker. You make it much more quicker. Now there's some things I wish they would change, but I don't run TikTok. I guess they know what they're doing. But YouTube, you can make money a whole lot. You can make a whole lot more money, and it's like a game over effect. You can make crazy amount of money on YouTube. Crazy. Shout out to you. Crazy amount of money on YouTube. Okay. So right to privacy. Personal information of FBA creators must be protected with transparent data collection and usage policies. How many people know? Remember remember those black people who were getting text messages from strange people saying racial slurs and racial innuendos? How did they get those people information? From a digital platform. Somebody got access to a digital platform. That's how they knew those people they were contacting were black, first of all. How did you can't just get a random number and call it and start, you N-word this, you N-word that, you some beach. You can't just do that unless you have access to a database. You can't just do that unless you have access to a database. And then for them not to know where it came from, and it came through a cell phone, that's agenda right there. That's psyop right there. That's propaganda. That's how they're getting it from these platforms. These platforms are selling your information, people. We need a right to privacy. Don't sell my information. Don't give out my phone number. Don't dox me. Don't give out my address. Don't do none of that. Why do you think a lot of people are not trusting Fanbase right now? Y'all hear about what's going on with Fanbase? 𝗖𝗍𝗂𝘁𝗁 III is a government shield. He's a Democrat shield. Nobody's going over there. His platform is failing because we don't trust that. We don't trust greedy brothers. Greedy, moist brothers we don't trust. If you're a weasel, why would we want to go to your platform? Just because you're black? I'm not giving you my information. So you can turn around and sell it sell me out to the Democrats, so you can control our conversation, so you can monitor what black people are doing and go tell massa what's going on. We don't rock with that. Y'all hear about what's going on with Fanbase, right? Y'all need to tap into your boy. Y'all need to tap into 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀, man. 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀 is giving y'all the information in real time. If y'all not watching 𝗥𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? You're missing out. Right to community standard participation. FBA creators should have a voice in the development and revision of platform community standards and policies. Imagine if we could get inside of TikTok and all these other digital platforms and get involved in their community guidelines and tell them your community guidelines is biased towards black Americans. You shadow ban us and you stop us from talking because you assume we're one thing when we're really not. You assume we're talking about one thing when we're really not. Imagine if we got into the community guidelines. We had a say-so in what goes in that community guidelines. So right to platform accountability. Platforms should be accountable for their moderation practices, providing regular reports on content removal and enforcement actions, including demographic data to identify potential biases. What if TikTok, this is for you, all the digital platforms, you need to listen to this right now, okay? What if you took someone down and you actually told the whole world why you took it down and showed us why it doesn't meet community guidelines, so we know? What if there was a standard where you can see why where you can show us and walk us through why certain accounts are being taken down and are being flagged, and you show us how not to do that? Instead of just saying, don't say this, don't do this, why don't you do a step-by-step and say, this is an account, they were doing this, they were saying this on their platform, and this is why it violated the community guidelines, this is why you shouldn't do this, whenever you, so we know. There needs to be accountability across the board on these platforms. There needs to be accountability across the board. We need to know why. Why did this page get taken down and why is this page allowed to be up? You need to show us a comparison, a side by side, because some of these content creators are very similar, but some of these content creators get taken down and some of these content creators are allowed. Why? We want to know why. Why? So, right to platform accountability, right to cultural preservation. FBA creators have the right to share and preserve their cultural heritage and narratives without unwarranted interferences. Let me give you an example. Have you seen South Africa TikTok? Okay. Have you seen the Zulu tribe? I'm going to zoom in on the Zulu tribe. No disrespect to the Zulu tribe out there. But do you know that they're allowed to walk around, the women are allowed to walk around without their shirts on TikTok? That is an example of their right to their cultural preservation. They're allowed to be full nude. The women are allowed to be full nude. Not bottom, but top. On TikTok. Just go look at South African TikTok. Just Google South Africa, Google Zulu tribe, and you'll see all of them dancing, and you'll see whatever. That's their cultural heritage that they have a right to do. And TikTok has seen that and allowed that. So why aren't we doing that with FBA? FBA creators have a right to share and preserve their cultural heritage and narratives without unwarranted interference. The same way y'all let the Zulu tribe do it, y'all need to make sure y'all not infringing on our cultural heritage. We talk a certain way. We do things a certain way. We're not like everybody else. We might slip and say the N-word. That's part of us. We shouldn't get banned for that, flagged for that. And that don't mean anybody else has the right to do it, but we definitely do. You understand? We definitely do. That's just an example. I'm not advocating for that. That's just an example. Right to economic equity. FBA creators should have equal opportunities to monetize their content and access platform resources for growth and development. It should be fair across the board. I think we should have equal opportunities to make money off our content, just like everybody else. Just like everybody else. Just like everybody else. To actualize these rights, and that's the Digital Bill of Rights, there's 10 of them, we need to engage in dialogue. We need to initiate conversations with digital platforms to advocate for policy changes that reflect these rights. We need to pursue legal avenues to challenge discriminatory practices and enforce these rights. We need to establish support networks to assist creators facing censorship, providing resources for appeals and alternative platforms. Educate FBA creators about their rights and the mechanisms available to protect their digital presence. By adopting this Digital Bill of Rights, the FBA community aims to foster a more equitable and just digital environment, ensuring that Black voices are heard, respected, and valued across all platforms. We need to bring this Digital Bill of Rights to all platforms. They have Black Americans segregated in bubbles across the social media platforms, isolating us from us. Yeah. 𝗤𝗄𝗄 is strong, beautiful Black woman. Okay. All right. So yeah, imagine if we got our Digital Bill of Rights and we put together a petition. Maybe that's what we need to do. Here's an idea, family. This Digital Bill of Rights that I just said, we need to put together a petition and get it signed and send it over to these digital platforms. We need 1 million signatures on this thing, not 100,000. We need 1 million signatures on this Digital Bill of Rights. And we need to go to these platforms and let them know, hey, you need to make sure you're not discriminating against Black Americans. We got 1 million signatures. We need you to hear us, and we need you to act now. Stop discriminating against us. We need to get a million petitions signed and get this Digital Bill of Rights in their hands and say, hey, we want this to be adopted in when pertaining to FBA. In his recent developments on shadow banning and account deletions, policy statements since winning, Donald Trump announced plans to restore freedom of speech by signing an executive order prohibiting federal employees from impeding lawful speech. This includes targeting federal agencies, collaborations with social media platforms to remove content. So Donald Trump is already putting together a team to combat all this conservative speech that they've been blocking. They've been allowing the liberal speech, but they've been blocking the conservative voice, and that's wrong too. If you're going to allow one, you got to allow the other. There needs to be balance. That's why I don't get mad when you have racists on the platform or bigots on the platform and they're allowed to say the most egregious things. I'm just like, cool. Let them say what they want to say, but let us say what we want to say also. Don't block us and allow them. Have y'all been on TikTok and y'all seen those little things that they've we should be suing TikTok for that. Why in the hell are you allowing somebody to sing the Watermelon song? Why in the hell are you allowing people to say the N-word over and over and over again in a song and it not be banned and it not be blocked? But the moment I share it and I send it, my content gets flagged. Think about that. You create the content. It's on the internet. It got 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 likes, and it's negative towards black Americans. It's stereotypical. It's outright racist. Okay? It's attacking black Americans. You allow this on your platform, but you don't allow me to stand up for and say it with my chest. And you block my content, or when I share that content to show people that, hey, look at what they're doing, all of a sudden they want to block it and remove it and give my page a warning like I created the content. I just shared the content that you already allowed, sir. Why am I being penalized for that? You see how unfair that is? Anybody ever experienced that? You ever see some racist thing come by on TikTok or on any of these digital platforms, and then when you share it, they want to say, oh, you can't share that, but how did I see it on my damn platform, sir? Y'all seen that Watermelon song that was on here? I was like, how? And it got so many damn likes on it, so many damn comments on it. Over 300,000 comments, and you, what? Y'all allowed this? But we say something like stand on business and y'all want to shut us down? Oh, we're a threat? That's insane. That's insane. This development underscores the importance of the FBA Digital Bill of Rights as it highlights ongoing concerns about censorship and the need for transparent, fair practices in content moderation. What do you expect, bro? You have been colonized. You live under a colonial government. Huh? Huh? Is that really your answer? Hold on. Why don't you say it with your chest, you dummy? You must be Native American or Indian. It's not that I don't expect it. Come on up here and say it with your chest. Don't be in the comments. Say it with your chest, because that's a weird thing to say. What do you expect? Why don't you come up and tell me, brother? Tell me in person. Instead of being in the comments, you know, being a Twitter warrior, show your face. Tell me in person. Research it. Tell me say it with your chest. Come on up and say it with your chest. Don't be in the comments. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest, sir. I'm giving you an opportunity to say it with your chest. Come on the platform and say it with your chest. Don't be scared. Okay, I'm not gonna bite you. Just come on up here and say it with your chest. Let me hear what you're really talking about, because I'm taking this a certain type of way, and I want to make sure that maybe you might be saying it in good faith. So come on up. Only one captain. Come on up and say it with your chest, man. But yeah, what do I expect, man? Listen, I expect them to do what they do, but I don't gotta take it. So many trolls, it's hard to tell who's who or what. Yeah, so many trolls. Man, god damn, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. So many trolls. Let me see if he's a troll account. I just want to look at him. Oh yeah, you're a troll. You only got 288 followers. When you got less than 500 followers, I think I automatically deem you a troll. Those TikTok fingers, I know. Everybody's hard on TikTok. Everybody got a platform and a mouthpiece on TikTok. There is someone here to detract what you're saying. Yeah, that's what they bring them in here for.
Good
That's what they come up in here for.
morning. I just cussed out your fellow African booty scratchers.
What happened?
I
What
just
happened?
cussed out your fellow African booty scratchers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, before I come in your live, I be coming in and I'll be like, "Here your stuff, I'll cuss these people out." What they doing the work of their own demise. They doing the work of their own demise. Because for the simple fact is, one woman, she say she's from Guinea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she live in Minnesota, right?
Man, y'all know Minnesota, there's a hub of tethers in Minnesota. I just want y'all to know
But
that.
what that tells me as a Black American who knows my job is you came over here seeking asylum as a refugee because they put you in an all-white city and state. Is I'm lying?
A lot
You
of
went to
them.
Minnesota, which only has 7% Black Americans, which only has 7%, and it's over 300,000, close to 400,000 people in Minnesota. So what that tells me, in my field, you is poor. They needed the DEA. They needed the diversity. They needed the immigrant.
That's why we gotta shut down that DEI, y'all. We don't need it. I'm telling you, we
Let
don't.
me ask what it tells you. It tells me that you don't have your papers. And the fact that you don't have your papers in January the 1st is coming up so fast. And a lot of them is they refugees, they seeking asylum. The things that they say and do on this app is they cannot do. Why not being a citizen? And even if they was a citizen, their citizenship still can get revoked. They're not American. Is that you just want to get reported. And I'm finna tell you, how can you try to call Black people lazy when we look at your country in Guinea and y'all the average Guinea Lord Jesus, the average Guinea only make $4, less than $4 a day.
That's down bad, y'all. That's down bad.
How are you comparing? And that girl from Mali, how are you comparing? The only reason Mali is so successful is because they don't have nothing. The inflation is so low because they have nothing. They had to lower inflation to meet the people that still don't have no money. One of the poorest in the world. And when you look at different African countries, they keep calling it the poorest in the world, the poorest in the world, the poorest in the world. How you comparing yourself? How they compare?
Now I do want to say this, Mali. I want y'all to continue. You with Burkina Faso and Niger and all those countries in that section. We support y'all movement. We just don't
At
support
this point, I don't support you.
We just don't support your tethers. We want y'all to get liberated over there. Stand on business. Matter of fact, I don't know if that was AI that you sent me, Wolfie. I don't know if that's AI, but
I was trying to tell everybody. I think it's AI. Nobody say he don't care. It still made his day.
Yeah, it did make my day. When I saw that AI, did y'all see that AI speech of Trump telling Nigerians to go back home?
But he did. Did you see the other video? Did I send you that Trump really did say something like that?
You said was that video real?
The other one that I seen this morning, I wake up early. And I don't know why my voice.
I didn't see that one. I didn't
Trump
see that
said that he gonna stop the DV. He gonna stop he gonna ban. He's not gonna make it easier for them to come in and anything. He is saying this. He just didn't say that video. I don't think.
Okay. I just think that was. I was in tears when I saw that video. I was just
was it? It was cute, wasn't it?
I was in tears when I saw that video. I mean, I know. If that was real, all Nigerians.
I don't think that was real.
It wasn't, but all Nigerians would be scared. They're sending all the doctors, all the nurses, all the engineers back to Nigeria to build up Nigeria. I thought that was hilarious. I know all the Igbos and the Yorubas are. If that was real, they'd be scared right now. Oh no, nigga! What are we gonna do, nigga? What are we gonna do?
They scared. Did you see the video of the African man saying, "Oh, since Trump came out, I think you went live at the same time I sent you. He's like, since Trump came out, they've been seeing a lot of Africans on the continent telling them, oh, you coming back. Oh, you think you bad. You know, just Jones and them. They don't even want them to come back.
No, they don't.
They
That's the sad
displaced
part.
here and they displaced out there.
Yeah, that's the sad part. That's exactly what. See, that's how bad. That's how down bad. That's how bad the unity is out there. Really, there's no. They hate for people to leave in them and do better than them, and that's a lot on the continent. You know, let me tell you something, man. They are afraid of witchcraft on that continent so bad, and they practice it. They practice it like it's nothing. Okay.
Good morning.
And witchcraft is good morning, Vivian. Witchcraft is nothing more than envious and jealousy. That's what witchcraft derives from: envy and jealousy. You're doing better than me, so I need to concoct this potion so I can do better than you. And if I need to slow you down or do some harm to you with witchcraft, I'll do that so I can get ahead of you. Or even if I'm never going to get ahead of you, I'm going to make sure you never get ahead of me. And that's that crabs in the barrel mentality. So a lot of times, people, all these Africans who are born here in America, they're not accepted back home.
Not too much. You're gonna beat me up if I ask you a question.
Go ahead.
You don't think that when they start calling a lot of Black Americans spiritual witchcraft, you don't think that stems from racism?
When they call a lot of Black Americans?
When they was calling a lot of Black Americans being spiritual, they was calling it witchcraft.
Because we're spiritual, they call us witchcraft? I've never heard
No, they was calling us witches when we was in doing enslavement early on. When we were, they was calling it witchcraft. Do you think? I mean, we was, and I'm asking the question because I don't know if it was us just being spiritual, and I don't think it was witchcraft.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, possibly.
I'm asking. I'm just didn't know how to form it. I'm asking.
Okay. I think I understand. You're asking if they consider what we would look at as spiritual. Are they looking at that as witchcraft? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Possibly. You know, I don't. Who knows within the colonizer's mind? Who knows? You know, they've had many witch hunts. You know, we know YT people are afraid of witchcraft. They're afraid of it. We know that, or they wouldn't be burning people at the stake. They wouldn't. You know, there was a moment in time where feminists, women, because feminism been around longer than you think, y'all. Feminism's been around since the beginning of time. And if you were a feminist in these certain times when it was not allowed to be a feminist, you were deemed a witch. And they burnt you at the stake. It happened in Ireland. It happened in the good old Irish. Them women, they started wearing leggings and stockings, and they started talking back to their husbands. And you know what they did to those women out there? Labeled them a witch, put them on the stake, and lit them up.
That's a big possibility.
So they looked at women empowerment or women having voices as a form of witchcraft. They did back in the day. Yeah. And you would get burnt at the stake if you practice it.
So y'all turn me in. That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing him chastise me. You would turn me in too much. You would turn me in. You would save me. You would turn me in. What? You would turn me in.
No, I'm gonna hide you. I'm gonna take care of you. I'm gonna hide you.
Better roll up on them, man.
Just don't practice that witchcraft on me. You know, just don't practice that witchcraft on me.
I rebuke it in the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus.
I'm just messing. But yeah, man. I mean, YT people have always been afraid of witchcraft. Always. And they practice it themselves. Yeah. I don't know what group of people don't practice it. Witchcraft is prevalent. It is practiced in every religion, everywhere you go. There's somebody practicing witchcraft. But witchcraft,
they burnt their own folks at the stakes. They sure did. Yeah, they burnt their own folks.
They did. The Scarlet Letter was one. Remember the Scarlet Letter?
Yep.
They thought that woman was a witch.
Okay. So they saying that the Mayflower.
They thought she bewitched a pastor, a man. They thought she bewitched them.
Do you read about that time? They, like you said, they would call you a W for any little thing if you was a woman.
Anything.
And they
Did y'all know that mass hysteria? Did y'all know that Sigmund Freud? Okay, Sigmund Freud was really covering up for PDF files. Women who would come in traumatized and they had some freaky things happen to them in their childhood. To cover up PDF file, they would call women, "Oh, you're hysterical. You don't know what you're talking about." So women who would
Yep.
say, "Oh, this person did this to me. This person did that to me," and they'd be like, "No, you're hysterical. You're just hysterical. That couldn't have happened. That didn't happen. He's a pastor. He's a high position, and
Yep.
he was covering up for his buddies for PDF files." That's really what that was about. Go look it up. Do your research. Sigmund Freud is a con at best. He did not know what the heck he was talking about. He was sent there to cover up for PDF files. That's it. And whenever you hear the word "she's hysterical," that's code word for dope her up, put her on medicine because she's telling too much truth.
You heard what? See what historic documents said? It said it was usually widows who inherited land, so they would deem them probably incompetent, so they could take their shit.
But you know
Yep.
what they saying, that the Mayflower W's are black people. But I'm not. I
You gotta
haven't
understand, this
studied.
isn't the
My
this is the
disclaimer: I
first
don't have a study. I'm not educated on the subject. I'm just talking.
So this is a real this is do your research. This really happened, okay? So that's why it trips me out how so many women want to go into psychology, and y'all really still under the Sigmund Freud banner with that. And it's just a scheme to cover up PDF file. That's all it is. That's why I don't trust these therapists. And I don't, and forgive me, y'all can think differently, but I don't think men need therapy. Men need solutions. We don't need therapy. We don't need to sit on the couch and somebody listen to our problems. We need our problems solved. We don't need our feelings to be massaged, and we don't need to be heard. Men don't. We're already heard. We're not concerned. That's not the main thing we're concerned about, being heard. We're concerned about problems being solved. Maybe women, y'all want to kick y'all feet up and be heard and have somebody listen to you and understand your feelings. Men, we don't care. We just don't care. Feelings are not that important to us. We deal with feelings all the time and we put them aside because we got other things more important to do. That's
Miss D, do you believe him?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to see. Okay.
Well,
Well, that's
y'all women are gonna, but I'm gonna tell you like this: ask a man. Ask a man. He'll tell you he believe what I'm saying. He know what I'm saying.
I agree with you to a point, brother. I agree with you to a
You
point.
know what I'm saying.
To a point. To a point. But I'm in the field, so I don't totally agree with you, but to a point.
Let me tell you why we don't
cooking, bro.
agree. The reason we don't agree is because we know as a people we have been damaged and got some sense and some point of PTSD, and we know that there's innovative therapy out there. Even us as women can do it, which is why we tend to, a lot of women, especially as good of women of color, because we want you to understand. Hey, we know how you feel.
But here's the thing: what we don't. But we gotta understand. See, here's the thing that women gotta understand: men don't care about that. We never cared about that.
You don't realize you don't care because you have embedded
a different way than we do.
You can't force men
they
to
express
care
it.
about
That's why
things.
we gotta be there for our men.
Women, you gotta understand this, women.
We have to be there for them.
Just like men can't force women to care about what they care about, you can't force men to care about what you care about. You got to understand that. We just think differently.
Watch this,
We just
Mr.
think differently. Listen, women, if you go back to the playground, women gravitate towards games where there's no winners.
You're so right too much.
Men gravitate toward games where there are clear winners. We got to compete. We just think differently. Y'all want to play games like House and Barbies and things. We want to go outside and kick the ball and have a measuring contest and we want to do stuff like that. That's what we care about. We care about.
But listen, you think there's no winner, but women's social construct. We play double dutch,
right?
And the baddest heifer could jump without messing up. So our success was social status and being the queen.
Just a different. Listen, the moment there's a clear winner, in women
I ran track and played basketball.
Y'all get emotional, and guess what? The game is over. The moment one
Men
person
get
That's
wins,
emotional too,
y'all
especially
want
if
to
the
stop the
woman beat them
game.
in the
yeah.
Guess
sport.
what? With men, the moment somebody loses, they want to play again because they want to get back. I got to get you back. You won. How many
Miss
games of
Rochelle finna
basketball
eat
are we
me
going?
up. Love
How
you, Miss
many
Rochelle.
one-on-ones?
Come on,
How
Cam,
many
and show me your dimple.
one-on-ones? Hold on. How many one-on-one games of basketball are we gonna play? You just beat me. I need to play you again because I want to compete. Women, once there's a clear winner, I don't want to play no more. I'm going home.
Auntie Shell say acknowledge her.
Go ahead, Washell. I see your hand up.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody. Well, here is morning, 9 o'clock
Good
in the
morning.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in on that. You know, I tell you, from my experience of being, I wanted to be heard when I was younger, or in my mid 20s, 30s, before I used to run my mouth. But as I got older, I really don't care anymore. Rather to be heard.
Yep.
It's more
Facts.
going after and helping the women to be the women that they need to be,
Correct.
for the home situation.
Mm-hmm.
Women caring about home first. But that's it. I don't care. They can say anything, do anything. At the end of the day, I'm just going to help you. And if you take it, oh well, I'll go to the next sister that's willing to take it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I am as older as I get. Where he's talking about therapy, yeah, I wanted to be heard. Yeah, I wanted my feelings to be out. Yeah, I do. But then when I look at men, especially my father, my uncles, my husband, and all them, men don't care. Men that go to the barber shop, talk it out, duke it out, do what they got to do. But then, like he said, they want to go for one more round. They do want to compete. Where
We
us
want to get back.
women,
We want our get back.
yeah,
We like, you're not just gonna take my money. We playing, we gambling, and you win my money. I want a chance to win it back.
that's what
The
that
game ain't
song.
over. Especially if you
That
got my
song.
money in your pocket, the game ain't over. It's never
That
over.
song that came out that you got to know when to fold them, know when to
I
know
know
to walk
when to
away,
hold
That's
up.
true. That's
when
true.
to
Know
run.
when to
That's
walk
true.
away.
Hey,
Yep.
that's why I don't. That's
That
why I
came
don't
from a
gamble,
man.
y'all. I
That
don't
came from a
gamble because I
man.
want my get back. If you take my money, I want my money
I
back.
love it.
I want my money back. So we gonna sit here and play this dice game a little bit longer. And you might have to give me some credit. I might have to put my watch out there. Let me take my watch out. Come on. It's worth some money. You ever get it? I might have to, you hear people putting their keys up. They gonna put their keys up. You see people go get their paperwork. They gonna put their paperwork up. Hey, you gonna own this. But I gotta get my get back. I gotta get my get back. That's how men are. And all I'm saying is, ladies, not that men don't need therapy. We don't have time for it.
Can I ask you something? Do you think therapy is just going to a therapist, or is other ways to seek out therapy?
I think this is what I believe. Men, get you around some thorough brothers. Get you some thorough brothers that you respect and you trust, right? That's not gonna run tell your business. That are gonna give it to you straight. Am I wrong? Yes, you are. You need men like that. That's gonna tell you, hey, brother, the way you handle that situation, you did the That's a plane. I thought that was somebody yawning. Yeah. You need men that are gonna be brutally honest with you and not sugarcoat you and not try to, oh, you my friend, so I'm gonna side with you. You need brothers in your circle that are gonna tell you what time it is. That's all you need. You need a good father, a good uncle, a good friend that you've known for years that you can say, hey man, I got this situation, and be vulnerable to them. Not all men, but to them that you can trust. And they say, you know what, brother, this is what you need to do. Or you need that man to be honest and say, you know what, I went through something similar that you're going through. And let me tell you what I did to get out from up under that. Some men are dealing with some things.
But
Let me
this
tell you,
is
ladies,
why I
men are
find
dealing
funny
with
that you say
things.
to be vulnerable with another man and not vulnerable with a
No,
woman.
because the temptation is too high for everybody has the temptation that men have the temptation that's too hard for them, and women, you have a temptation that's too hard for you. The temptation is too great. Go back to Samson and Delilah. It's too great for you to take advantage of that man once you know where he's weak at. The tempt is too the
I beg to
manipulation.
differ.
I know you will, but the
Cause
temptation is too
I'm a
great.
friend zoning Mickey Ficky. I'll friend zone you in a heartbeat.
I know, and that's what. Listen. That could be your soulmate, but because he was vulnerable in front of you, you put him in the friend zone.
No, because I evaluate first before I move
so many
forward.
men are in the friend zone that you need to be dating. I'm gonna just say it like that. Your soulmate, the man you looking for, is probably in your friend zone because you friend
I
zone.
ain't dating nobody. If their intention is not to care for me eventually, I ain't being bothered.
I get you, but listen, the man in the friend zone, you're the reason why you put him in the friend zone.
Correct.
He was vulnerable.
Nope.
He was
He
vulnerable.
don't got his shit together. When you can be vulnerable, but if you're vulnerable because you're not doing nothing with yourself, but don't want to stand up.
Hold on, let me say this is true.
But I'm gonna stay their friend now.
Vulnerability towards you, and that made you put him in the friend zone. And he could be a good man, but because he was vulnerable and you saw it that one time, you put him in. You friend zoned him. And guess what? Men friend zone women all the time. We just don't tell you. You know, we could be talking to a woman, and
I hope they know. Shoot, I hope they realize.
She could be popping off at the mouth, and we hear it one day. It don't even have to be to us. It could be her talking greedy to some other dude or some other person. And we hear that, and we like, I don't want to be, she cool and all, but I don't ever want to get into a relationship with her because I don't want her to do that to me. Men do that. Am I lying? Where the men at? Somebody unmute your mic on here and tell me I'm lying, fella.
Count that I be with men, and I don't think you would. I just don't agree.
Okay, well, man, I need y'all to unmute your mic.
And I'm
Read
just
the comments. Read the comments.
I want to hear the men's perspective.
Read the comments.
Okay.
Men know I'm telling the truth. We can
I'm blind and I can't see.
The way y'all treated somebody else.
Dre say he right.
Look at that. The way that y'all treated somebody else.
In the comments.
The way that y'all treated somebody else. We look at that, lady. We see that.
That makes sense though.
And we put y'all in the friend zone. We like we'll sleep with you, but we're not going to take you to the next level. We're not going to.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Can some of the men come up?
I'm gonna spill the beans. I'm gonna tell one secret.
Men are on. We got men on this level.
I'm saying like right now, there's a lot of women on here too.
My husband's been telling me the way I've been speaking on TikTok lately, he should never have married me.
So you know, in the comments, come on up.
Man, I'm telling you, ladies.
Yeah, tell me that.
This is how your men. The reason why some of y'all women are in 5-year relationships and haven't got married because your man already deemed you unmarriageable. I'm sorry to say that. If you've been in 5-10-year relationships and you haven't got the ring,
I'm not gonna lie, he's telling facts.
I
do agree with that. I've never understood that either.
That man on.
I would stay with somebody for 5 years.
I promise.
Yeah,
I agree with you on that. But I think
something that turned that man on.
We need to start teaching abstinence, hold back.
Yeah.
Because these men would deflower the young lady and then judge her because he deflowered her.
Y'all,
so we need to start teaching our young ladies just to hold back. Conversation ruling nation.
Too much. How many women we got on the panel, and then how many men?
We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 men and 4 women.
You want to drop love to me?
Okay, because you have made a statement that putting people in a friend zone, and then I guess the person that's above me was like, she's quick to put people in a friend zone. I think that we all need to start in the friend zone because too many people watch their eyes and they follow the eyes and get into situations that they're not prepared for. And just like you talk about women being in a relationship with a man for 5 years and he ain't married them, why would you marry a cow? Why would you want to get the cow, the milk, pay for the milk from the cow when you can get it for free? I mean, I grew up with hustlers, and so they put me pretty much on the game to make sure that I choose wisely as to what I want. And when I got into developing and stuff, I realized that there was nobody that I could compare myself to. You understand what I'm saying? Most of the men were still trying to lay up in high school and have baby mamas and stuff like that. Now, and I look back, we've been out of school well over 30, let's say 30 to 40, let's say 30 years or so. And they still on the same thing, here recently.
Because they've never grown up, sister.
Right.
They were boys then, and they remained boys all of their life.
Let's be honest though. We can't. The sisters chose them. You chose that.
I
Yeah,
didn't
let me.
choose. Hold on. Too
Let me
much.
say
Let me
this real
correct
quick.
them. I didn't choose nothing. That's why I'm trying to tell
I'm
you.
not saying you. I'm saying the ones that's going through that chose that. So we're gonna
No,
keep
what
it
I'm
honest. We
trying
don't
to
have
say is,
credibility up
what
here.
I'm trying to
I guess
express
we having
is
an
that
FBA love early today. I don't know. Okay,
what
listen
I
up, y'all.
too
Listen
much.
up,
Hold
y'all.
on. Let
I
me
try
just
to do
say
this
this
one.
because
I'm gonna bring it back.
they
I promise you, I'm gonna bring it
lost
back.
when I came through. I guess because they was listening to rebuttal instead of listening to learn. What I'm
Okay,
saying
let's
is that
listen. Let's hear you out,
please
sister.
just for a minute. Then I'm a pause or I could drop and let
Hold on,
somebody else
lovely. In
finish.
my defense, I didn't heard him say this billions of times. So right now, I'm like, boy, it's not that I was arguing to defense. He say the same thing, but I hear you, boo. I
Well,
should
I'm
have
talking
been.
about A. I'm saying like A, and then the one cousin when he said, "Well, that's what they accept." I'm saying that they basically put these women in position like to where they don't have anything. Like they're already, like you said, Wild World, that Wolf World, they're used up. You know, he deflowered her. He gave her 3 babies and moved on, and she still.
But
Hold
she chose to
on,
open them legs to get them
Hold on,
babies.
hold on, real quick.
but you don't know
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna let the men speak. I'm gonna let the
but
men
you
speak.
don't know the insecurities that she dealt with.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing you gotta understand. Men don't care about your insecurities, ladies. I hate to burst your bubble. Men don't care about that. But let me explain this real quick. Most men, especially in America, they don't really become men at 18 or in their 20s. Most men hit their prime right around 35 to 55 or 60. That's when men hit that little spot where they're mature. The problem
It's
is
after 55 or something.
no, it's not after 55.
Oh,
No,
wow.
it
Here's
depends
what.
on the tree you came from, quite honestly.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule, but I'm saying in general, most men don't hit their financial stride till around 35. Most men don't come into who they are and have a vision and a plan for themselves till right around 35. I'm just saying the age gap dating is frowned upon in America. Nowhere else in the world is age gap dating frowned upon, but in America. If you see a 40-year-old man with a 20-year-old woman, y'all got a problem. What are you doing with that woman? She's too young for you. Wah wah wah. Get
Yeah, too
somebody.
much. Go to Mexico. You're gonna see a lot of them old white
Yeah,
T men
yeah,
with them
yeah, yeah. I mean,
young
if you go
women.
anywhere in the world, it's different. You see, that's like
But we
normal.
not Mexican.
That's exactly that's what women say. We not
You can
that.
go
But
to
here, but, here,
Africa.
but
Go
here's
see
your
them in
problem,
Africa if you
ladies.
want to.
Here's your problem, ladies. You're dating boys and you're mad at boys and you're blaming men.
What you just said
You're
It don't make
dating
no sense.
boys and you're mad at boys and you're blaming men.
What you
And you
just
That's
can't
right.
do that. You
what you
can't do
just
that.
gave in regards to the
Here's the
age.
real
But look,
deal.
too
We
much. You
need
said
Oh,
our
earlier,
men to
no,
teach
okay,
our
I didn't even
boys.
say that. But
I'm just
look,
telling you
I
the
done
facts.
left the
Women,
airport
women
with my
here are
passport and see
listen,
old white T men with some young 20-year
listen.
olds
Our
that be
women in
50.
America,
It's a
our women in
stop.
America, I agree. A lot of them are too young. Our women in America, for whatever reason, we put our women at a disadvantage. We tell them, "Hey, we need you to be young forever.
Well, that's
We
what
don't we
when
don't
you
need y'all to
receive
grow
that.
up and mature." And then right around 40 years old, y'all wake up too, and y'all realize, you know what? I should have done this, that differently when I was younger. And I'm saying that all you got to do, ladies, if you want a good man, you want a good man. You don't want a man to put you in the friend zone because men do that, and men will put you in the friend zone and still date you. Do you not realize that? Men will look at you like the homie and dap you up and still want to sleep with you.
Them
When
standards.
women put men in the friend zone, it's because they saw something that man was weak or that man was vulnerable, and that's why they're. You guys do the same thing. When y'all see a weak man or a man who is too emotional or whatever, you will put him in the friend zone quicker, and that could be the man you need because he just needs time to grow out of that. Men need time. Men need women to allow them to grow up. So
Well, men need
if
to
you see a
raise
man
these
who
boys better and
that
hold them
okay,
accountable.
okay,
Okay,
True, true,
let's
but
keep it 100 though.
okay,
but
The
women use
boys
just
that's going around doing all these acts
okay. Go ahead, man. I'm
have
gonna let the
women
men talk.
emotions.
Men, y'all
You know
talk and
what?
tell
We're
these
gonna keep it
women. I
100.
Say
want
that
you to
again,
just
Gangsters,
A.
listen
they
up. To
emotional
be honest,
men
I
because
want
we
you to just
raised by
listen up. I
women.
want all the men to
Stop
speak.
it.
All the men, I need you to speak. Okay,
yeah,
women,
this
I
is
need
kind of
to
good.
hear
The
your
men do need
side.
to raise the
No,
sons
I'm
and
gonna have
stuff
to
like
agree
that,
with
right?
A on
And
that. When
we
you
gonna
bring
keep it
in
100. The women be like, I don't need no man. Let's be honest. How many women have tried to hold their kids against their men? As soon as the man don't want to be with it, oh, you ain't seeing your kids no more. I'm putting you on child support. Oh, guess
That's
what?
immature, lady.
Check this out. I'm gonna tell you from experience. There
Wear a
was a
condom.
time a woman
Wear a
had a good.
condom.
Hey, why you talking over? Let me finish. There was a
Let him
time a
finish.
woman had a good man, right? And she had a son. Look, the man was her boyfriend. He did everything for the son to treat the son like it was his own, right? As soon as they had an argument, guess what the woman did? This is my son. You ain't never seen him again. You won't see him unless you talking to me. Even though the man wants to still be in the son's life if they break up, the woman used the son as a weapon. So stop that shit. We
Who
gotta
got
keep
the
it
eagle
real.
flying? 'Cause the eagle.
No,
What's that?
this me. I'm in the country. I'm in a country
I
town.
know
I
them
figured it was
eagles
you,
is
Go.
like
I
way
figured it
on
was
Yeah.
you.
way.
I,
You got how many acres you got?
About
no. I'm visiting.
75,000.
No.
Well,
I'm
we need
visiting
to
my
come
parents.
see you.
I'm visiting my parents. I took a drive early, 3 o'clock in
Let's
the morning to come
let
visit my parents.
Mango.
I do it
Give him
every 1 week.
Mango. You're an
Yeah.
older man. You're an older man. Give these ladies the game. Please give these ladies the game.
Okay, young ladies.
For the
From the
record, I'm not asking for the game. I'm just
no
here sitting on the panel.
Mm,
Okay, I'm going back on mute.
from the
you got
heart,
it all figured out, Wolfie. We
from
know.
the heart. 60 years old. Been
Come on.
married 40 years.
Come on. This coming from
Amen.
a legend in our community. He's been married 40 years. That's a
And
legend status right there. Go ahead.
when I married my wife, we both was in our 20s, 21, 22, and it was a sacrifice. It was hard work. It was respect, all above. And she was taught from her mom in her sorry days, keep your legs closed. And I was taught from my parents, from my dad and mother, don't you sleep with this girl if you can't afford that baby. But it all starts from, yes, we need to teach our men to be strong and take care
That's
of our
right.
women, but we
That's
also
right.
have to teach women need to teach their girls, keep your legs closed and save yourself. Because
Correct.
you're more
Greed.
respected, and we will run through brick walls for you because we respect you for keeping that chastity for us.
Let me do this
My
real quick,
motto
Mango, and
go.
I'm gonna go back. Hold on, let me do this real quick, and I'm gonna go back to you, Mango. Let you land your plane. I want to ask the men all this question. I want y'all ladies to hear this. Men, do you think women should keep their legs closed? Let me hear you.
You said man do what?
Men, do you
Should the
think
women keep their legs
should keep their
Yes.
closed?
legs closed? Men,
Yes.
Yes, they should.
what?
Particularly our teenage, they need extreme guardianship
So think
because
about this.
those hormones are just running crazy during
Hey,
that
hey, hey,
period.
cousin. Let me tell you this, cousin. You know what's funny about it? When our girls look up to the role models we have nowadays, all they role models is telling them F a man, get that money, open them legs, take him for everything he
Read
got.
the comments,
But
y'all. The
but
men are
when
saying, and the
but
men on the panel are saying, they want women
So
to
what are the
keep their
men
legs
saying? I
closed.
but
understand that
see,
that's
Think
y'all
about that.
focus,
These
but
are
what are
men.
the? I'm talking
These are
about it. Y'all
men.
always
These
look
are
at the
men.
video.
Hold on. These
You
are
got
men.
men wearing dresses.
Hold on. Hold on.
Listen
oh
up the
yeah, who
Hold
men.
raised
on.
them as
Wait a
The
women
men
minute.
are
though?
saying
Don't
different
bring in
things.
the
Who
trans
raised
and the
them
cross
that?
into this
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
not
I'm
talking
just
about
saying.
that. Don't get triggered.
Don't
Right.
talk
Tyler
about no
Perry.
young girls.
Wolfie, don't
Let's
get
go
triggered,
there.
Wolfie.
Who Tyler Perry
We're
raised
not
by?
talking about
You
that.
know I attack y'all too. You talking about
Nah,
black
y'all don't want to
Nobody's
men.
prove
I'm gonna
that.
attacking.
go back
Y'all
on
Don't
don't
mute.
feel it
prove
as an
that. Y'all
attack.
don't prove that
Okay,
right
hold
now,
on real
man. So
quick.
stop it.
Hold on real quick, hey. Listen, we're your
Hold
brothers.
on.
We're your
What?
brothers. Hold
Let
on,
me go
lovely.
back to what A said. He said we
Hold,
approve it. A.
Y'all do.
First of
Y'all
all,
do prove that, man. Because that be
okay.
hold
y'all
on.
best
Let me
friends and
know when you want
everything.
me to
And guess
rebuttal.
what?
A.
Wait. Y'all be cool being their best friends and stuff. When a black man get break up with y'all, what's the first thing y'all like to go around and tell y'all friends? Oh, that nigga was gay. So stop it.
No, that's
Y'all
not
be
what I'm
approving
trying to
that and then try to
say.
use
Hold
it as a
on.
Hey,
weapon.
you had a
Okay,
That's
Stop
ball.
your
it.
let me get
class.
some. Hold on,
Stop it.
y'all. I'm the host.
A.
Let me get
Mute
some.
up
I'm
so
gonna
I
be
can
Hold
nicer
finish
to
on,
you.
y'all.
speaking.
Hold on,
I
Stop
don't
it.
y'all,
know
real
what you've
quick.
been through.
Hold on, ladies. These are your brothers. They're not attacking you.
No,
Don't
You
feel
know, let me
I was
calm down.
trying
My
to
voice
ask
is bad. I ain't
A.
gonna lie, I am
don't feel
attacking y'all.
attacked.
I
Okay.
was
I'm
asking
I'm
not
gonna
feeling
A.
calm down
They're
attacked.
my
not
tone.
I
attacking
feel
you.
nothing
These are
what
your
y'all say is
brothers up here.
worse.
I would like to ask
Okay?
A
Not
question.
they're just telling you what it is. You
Right,
don't
and
have to like it,
I
but
want to
they're
ask
your brothers.
A question. Can I ask him a question?
Ask them a question. Go ahead.
A, you said that we approve it, but you gotta take in consideration, and this is my question. Who is sleeping with those that wear dresses that are not
Who,
born F?
who is raising those men? And who's the number
But
one?
that
See,
are
No,
not
no,
who's
no.
what?
the number
F,
one?
Not
Wait,
they
wait,
Wait a
wait,
minute. Hey,
wait.
hold up.
daddies.
Hey, hold
Y'all
up. Hey,
interrupt
let
me.
Not
her.
Wait,
I
they
need to hear the end of that
daddies.
question. Hey,
I swear she
I
asked
need to
me
hear
that
the end of
question.
her question.
Let me finish. Well, who's the number one supporter of Tyler Perry's bullshit putting black men in dresses?
hey, I thought I asked you
Who
a
thought it was
question.
funny? Who thought Medea was funny?
Hey, I thought I
That's what I
asked you a
want to know.
question.
Who
Even
be up
if
there
we let
supporting
me
that
let
shit?
me help you. Hey, even if we thought it was funny and everything, somebody like supply and demand in business, and anytime you have a product, supply and demand determines the market, right?
So
Okay,
no,
so
no, wait. When
Yeah,
black
but you're
men were
confusing the
protesting the
message.
color purple because it was
Medea
anti-black
wasn't
men,
transgender.
who was supporting that
Medea
movement?
was pretending to be a woman.
Who
That
was
wasn't a
supporting that movement?
transgender scenario.
hold on one second. Let me have the
Why are we talking
Not to
conversation.
about
mention
this? Hold
she
on.
Let
wore
me
an
Why are we
let
ugly
me
talking?
ass
Hold on
dress.
one
Hold
second.
on.
let,
Why are
let
we
me
She
talking
wore an
let
about
me
ugly
About to
ass
show you.
One
dress.
second.
why are we
When black men try to
One
have that
second, Mr.
borderline of
Amos. One
protection
second.
of their
You can't
sexuality,
say that
who gets
word. You
mad
have to
about
say
that?
TG.
hold on?
Go
Why are we
ahead.
talking about men in dresses? Period. We're not talking
A
about that.
brought it up.
That's
He was
true.
saying
No,
he
Wolfie
hold
brought it
on.
up. Wolfie brought it up.
Okay, so
Not
Wolfie brought it up, and A
Let me
said that.
just snitch.
Hold on,
want to talk
and
about it.
Stop it, Wolfie.
A
Stop it.
said that we
Wolfie brought it
support
up.
it, and I'm
We didn't
asking
bring that
A,
up.
who does the most support? Because the ones that sleep with the dresses, those are the ones that doing the most support, and that's why I brought up supply and demand.
The one who sleep with the dresses. What does that even mean? What are we
Who's
talking about?
sleeping? Okay, let me break it down. Wolfie said about the menacing dresses. A
Men
said
in
we
dresses.
support it, right? The T's, the tick.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm saying obviously for them to be in dresses, somebody got to support it. Somebody got to be sleeping with them, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be in them dresses, right? So
No, not
somebody
necessarily.
tapping on that. Somebody tapping on
No.
that.
No.
If it
Yeah. Yeah.
wasn't
Very,
you, they wouldn't
I
be in
won't
them
go
Sleeping
that
dresses.
far.
hot.
I
very
won't
women.
go that
Damani.
far, but I'm gonna
It
say
may
that
not be
whoever
you.
that
Damani, because he was
individual
on a
It
is,
may
sleep
not
with
they
be
a
your
white
like
woman.
and
demographic.
Nobody
enjoy
slept
that
with that
aspect
person.
of
I'm
their
It
gonna
may
life.
be not.
say
It,
this.
it,
I'm gonna
it might
say
not
this.
be your
When you
demographic, but
raised by a
somebody
woman and a
supporting it.
woman allows that, that's what's going on. Because a man in the household really ain't gonna let that shit fly.
You right, love yourself.
I'm saying that the men that are out here that are in them dresses that you use as
How did you
a
get on that?
example.
I really want to get off men in dress because that's
Okay,
had nothing.
Okay, see, too
let me
much.
say my topic to you
But
too
he
much.
brought it up.
What I'm trying to say is when a woman gets mad enough, she'll use them kids as a weapon and liability against you. Even if you a good man, the kids ain't yours. How many brothers have took their role and said, you know what, this kid ain't mine, but I'm gonna love you and your mama the same way, like
And
y'all
how many
is
of them
mine.
men done
And
cheated
guess
on a
how many
woman?
women when they because you know women like to ruin a good thing. How many
Black
times has
men
she
don't
said,
cheat,
I'm gonna
Lovely.
snatch these
Black
kids
men
It
away
don't
from
cheat.
you?
just, Mr. A, I hear you. I hear
Black
you.
men don't
It's
cheat.
some women that you ran into or that do that. But
That's his
You know, I ain't
roster.
ran into him. I done
I ain't
seen
gonna say that.
That's
What
his
I'm
these
gonna say
on
is that
TikTok
roster.
right now.
people
no, you
Hold on,
have to
hold
people
on.
who
take
are
Too
unhappy in
much.
their
accountability as
relationships
what
Can we
do
you
talk?
are
unhappy
doing.
Let me finish.
things.
Look, I'm gonna land
You
my plane.
have
I
to
swear I'll
take
let y'all talk. Can
accountability.
we talk
I could
about the
be up
great white
here
hope on
just
TikTok?
dogging out black men
Can we
saying
talk
that's
about
gonna
the
be
great
my
white hope
experience
on
with
TikTok
black
that took her
men.
kids away from the black man to go with that white man that had
Okay,
no
then we can
job and
talk
no
about all the
house?
fathers that we
Can we
know
talk
that's
about the
in
great white hope?
prison. And the
Man,
mothers and stuff,
too
because mom
much.
got to do
That's
everything
Too
by
very
much.
herself
true.
because she
Too
That's
has
much.
no
See,
other
that's
okay.
all I'm
That's
choice.
saying. That's why I
very
don't
People
want to bring that
true.
up. Can we talk
Cousin, your
about the great
background.
white
You got
hope?
to. You were doing something in the background. I
I'm
had to.
just saying,
Wait,
listen
wait.
to me, Mr.
Can we?
A.
Can, wait,
If
wait.
you
I'll
want to
be quiet.
compare something to
Wait,
compare,
wait,
we
no.
could talk about
I
all the
want you to
black
answer the
men,
question.
all the
Can we
black fathers that's in prison
can we talk
that
about the
cannot
great
be there
white
for
Talk
their
hope
over each
with the
child,
other, y'all,
sister?
one at a time.
whose
Hold
Look,
on.
father
look,
bills
look.
by calling
We
in
can't.
every day.
Hold on,
Worthy.
Wolfie. We
Answer
can't
this
talk
question.
over each
So
other,
what
y'all.
about the sister that left her the black man and wouldn't let him see his kids, but went with the white man that had no
Go to
job, no
court. You
nothing,
didn't
moved to
lay
Okay,
down.
hold
Hawaii
You
on.
with him,
a woman.
right?
You're a
Hold
That
on.
That's
is
grown
the
Listen,
very
great
woman.
white
rare,
You a
hope.
let's
grown
A.
do
woman.
this.
Go to
Hold
court.
on.
You know
Listen.
that's rare.
Hold on.
Stop it.
Let's do
That's
this. Hold
rare.
Stop
on.
it.
Listen.
That was the real. She
Listen.
was all on TikTok talking
Hey,
about she don't need no
hey,
black
calm
man.
Go
down.
to
Hey,
court.
calm
And the
down.
thing
Hey,
is, I'm gonna say this last part, and I'm gonna leave it alone. Y'all are raised to say y'all don't need a man. Where do y'all see white women, Latina women women, all them
Go
saying they don't
to
need a
them.
man.
Okay, hold on. See this is why I gotta mute you, bro. Listen, these are your sisters. We don't gotta attack them. Okay.
You ain't attacking us, but go to them. We're not saying it is so many men out here.
We're
If
not
you
saying
don't
go to them.
wanna,
I'm just saying we want the same
no, no,
level
no,
of
no, no, no,
respect,
no, no.
man.
But
That's
let
all
me
we
say
talking
this
about.
because I never had a problem in catching a man in any race. So, but I date black men.
No, we saying
And
that.
so
Why do
if
y'all
you
go
want to
online
go
and
to
say y'all don't
another
need a
Hey,
rate,
stop
man?
cutting her
go
off.
to them.
One at a
We
time.
have that
One at a
option
time.
too.
Option two of what? You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying
You
that
know,
y'all get online and say, I don't need a
I'm
man for
not gonna
shit.
sit
I
here
don't
and
need a
compare
man for
another
nothing.
race to a black man.
Why is it
Yeah, don't
always
bring up
bash?
any other race. Hold on. Listen. Do not bring up any. We're talking about black men. We're talking about black women, and that's it.
But
You
that's what
don't
I'm
have to say,
asking you.
well, this
I'm
is what the
asking Worley
white
a
women
question she
do.
can't answer.
This is what the Latina
What
do. You
did you
don't have
ask
to say
me?
any of
Why
that.
do y'all get online and start with the bashing of y'all don't need a black man, y'all don't need a nigga for shit,
I
nigga for
never
this
got
and that?
online. You never heard
Why?
me
Why?
say
No, but why,
anything on
that
Yeah.
is
here.
your sisters. Those are
You
your
gotta
I don't
Brother,
know
protect
that's
sisters.
an
what
your
out of
line
IP,
pocket
you
brother.
question
in.
to
Man,
You
ask
gotta watch
one
you
what you
woman
don't
to
say
talk
answer
around
for
like
the
women.
that.
whole
What are you
family.
talking
Why is
about?
y'all sisters doing that?
Hey,
Guys,
No,
guys,
sister,
guys, guys.
that's out of pocket to ask
you're
one
actually
woman to
coming in
answer
with,
for all women.
yeah, you're actually
Thank you
coming in with a
so
lot of
much,
hurt.
cousin. Thank
Hey,
And
you.
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
different class of
hey,
women.
hey, you're coming
Thank you
in with
so
a
much.
lot of hurt, brother,
I
and I
ain't
need
gonna lie, I'm telling you the truth. What I
Yeah.
see on TikTok, man, I
It,
done seen it
it,
on
calm it
TikTok a
down.
lot.
You're coming in with a
Individuals are
lot of
gonna be
hurt.
individuals, brother. I get it.
You
There's
got the
pain
wrong apple,
in
boo.
these people's lives, and they
So
are
let hold,
responding foully to their pain. But
right.
that does
So let's
not
do
speak
this.
to the general public.
So hold on,
Correct.
everybody, be quiet for a minute. Let me get
Go
some
look
order
at the
back.
black women celebrities that
Hey,
these white TV men saying
I
that.
need you to be quiet real quick. Let me get some order back in the room. Listen, I'm okay with having the conversation. I'm okay with and I'm okay with y'all saying it with your chest. But I want y'all to have grace when y'all say it to the ladies. Okay? I'm not saying control your speech. I'm not saying change your tone or change your messaging. I'm just saying these are your sisters. Don't come in with the hurt. Well, we can have questions and we can answer. We started out talking about therapy. And I was letting the women know that men don't necessarily look at therapy the way women look at therapy. Okay, we don't see, and it's okay. Men need a clear objective. A lot of time therapy, there's no clear objective in the therapy. It's just I'm here to listen and you're here to talk. And men don't want to talk. We got things that we got to do, so we have to prioritize what needs to be done. So that's how we view things. So we want solutions. Give us a solution so we can hurry up and get back to putting out all these other fires. And then we move into men want women. I wanted the women to hear men say we want women to keep their legs closed, and I want the women to know why the men are saying we want women to keep their legs closed because it's not about a man wearing a condom, lady. It's not about a man even abstaining from
Oh,
sex.
it is.
No, it's not. Let
Oh
me tell you
my.
why. Let me tell you why. Because at the end of the day, you control access to your body.
So what's the man's responsibility?
The man's responsibility is to be a disciplined, focused man. That's his
But when you
responsibility.
go
Wear a
around
condom.
plotting it
Discipline
everywhere,
yourself
Yeah,
and
And
stop
to
guess what?
control
complaining.
Guess
his
what?
when you
own
go
body
all
and
around
Also,
everywhere
desires.
Hold on,
everywhere
hold
correction.
on, hold on.
and you
At
throwing
For
the
the
that ass
same
record,
out,
time,
y'all,
what do
I
you
believe
expect men
in
to
hey,
see?
y'all
celibacy
need
and
to stop
abstinence.
over talking me. I'm
Close your
not
legs.
finished. I'm not finished talking. Stop talking. At the same time, we need chaste women as well. If the women are sitting in the front pew opening their
We're the
legs,
chase men.
yes, we need both. We need focused
Okay.
and chaste men, but we definitely need focus and we definitely need chaste women as well. We don't need a bunch of women sitting in the front row at church with their legs wide open while the pastor is preaching. I don't care
Ain't that
how
something?
disciplined. Listen, ladies, I don't care how disciplined that brother is. You keep opening them legs, he's gonna get tempted. That's a temptation for a man. That's a big temptation for men. Why do
yes.
you think it's so? Why do you think in other societies they want women clothed? Because it's a big temptation for a
Have
man.
self-control.
No,
Men
but
have
you
self control,
can we
but
be on? Hey, too much.
women don't. But women don't understand that when we see sex all over the place,
Thank you.
our brain goes
Thank you.
crazy.
Look at TikTok. All these women on here just naked.
Our brain goes
Go outside and drive around.
crazy.
You're gonna see them naked. You can see the ass hanging out, the titties hanging out.
Exactly.
You don't
We're
have no
gonna
imagination
look,
no more.
ladies.
What's the
Listen,
imagination of
if
damn what the
you
body
leave
look
your
like
legs
without the
open, a man's gonna take your cookies. If you leave your front door open, a man's gonna walk in your house. You got to keep it closed and you got to
that
lock it down.
that's the
And
accountability women don't
that's
like to
the
have.
best chance you have and not having outside babies. That's the best
Hey,
chance
you got women issues, eh?
Man, no, you sound like you got men issues, man.
Come on, y'all.
No,
You sound like a
No,
Smelly.
man.
I'm
Listen,
a widow, sweetie. I
listen.
don't have no man
This is not.
issues.
Shell
This
have
is
my
not.
No,
issue.
no,
This
no.
is not.
We ain't. We
Listen,
got
this is not
love and
men.
compassion for everybody on this panel, people.
This is not
We
Correct.
got
men.
love
Yeah,
and
she sound
compassion
like you
for
be trying
everybody.
to
We
get
ain't attacking
connected
nobody
for a
here.
minute.
We only here to help each other.
This is
yep.
not men against women. This is just men are going to hear what the ladies say, but women, I want you to hear what the men are saying. You always want to take the accountability off yourself, ladies, and put it on the man. You can't do
Thank
that.
you.
You can't
It's
do
not
that.
true.
Yeah, it is
No,
true.
it's true. You
I'm glad
can't
he's
do
bringing
that.
it up.
You can't always just because we're telling you keep your legs closed. You don't have to say, "Well, men, you need to do the same." You don't have to do that. You just have to accept that and say, "You know what? You're right, ladies.
Too
Keep your
much.
legs
I
closed
said it
and
first.
preach that message,
You
ladies."
acting like you said it first. I said for the
Okay.
ladies to close their legs.
Well, men have been saying it for
No,
centuries.
thank
For
you,
a long
Wolfie.
For
time.
I was
centuries,
raised
though.
by men.
Can I? Hey,
I was raised by
too
my
much,
mother
too
and my
much,
father.
too much.
Yeah,
Can I say
ladies,
something? Too
it's
much,
beneficial for you to keep your legs closed, ladies.
too
That's
But
much,
the
I also
too
said
much,
men should
and
be out
dress
here deflowering
and
little
have a
too
girls.
more
much.
pious dress attire. Have a
Hey,
Yes,
more
hey, too much, too
conservative
that.
much.
look.
No, let me say something real quick. Too
Hold
much.
up, hey.
When you look at our women right now, they're being used to sell sex. Our black women are coming up looking at the sexy reds, the Nicki Minaj's, and they seeing that, and they're
That's
creating that in real
money
life.
is
So now
making.
they thinking about all
I
they
don't
got
know
to
no
do is have
sexy
sex
red
with
No,
them.
song. I
brother,
don't
no.
know nobody.
No. What I'm gonna say is that
I
money,
don't know what y'all
money
talking
is
about.
heavily influencing these people to come out and do these things. It's not
Yep.
just, and they're trying to impose that on top of our culture.
That's what I'm
That is
saying,
not the
though. That's what
culture
I'm
we
saying.
come from. That's, let me
Correct.
say it like this, bro. Let me put it point blank. That's that pop that coochie Luke thing that infiltrated its way
Oh yeah,
into
we know.
All black
foundational
women,
Black
all
American
black women in
Freaknik.
the
society.
We know
50s.
about the
Listen,
That's
Freaknik, brother.
true.
We
hold
know
on,
about the
hey,
Freaknik.
hold on, hey. Our black women in the 50s, 60s, and 70s weren't dressing like that and weren't
They
moving
No,
were
like
not.
sir.
I
They
know
were
when
not.
that Freaknik came
that. They
around.
were. They
And
When that
see,
were.
again,
Freaknik
this
come
is all
around,
after Luke. This is all after that. Everything you talking about right now is after that.
I know.
Everything you saying
And
is
that's what I'm
after
saying, though.
pop
That's
that
what I'm
coochie.
saying. That
No,
Freaknik
and
and that
what I
pop
am
that
saying to
coochie.
you is that pop that coochie was not part of our culture.
I'm not
Pop
saying it's a
that
part of our
coochie
culture. Look,
came
look,
into our
cousin,
culture.
That's
cousin.
Caribbean.
Yes,
I'm not
sir.
saying it's a part
That's
of our culture. I'm
Caribbean.
saying they are
That
selling it
whole
as a
that
part of
whole
our culture.
twerking stuff, that
They're trying to
whole
put that on
winding
us.
stuff, that's Caribbean. That's not our culture, y'all.
That's
We
not
just
true. New
Listen,
Orleans,
that's not our
twerk,
no.
the South. You don't come to the South if you don't
I know.
stop
Listen,
that.
Look, look,
listen. What
look,
do you
Do
think?
look,
not do
look,
that. Do
What do
not
you
do
think?
that. Do not.
What do you
Do
think?
not.
What do you think
Now that's
people from the
tethering.
Caribbean
look.
were
Hey,
That
moving
hey.
is
to?
Hold
that
it,
is
Maya
hold it,
Angelou
hold
was
tethering.
it.
not
Y'all didn't
twerking no
invent
ass,
twerking.
bro.
And
Not,
listen, ladies, black
baby.
ladies,
You
black
never
ladies,
been. You never been to
black
Texas. You
ladies.
don't even know what
Listen,
Zydeco
I
is. You don't
do.
even. You never even heard.
Wolfie,
Oh
Wolfie,
Lord.
Wolfie. I've
Wolf,
been
Wolf,
around, Wolfie. I've been
Wolf,
around.
Wolf.
I'm
You ain't
44
been
years old,
around. You
Wolfie.
ain't been
Wolfie,
around. You
that
ain't been
44
around
years
if
twerking
you
in
can
old,
New
say
Orleans
Wolfie.
started
that.
until after.
Okay,
They
so
did
what
that.
Caribbean?
Wolfie,
We
Patrick is
ain't
Wolf.
not.
Caribbean,
But
Wolfie.
what
We FBA.
Caribbean?
Wolfie,
What Caribbean that
Wolfie,
I was influenced by when
Wolfie,
um
Wolfie.
when the
That's
when
Caribbean.
twerking music
Caribbean is
was out
Caribbean.
from New
I
Nick,
Orleans
want
in the
what? Let me
90s,
let me
in the
think
late
of
80s,
one.
when the bounce music.
Hey, pull it back. Pull it back, A. Pull it
Wolfie,
back some.
Wolfie.
Who? I don't
A,
care
pull
what
it
they
back.
say because
Wolfie,
Caribbean brought over.
Wolfie,
Listen,
Wolfie.
I
who
don't.
is
Let me
Uncle
say
Luke?
this.
Who
Put a
made the
little water on
Tootsie
the
Roll
gunpowder.
popular?
This
Who?
I
Where
know
did
my
all the?
voice is
Where did
coming
all
sound.
those were not foundational Black American things. Those are something that we caught on
That
to
is
because
not
they
true.
look
That
black.
is not true. That is
That is
not
Wolf,
true.
Wolf.
true.
Let
But
me say
it
one thing,
That is true.
guys.
that's not
We
true.
One
weren't
thing.
But
doing it.
it's okay.
Our women
Huh?
weren't doing it in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I'll tell you that they
That
weren't
is
That's
doing
right.
it.
not
They
One
wasn't.
thing,
That's
true.
a
guys.
They weren't
fact. They
doing
That
it.
is
wasn't doing
not
it.
No, no, no.
true. That
Listen,
is
did we
not
have
Listen,
true.
provocative
show me proof.
dance?
Hold
The
on.
We
answer is
post
yes.
I'm gonna make you,
videos.
Wolfie. I'm gonna make you go
Post
pull out the video.
videos
I'm gonna make you
of
pull out the
Joseph
video.
E. John and other dancers for the 1940s. I had it on my other pages of Black
I will
American
say
Bring it
it
back
women
again.
up.
introducing the
Bring it back
dances.
up.
We have
I
all
can
It's
even
not
post
true.
provocative
Diana Ross
dance has
doing the
been in
dance.
our culture.
It's not true.
Provocative dance has been in our culture.
But
the
you know what?
gross oversimplification of its sexuality in our music,
Has been.
that did not come in until that
We
guy.
out So
Yep.
all y'all talking is
And
only
Wolfie,
a
Wolfie,
part of a culture, and y'all
listen,
and
Wolfie.
You're
regardless
right.
of who
But
watch it or
yes,
not,
dear, this you're right.
everybody
It is
not
Let me say
part.
watching it.
something.
All I
Did
I'm
y'all
said is that
know?
it
Did
got
y'all know when
fused
y'all got
onto
that?
and it's trying to be
Bruh.
made to
But
Hold
they
believe
on.
as
point
if
fingers
it
at
was
Hold on.
our
women. What
culture
about the
soul.
Wolfie,
Did y'all
back
know?
that
DRUT?
ass up,
Did
What
y'all
AKA.
about
know
the
that that get? Hold
what
on
about
real
the
quick.
Frank
Hold on
Lucas?
real
What
quick,
about the
Wolfie.
people like that
Hold
that y'all
on real
not
I'm,
talking
quick,
about for
Wolfie.
pointing the fingers at
Hold
women
on
is
real quick. I
wrong.
don't want to have to mute my mods.
no,
I don't want to have to
no,
mute my
no.
mod. Don't
I'm
overtalk me. Let
sorry,
me
he.
talk. Let me talk. Did y'all know that a lot of the bad mannerisms that came into the black community we actually got from the Irish? Did y'all know that? The Irish, those were the first poor whites that we know. Those were the first ones walking outside with their shoes off and just countrified and nasty and just say anything that come out their mouth. Loud. Irish were loud. We picked that up from the Irish. That wasn't us in the beginning. We
Nope.
were much more,
You're
I don't
right.
want to say timid or anything like that, but we were much more quieter people. We had to move
Structured.
quiet.
We were more structured.
We moved differently. It wasn't until we picked up these influences from other groups moving into our community that we picked this stuff up. The term where we get ghetto today, ghetto wasn't necessarily ours. That was somebody else's term that was put on us. Ghetto
Put
was
on the
never our
Jewish during
term.
World War
Well, they
II.
named.
That was
Yeah,
their
they used to
term
call
Small
called
them
hats, guys.
man.
Small
Polish.
hats, eh? Small hats,
My
eh?
bad, small hats, small hats.
Right. That was put on us. You understand that? And we just inherited everybody's negative behavior.
Yep.
And they projected it on us. And then we start saying, well, shoot, maybe it is us.
Can we be honest though? When everybody got involved into hip hop, we got all that negative imagery and they capitalize off it, especially the small hats. They do that to
Well,
this
that's
day.
because they,
Yeah,
again,
they
when it comes to
perpetuated it.
pouring out something negative onto a community that is already viewed as negative, it's real easy for folks to believe that that's what it is. And that's all they've ever done is since they took over hip hop and rap. That's all they've done is pour negativity over the community.
Yeah.
Anytime something comes out positive, you don't hear about it.
You
It's
don't hear about that.
rare.
Exactly.
And that's ridiculous. There's so much positive going on in the community every day. You don't hear about it, particularly again, cats with the money are putting this out there.
Yep.
The idea is to grasp the concept of what you're seeing.
Because they're waving the
If you
luxury
can't
lifestyle
see
in front of
beyond
them.
what's in front of you, you're going to fall every time. You have to see beyond that. I'll say it like this. From my perspective, I like to say that if I were to do anything, I'd be a bird. Because a bird, I'm looking at stuff from different heights and different values. If I'm down close, stuff is real close to me. If I go up a little bit, I can see better. I can get around. I can move clear. If I go a little bit higher, it's even better. Yes, the air might get thinner, but you know what? It ain't no company up here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But it's about your perspective and how you choose to view the things that you are going through. If you look at them from ground level perspective, you're going to remain at ground level perspective. You have to rise above where you are in order to get beyond where you are.
I have a
I'll
question.
land it right
True.
there.
Well,
You said life bitter. Is that a question to me? What you
Nah, you
trying
said
to?
something to me that said you sounded bitter in the comments.
I said you need to follow your cue cards.
Look,
How did you get?
look,
Is my
look,
life
look, look.
bitter?
I ain't here to argue with you or
Hey,
worry.
I'm
Y'all,
saying
y'all return if y'all coming
I'm gonna be
bitter.
honest with
I
you,
try to
brother.
throw
You sound
shots
a
in the
little like
comments.
you bringing in outside. Listen, these are not the women that you normally deal with. They're not the same
mm-hmm.
women. Okay, so don't treat them like they're the same women.
Man, I done seen Daz antagonize people on this live before. I done seen it.
Seen
See
what?
who?
I done seen Lovely antagonize people on this live before.
how did you see me
Who?
antagonize
What
I
she
done
you?
seen Lovely
antagonize?
antagonize people
You
on stage.
haven't.
Who?
No, you
Who are
haven't.
you talking
That's
about?
how I have. I done
You
seen. I was on this
haven't.
live plenty of times to see it.
I
Not
haven't
not on this
seen
stage.
You
Lovely
might be getting
Not
lovely mixed up with
antagonize
someone
cats.
else.
I've never seen
Lovely
Lovely
not
do it
like
in this
that.
room. Now maybe outside the
Now,
room,
again, maybe somewhere else.
maybe
Yes.
somewhere else, but never in here. She's always been respectful in here, so I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
And that is kind of one of the core things
So
we actually,
here's
as you
another
see,
thing.
demand
Can
of
I
our
say
panel.
something?
Don't bring that outside stuff into this program. Don't do that.
when too much is done, can I say something?
Yeah, you
Because
can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Hold on. Let me say this. Matter of fact, go ahead. Just go ahead, Duvion. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
so what I want to say is, typically, birds of a feather flock together. So the women that I grew up with and gravitated towards were more like me. We weren't those. I didn't have no baby daddies. Most of my friends did not have baby daddies. They had husbands. Like I said, birds of a feather flock together. Okay. So my experience was that if we saw something wrong, we would want to help. Not all women have that type of attitude where we want to put down the black men. It's actually the opposite. Because I grew up, my mother was a
what she's saying right there. That's
my
important.
mother was my mom, who did all the heavy lifting, was civic minded. She used to make us on Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving Eve go down to the shelter. We used to serve food to give back to our communities. Okay. So when you talk about women that use their children against the man and all this kind of stuff, y'all have anger towards each other, doing all these hateful things to each other. 9 times out of 10, y'all came into that relationship toxic. 9 times out of 10, when y'all decide to help a woman raise a child and y'all break up and she don't want to be bothered, you should have been with your baby mama in the first place. Because y'all killed me going to help raise somebody else's kid, but you got a baby mom somewhere else. But you with somebody else's baby mom. That's one. Two, when you are kinder and gentler, remember you get more honey, more bees with honey than vinegar. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, when I see an angry man or a man with preconceived notions and all that, I know where that is coming from. It's the toxicity of relationships that they have already been in. You chose that caliber. You may not have known it when you first started it, but when you look back on it and realize that you have a nasty taste in your mouth for the black woman, think about it to yourself like, I must have been toxic or not in the right place that I kept choosing those type of women. Because let's be real, y'all didn't really want to date us that kept our legs closed because y'all got impatient and ran off to the broad that would. So what I'm saying to you is, no one's angry about the fact that you're angry. What we're frustrated is we want you to learn that you were choosing toxicity and brokenness instead of getting yourself together before you went and made another baby mom or laid up with somebody else's baby mom.
Okay, hold on real quick, Duvion. I want the men to process that because that was bars. I'm fair on both sides. That is true. This is what happens, ladies, when you keep your legs closed. Those men will go to loose women. That is a fact. And that's actually what you want. Because the man that's going to stick around, and this is the problem too with ladies. The men that are willing to stick around sometimes, the men that are willing to be the man you want them to be, right? Y'all put them in the friend zone. And y'all run after the man who is sleeping with all the other women. You detour the man that you don't want. You keep your legs closed for the men that you don't deem attractive. But then the men that you do deem attractive, those legs open up. And just because he's attractive doesn't mean he's the right man, ladies. That's what we're talking about. So I want the men to hear what you said because that was bars. If men will leave, men will not deal with the women. Not all men, but the men that are looking to smash the women, the men that are looking to take advantage of the women. If you don't open your legs, guess what's going to happen? That man's going to leave and go deal with somebody else. So whether you think he's cute, whether you think he's attractive, whether he's a bad boy, whether he's a pretty boy, doesn't matter. If you keep your legs closed for a man, that man is going to leave. That's a fact. But here's the flip side of that coin too. Here's the flip side of that coin. The man that you open your leg to, is he chaste? Does he have sexual discipline? Does he have a baby mama? Is his name Future? Is his name Chris Brown? Are you going to open your legs for those type of men and then get mad when those type of men don't commit to you because you were keeping your legs closed for the other the men you deemed undesirable, or the men you realize, oh, he's a player, I don't want to deal with him. So it goes both ways is what I'm saying. But I want y'all to hear that because understand, men, if men are not getting sex, they will leave you alone, especially if they know you had sex before. Men are not going to sit around and wait if you had sex before and you not give it up. They're going to move on to somebody who will. And you have to be okay with that, lady, and say to yourself, that's not the man for me. The man that's willing to court me, the man that's willing to court
That's
me,
why we have to
the man
lead
that's
by
willing to go to
example.
my parents, the man that's willing to go to my dad or my mother or both my parents if I have them and ask for my hand and respect me and give me status. Key word. That man's going to give you status because he's going to legitimize you and not treat you like a 304. That's the man you shouldn't put in the friend zone. And you have a lot of men who are in the friend zone who really like you, but because they're not trying to get in between those pants because they respect you, you put them in the friend zone. And that's what we're talking about. Go ahead, 𝗖𝗂. 𝗖𝗂, go ahead.
Okay. Now, y'all know me, those who know me.
Go ahead. I'm waiting. Go ahead, 𝗖𝗂. Go ahead.
If it does not apply, let it fly. Please, please, please. Which I know I don't really go after men much. And I tries not to go after women. But for me as being a woman, I like to hold myself accountable and every other woman in my life accountable. Now, you have situationships. I don't look at boyfriend, girlfriends. I don't look at people living together unless you tied or not. That's okay for those who is in common law states. That's y'all. I look at it as situationships. Situationships is a relationship only supposed to be romantic or non-committal and heading to nowhere. Okay. Now, once you in that situationship, to me as a woman, you are a placeholder. A placeholder is just a notch on somewhere where a person is waiting for someone else to come around and make them their lifelong partner. You will never be that person partner. Now, if they put a ring on it and you got a date for marriage, oh well, then go ahead and hurry up and do it. Get it out the way. But a lot of us women are so content as being placeholders because we do not prioritize marriage in the first place. When I was 9 years old, and my mother and my father would go through their issues, I will always had the dream that I wanted the white picket fence, the Prince Charming, and the children. That's what I wanted. I wanted a husband, and I wanted a home with the white picket fence because that's what they always told you. And I wanted babies at the age of 9. So when I got here in the state of South Carolina at 14, I walk around, talk to people, whatever. Guys would come up there, tons of them. Before we got to high school, that's what they'll do. Before you got to high school, it seemed like all the young men would come around because they wanted to be a first in high school. You know what I'm talking about. But my thing is I wanted to be married. So I led with marriage. And they like, this is the girl from Sub Street that always wanted to be married. Yes, I wanted to be married. And that what I meant and that what I stood on. Now, did I have a child out of wedlock, wanted to marry the first father? Yes, I did. But it never happened because, yes, I had gave birth to a child. But I still was looking for a husband. And in turn, when my husband walked up, 34 years of marriage now, he looked at me in bylaws and I looked at him in bylaws. And ever since then, I've been with him from that day. I wanted to be married. He did too, because I guess he was looking for a wife because he married me 7 months later. My thing is,
Hold on, 𝗖𝗂. I want you, listen. She said she got married 7 months later.
Mm-hmm.
Not 5 years later, not 2 years later, not 10 years later. She got married 7. Why? Because she had a requirement, and that requirement was, I want to be married. If you ladies keep that requirement, you won't have to worry about being in no 10-year relationship and it don't go nowhere. It'll go somewhere from the jump because you had the requirement. If you put that standard up, ladies, men will, if you keep that leg closed and you require this, men will do what it takes to get those legs open. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead,
That's
𝗖𝗂.
facts.
Go ahead, 𝗖𝗂.
So that was me. I'm just saying we want to have that relationship, or I can say
I
but
would
we
only
don't
slightly
require.
interject this
Yeah,
if I
go ahead.
could.
Go ahead, cousin.
As to the overall subject matter in of itself, we are talking about our youth and our times and lives back in the day.
Yes.
What we were not was mature. We did not have the vision. Most of us did not have the vision to be able to actually see and follow through with what we see now. We realized, it's easy for us to, as older heads, say, yeah, young kids, y'all gonna close your legs. Them hormones, the male and female, are going to be active. In today's American society, it's going to happen. They've been inundated with it since they were children. So the idea that they are not going to engage is a false belief. However, the standard, as 𝗤𝗄𝗴 says, is she wanted to be married. What we have to do as young men, fathers, brothers, is yes, Joanne around the corner might be a little bit more loose, but Joanne around the corner, everybody know ain't the one nobody gonna marry.
That's it.
Okay,
Yep.
everybody know that. Okay, and problem is we done now ran into too many Joannes. Okay, and we need to get back as a calling card of who we are.
Let me ask this question to the men. Right, this is a question to the men. I want y'all to answer it. Okay. Is it because women are not requiring marriage today that men are not marrying women?
Let me tell you this.
No.
It's because women nowadays, in my age group, they rather celebrate baby showers than they actually have a wedding.
Okay,
You see all
again,
that on
the
Instagram.
question is just a question. Is it because women are not requiring marriage that men are not marrying women?
I'm gonna say no. As a
100%
single
the
man,
men don't see it as a profit.
hold on. Can I chime in, brother? I've been
Yeah, I'm gonna
waiting
let you
for a
go. I'm
long
gonna mute up
time.
my
I haven't
bad.
been talking. One
You've been
second.
talking. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say no because I don't think it's the requirement that is delaying some of our sisters being married. I think some of our sisters don't want to be married, and then
Well, that's a
some of our
requirement, right? There's a rise in
yeah,
women who don't want to be married. So guess what? Men are saying, "Well, shoot, we'll just sleep with them. We'll just have fun."
absolutely. And not only that, there are some women that think that they are marriage material and they're not. So they
There's
think that
women
they're
that say that again,
presenting.
brother. Say that again. Say it with your chest. Say that
There are
again.
some women that think they're marriage material and they are not. And
Want y'all to
that's
hear
the
that, ladies.
problem that a lot of us men are running into. You can't be the person that is on social media showing your body, presenting as one thing, and then when I take you on a date, then all of a sudden you want to act like you're conservative and you want to be married. No, no. You showing that body, you know what I'm here for. Let's get to it.
Those cards
You
have
get what I'm
already been
saying?
played, sister. Yeah. Okay.
So that's another thing, and also it has to do with some of these character traits or flaws that we're seeing. Some of these women that we're dealing with out here are extremely masculine, argumentative. They want to
Want y'all to hear
battle,
that,
bump
ladies.
heads. They want to butt heads at every turn. Every conversation has to be a battle or some sort of a struggle. And no man wants to put up with that for 30, 40, 50 years of their life.
100%.
So we have some character flaws that we're dealing with. We have some issues with lack of conservative nature, and so the women who do want to get married, a lot of times they don't realize they aren't marriage material. You're not presenting that way, and I'll land my plane there.
They seen how their mama treat their daddy, and they doing what they did.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you talk, man. We gotta let some other brothers, Mango's on here, Cousins on here. I want all the men to talk, but I want to hear from all the ladies too as well. I want y'all to hear what he's saying. He said a lot of women think they're marriage material and they're not. And that's the reason why they're not getting chosen for marriage and they're just having sex.
Hey, too much. Can I weigh in for one moment on the marriage part? See,
Okay,
I
go
prepared myself for being married. I stayed in the kitchen with my mother. I saw what married women was. That's why. But like y'all say, is the women leading with it? No. When y'all go on dates, not no woman pop it out and say, "Sir, I want to be married right now. Hi, my name is marriage." They're not leading with that. And that's what I did. So you got to lead with it first. And
I got a better question. How many women on the panel know how to cook?
All right, let's not go too far off topic. Let's not go too.
Hello.
No. I'm gonna say it like, bro, you talking to a mature panel. This ain't no. This is not that panel, okay?
Cook. Just because you make spaghetti all the time, don't mean you can cook. I'm
Nah,
sorry.
it's-
I'm gonna say this one more time, brother.
See, that's what I'm saying. It's clear the caliber of women we dated.
That's over simplification of the dynamics you're talking about.
But I just want to say this one part real quick, man. Well, he was saying, yeah, look, a lot of women see how their mama treat their daddy, and that's what they going off of, and that's how they feel like a man should be treated. If a woman don't respect her dad, she ain't gonna respect you. That's just point blank, period.
Dante Bell, go back out and request back up. I don't know what happened. I tried to bring you up, and then you just disappeared. So Dante,
Well, I get
spaghetti does mean you can cook because I make my sauce from scratch. I don't buy Prego.
If you get it from the Walmart store for $2, I don't care. Just because you make spaghetti all the time, don't mean you can cook. I can make that shit.
No, sweetie. Brother. What I said was I make my spread sauce from scratch.
Hey, brother,
that's what I'm telling you.
Type of women
I don't buy a can of spaghetti sauce,
you
sweetie.
You gotta choose those women that
brother. I gotta tell you, you casting your pole in the wrong pond.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like.
This ain't these type of. We're dealing with different caliber. These women are.
Notice when I said that comment about the mom and the dad, these women got quiet. They didn't reject that. Y'all didn't reject that.
Repeat the mom and the dad.
What he said was how a woman sees how a daughter sees her mother treat their father is how she will end up treating her husband if she has a husband.
Not true, because my parents didn't make it. My mama did the heavy lifting. But what my mother did do, what my mom did do.
Hey, you're talking way too much, brother. You gotta let other people speak.
Okay, my bad. I will stop.
I was going to respond to what you said. My parents didn't make it. But what my mom did do was teach me that you have to get educated. You got to work. You got to keep a clean house. You got to cook. Don't pour everything out of a can. So my mother was civic minded. She made us do something to give back to our communities. And my mother taught me to be a real woman, a good woman. You keep a clean house. You keep your ass clean. You go learn and you show respect. You carry yourself in a respectful manner. Because my father did no heavy lifting. How about that? Okay. Because she instilled having respect and dignity for myself and how to take care of myself properly, the boy that chased me since freshman year of high school, I married him. Okay?
So you said your dad didn't know him.
He chased me down through all of high school.
You said your dad didn't know him.
Let her finish.
I'm saying.
But y'all didn't hear what she just said.
We did. We listened. You keep interrupting her. Let her finish.
I want her to live there on that, man. He didn't know heavy lifting. So was he living off your mom? Was he living off your mom?
No.
So why did he not do no
My
heavy
mom
lifting?
would never put up with that.
Not doing anything.
Say that again?
You just said he wasn't doing no heavy lifting.
He didn't.
So what did he do?
So he's asking what
he went and made another family. But guess what? My mom wasn't bitter. As a matter of fact, I'm the one.
Wait a minute, eh?
No, because she answered my question. I want to answer this. So basically, your mama chose a man that was never no good and chased after him.
Oh no, my father was a hardworking man. He got 13 kids, 2 are deceased.
He just said he left and made another family.
Yes.
Okay,
check this out. He didn't actually leave. My mama left him because he was a womanizer. But he was always, one thing I will say about my dad, I'll give him this to have made so many kids. He acknowledged and did what he could for all of us. He was never, my father retired from 2 companies, Publix and Disney, 40-something years. But here's the deal. When you raise your daughters, my mother never talked trash about him because my mother was educated and okay. She didn't talk trash about him. He moved on, she moved on. Here's the deal. I'm the one at 19 who had an attitude when I reunited with him because my mama did. My mother was like, get over it. Get over it. Because my mother did not want me to harbor any feelings because she felt like it would hold me back in life. That's how I was raised. There's lots of women out there who raise their daughters and sons that way. Okay, so bump up your game and get better caliber of women.
Oh,
Okay?
wait. No.
Okay, hold
Get
on.
out
Hey,
the
You
swamp
know what?
and
I
go
need
to
a
the
good
ocean.
story.
Get
hold
out the
on.
swamp and go to the ocean, sweetie.
Okay, Duvion, this is what I want. This is what I want women to understand. Okay, especially when you're a kid and you're growing up in a household and your father may or may not be a womanizer. Let me tell you, Muhammad Ali was a great man, right?
Yeah.
But he
But
was a
hey.
hold on.
Hold my
Hold
bad.
on, hey, don't cut me off, brother. Let me finish. Jesus. Muhammad Ali was a great man. But you know what Muhammad Ali's problem was? And he told you what his problem was. He liked
Yep.
women.
Yep. He said he liked pretty red women.
I
Remember?
got no, but I feel
Let
like
me
I know her
finish,
story.
brother. Let me
Hold on.
finish, brother. Let me finish. I'm not done. He liked women. Most men's problem and downfall is women. That's why we need women to be more conservative in dressing because we go crazy over some SEX. Once we get it, we go crazy. We want it all the time. Men's downfall is women. That's our weakness, is a woman. Period. If you women understand that, you should know, hey, it's a problem if I'm wearing this low brassiere and I got these melons. You know, it's if I got this short skirt on, it's a problem for most men.
Okay, hey, too much.
Hold
I just want
on.
to say one thing to her real quick, because she
Hold
was
on.
saying something to me.
Hold on. Hey, you're gonna say it in a minute. Just hold on to it. Women, I need you to understand this. This is a weakness for men. Weakness for men is women.
Yep.
Especially if you're dressing. Listen, it's not that we want to marry the IG model, but she's dressing and her body is put in a way to where it's a weakness for men, whether he's married or not.
But I got so for the sister right there. That story sounds very, very familiar. I'm gonna play this for you.
I know I'm long cooking it, but I'm just long cooking it because I want the woman to understand. I'm gonna give you a chance. All right, brother. Thank you. We're gonna let you play
It
this song.
sounds like Papa was a Rolling Stone.
He married all three mothers of his children.
Brother.
So just so you know, he was married to
And
all three of them. He made families.
If I mute you up and you cut me off again, hey, I'm gonna
Why you talking trash?
I ain't talking trash. I'm telling you the truth. It's like he was a Rolling Stone.
Brother.
Is it Ian? You want to call him up and have a conversation with him about it?
Here's what I want women to understand. Just because a man's weakness is a woman, that doesn't make him a bad man. He can still be a father.
Oh no, he had to have a lot of families. Like
hey, I'm about to drop you, brother. You keep just jumping in. You stop.
He's angry.
I mean, you gotta
you sound bitter, lady. You
stop being triggered,
brother. And you sound hurt as hell.
Yep.
And you sound hurt as hell.
You got to take a lap, and you can request back up, but you're triggered. I'm just listen.
He is.
Men,
and I'm sorry, it seems to have a touch of ADD there too.
Because he wading around in the swamp versus going to the ocean. But that's on him. Here's the deal. What my point was is that it's all in how we raise our children. I did the same thing for my children. I didn't talk trash about daddy. You understand? Because what purpose does it serve to make them feel some kind of way? So because I was raised that way and it worked and it was accurate, I felt like there's no need to do that. You see what I'm saying? So he's swimming around. Even to this day, my mother's 76 years old. She still say my dad was a good guy. Because you know why? He was kind to all three of his wives, but he wasn't, my mother was just.
He couldn't stay with one, but hey, listen.
He married.
I can be with you for a little bit, baby. We get it. Believe it or not, dude. We understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And
ladies,
we know what you're saying.
Do you know all three wives are still
got
friendly?
Great respect for him. Yeah.
They are still friendly.
Yeah.
Because the guy, my father's still living. He's funny. That they say that's where I get it from. He's funny. Everyone gets along together. All the kids get along. I'm the only African American one, right? You know, he's Latino. Still to this day. And then he's got another one he's married to right now. They never had any children. So what I'm saying to you is, it's
That Latin lover.
it's
Oh,
not
okay.
always
I
what
like
you
that.
do.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
It's not always what you do, it's how you do it. So my siblings and I, we weren't bred in an environment of negativity and toxicity. So because we saw and experienced it, that's just the way it was. We thought it was normal. I'm in my 30s realizing that there's BMs, they calling them baby mamas, babies. They gotta. And here's what upsets me. They always be, oh, you can't see your kid. But why y'all don't never take them to court? You know why? Because you don't want to pay the court fees to see your child. A court fee is not worth you paying to fill out the paperwork and get legal visitation of your kids. So what you do is you dip out and get mad years later when your son is switching because you didn't want to pay a court fee. All you got to do is,
These are immature thoughts and an immature mind in life. This is what I'm getting at.
It's how you do it.
And that's what I
If
want to
you
say.
don't entertain toxicity and say, "Oh no, I'm not going to do this. We're going to do this."
It's not so much toxicity, dear. I get it. I understand what you're saying, and
Or
you do
anger.
make a
I
very
don't know what
valid
to call
point.
it. It's so bad.
But the problem is they're young and they're stupid and they're only thinking for today.
Yeah.
And young lady,
It's the same point when you thought of future.
Next, Mango. I'm gonna let you go next, and then Washel.
You thought of future. Most people are barely trying to get out the. Oh, I left mom and dad. I'm finally free. What's next? What's happening? Let me drink, smoke, yada yada yada.
I did. I got married.
Right.
You know,
and,
we were raised more strict back then. Yeah.
Right. But these, no, that ain't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So again, it really gets down for you individually. You had standards, as you should have had.
I think I was given standards, and I thought, I think I was given standards.
Everyone should have standards. They just have to realize where their standards are.
Mm-hmm. But that's
I think most people don't realize.
The next generation.
I think most people don't realize they don't know how to set a standard, so they go until they hit a bottom.
Yeah.
And when they finally hit bottom, they say, "Okay, this ain't what I want, or I'm cool with it."
Let me hear from Mango. Let me hear from Mango. We got to hear from Mango. Go ahead,
okay,
Mango.
young ladies, this the prime example earlier. No respect for young ladies, no respect for himself, and that's what you get from someone like that. He would probably be amongst 5, 10 other young brothers, and he'll put that same type of mentality in their mind.
In their spirit.
That's what they want to. That's why they want to be treated. So you have to distance yourself from men like that, just as well as men have to distance ourselves from women. They are like him, because it comes both ways. But it all comes from respect. You have to respect each other. The bottom line.
That's it. Washel, go ahead, Washel.
I'm just wondering, why do men always have to pay to see their children? I don't know if I need to see if there's help for women if their children was taken away, and do they have to hire a lawyer? Do they got to go through all this stuff? I don't know. They may get help to and get there's parenting classes. There are a lot of stuff I think women can do to get their kids back. But why do men have to pay lawyers, or to fight to see their kids?
Nope. Guess what? It's simple. It's called proceed. You go up to the family court, you fill out a paperwork, and they ask for an explanation of why you're doing this. I have children with you, name the person, put their address, and say, I am not being allowed to visit my child. You pay a $75 fee. They send the paper to both addresses on the court date. She must show up, or she'll get a warrant out. And then you go in there and say, she's not letting me see my kids. Automatically, if paternity is already established, like you sign birth certificates, if there's no establishment of paternity, or if she acknowledges paternity, they set you up for visitation right away. Every men stand around and talk about getting a lawyer.
That
You
depends
don't
on
need
which
all
state,
that. Just
ma'am.
go up to the courthouse.
Is that your courthouse, or it depends which state you're in? So at the end of
All
the day,
states.
no.
It's called Proceed.
No,
PROSE.
not every state does that. Not every
Oh
state
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The entire United Continental
Not
U.S. The
every
entire
state
U.S. You do
does
not have to
that.
have a lawyer just to file for child visitation. I
Not
promise. Look it
every
up.
state does that, because some men have said and come on these panels saying they have spent thousands of dollars to try to see their kids.
That's with a lawyer.
Yeah, I don't think.
But why do men have
Yeah, I ain't seen my kids in 13 years now, and there is no such thing.
But I'm just saying.
And I'm here to.
Hold on.
What state are you in? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's different for every state, y'all. I just want y'all to know, just because you got one advantage in your state, all states are different. I'm gonna come back.
I've been all over the country. My first husband, God rest his soul, we were in the military, so we lived
Have you lived in
on
South
military
Carolina
bases.
and went through our South Carolina rules, ma'am? I had child support here in South Carolina. So
That's child support. That's a different entity.
No,
You might want to get a lawyer for that.
I just told you.
Not visitation.
Why do men have to pay child support, pay to see their kids, pay to fight for their kids, when women, if they are in that same boat, there are help, there are programs, there are other stuff so the woman can get out free to get their kids or visit their kids. Women really don't have to pay anything. There's systems for that. But when men go and get their kids, fight for their kids, they got to fight a wall that they cannot break down. Why is that?
Because they're after the money. It's plain and simple. If you're a man and you're coming to the court system, they're going to stick you in the wallet. Period.
Yes.
Who else is paying for that court? That judge is sitting there earning a salary based on what? He has a job to do, and he's go get paid to do it. And you coming before him, you bringing this petition, this legal document before him, is a fee. Period. Now, as you say, in some cases, it may not be a large fee. Or there may be no fee at all.
Let me hear from Lovely, y'all. Let me hear from Lovely. Everybody's talking. Y'all got to give everybody a chance to speak. Go ahead, Lovely.
𝗖𝗄𝗄, were you speaking of like if someone was involved in the system, or is it just a man trying to get his children?
Most likely a man that's trying to get his children, but the systems do apply. Reason why. We have what you call this place? We got advocate, garden lineup.
The child
advocate. We got all that steps in. It just is not a pretty thing. They steps in. And
I used to work for DCS, and
garden lighter means that children are involved with social services.
Ma'am, it's a whole thing when the mama and the daddy's fussing and fighting and all this stuff, and there's drama. It's a bunch of stuff coming through. I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, hold on. Lovely was speaking. Let's give the floor
I'm
back to
patient.
Lovely.
I'm good.
Let's give the floor back to Lovely. Go ahead, Lovely.
The evil of divorce.
𝗖𝗄𝗄, hold on, 𝗖𝗄𝗄. Lovely, go ahead.
𝗖𝗄𝗄, I understand what you're talking about because, like I said, I worked in DCS, which is the Department of Child Services, for over 8 years, and I'm familiar with the CASA as well as the guardian ad litem. And it sounds like they advocate in your state for the parent, for the custodian parent, but in my state, they advocate for whoever needs assistance. So, and they do at times, you have to fill out a child support worksheet and all of those things. Yeah. But in most cases, both parents, they look at them equally, meaning like they have assistance in their different social programs. If you want, you can inbox me and I can help you within your area because I am a social worker too. And there's boards that we post on, so we know how each state flows. But just to alleviate the cost, because in most cases, I feel for women and men who have to go through the court system just to see their child. My child is 20, she'll be 27 this year, and I never put that on her dad. I got everything out the mud. I lost my mom when I was 14. And I had, a lot of things that happened to me over the years. And I only have one child, of course, so I don't fit, I guess, the stereotype. But getting my master's degree and everything that I have acquired, I did it on my own. And even when I was raising her, he wasn't willing to assist me. It was almost like, you trying to work against me. But there are some other backstories on that too, because he was not the one that I should have been utilizing my time with. And so I tried to effectively assist everyone, even the people that were on my caseload, to make better choices. I wouldn't give them my whole story, but just making sure that they know that you have hope and that there is support out there for you. And so, like, you don't have to go down the road to be with individuals who don't honor you or who don't show respect for you. And so I really wanted to speak to A, but of course he popped his balloon. Um, because a lot of things that he was saying was just generalized. And so I get the fact that everybody's saying women keep your legs closed. I'm of the caliber, I've been abstinent for over 7 years. And it's because I didn't find anybody that's valuable enough for me to open up my legs. And so a lot of times I could give y'all some stories, but I'm going to put it in a book. But just in regards to how we navigate in the world with our friends, and it's like a lot. I had to realize I didn't have any friends. I don't have friends because most of the women were in competition with me, and I didn't know that we were in competition.
Correct.
I thought that we
Say
were
that
just.
again. Say that again, lovely, so the room can hear. Y'all women and men, listen up. She just said something that's a fact. Most women are in competition with each other. They're not even your friend. They're
It's
pretending.
creepy. Yeah.
And that's what's wrong with the sisterhood, you guys. The sisterhood is in competition with the sisterhood. Y'all all want the same man.
Not
My
only
wife
that,
didn't
All
have a whole lot of
competing
female friends
for the
herself.
same dang man, and you're not giving each other the true game. You're not giving each other. You're giving each other the game that says, "Girl, you don't need him.
well,
Girl,
too much.
just do
What I,
you and
what
be
I would
happy."
say is that I realized that a lot of my so-called friends, like I said, was in competition. It's because, like, for me, like, how can I say this? I value my peace above all, and I'm not about to compromise my peace for anything. And these women were still chasing these men and jumping through hoops and stuff. I've been married a couple times, and each time I didn't want to get married. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't. That was not what I wanted, and so I took back my power and say, you know what? From here on out, I'm going to put me first. I don't care what the person asks for and how lovely the things could be. I'm going to put me first. And with that being said, a lot of my friends, like I said, from the time I was in high school to even now, I had to examine were they friends, and they all wanted me to have worse off than what they had. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, like with the competition. Whereas, like, if I'm going through something and I'm calling my sister 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀, and I'm calling 𝗣𝗲𝗵𝗵𝘁𝘀, and then I'm telling you, and I'm spilling onto you, not you particular, but I'm spilling onto you my passions, my goals, my dreams. And you sit up and you turn around and talk about me when I tell you that, girl, he played me, girl. I went over his house and he really tried to play me or whatever. And you laughing instead of saying, well, okay, homie, dust your feet off, you know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. I was that sounding board for them to say, hey,
That's right.
demand more out of your relationships, but they were never there to help, like, bridge me up. They found refuge when I was in that relationship, that toxic relationship, and was laughing and going about life basically, hey, bringing it up. You understand what I'm saying? Just like I had to cut off a friend that we was friends in the third grade, and I had to tell our other little associate that that's not my friend, you know, and that I wasted time being her friend, but she was never my friend. She's still trying to talk about stuff that happened when I was 18. Girl, I am half a century. And I had to
Yeah.
really tell her, like, are you still living in the past? I said, because you do know I have evolved from that teenage viewpoint, and I'm now into adulthood. And I said, but
Amen.
remember this is our first time living. And I lost my mom, who was going to teach me how to be an effective solution focused woman. And you still have both parents, and I have superseded you. Not that I'm boosting myself up, but girl, can I get a round of applause? Because I did it by myself. I did it out of gutter. And I had to cut that friend off to say, you know what? Our friendship has taken its toll. You've never been a friend to me. And I bid you good peace.
That's it.
Thank you, sister.
And you did the right thing, and you know that's the truth that many people have to come to. That some of your
Correct.
friends that you grew up with, you know, my dad showed me early on. I'm so glad. I'm so thankful for my dad. My dad handpicked all my friends, and the friends that my dad handpicked were still friends today. But I had some other group of people that I used to hang out with that my dad would tell me, "This person is jealous of you. This person is not your friend. This person has deep rooted hatred." You know, my dad would just tell me, and I'd be like, "How do you know? You don't even know these guys. You only met them once. It was only for like 15, 20 minutes. You didn't even meet them. How do you know these things?" And my dad would say, "I just know. Trust what I'm telling you. I've been around long enough to know." And I would hate that. But a lot of my friends, like I had one friend come up to me and tell me, "You know what? I was always jealous of you." And I'm like, "What? Why are you jealous of me? You had a father. I didn't have a father. I was jealous, and you know, I just want to apologize." And I'm like, you know, it just threw me for a loop, and I had to go back to my dad and be like, "You were right. He was
Yep.
jealous. You know, you told me. I just couldn't." He said, "I told you. You just couldn't see it."
Yep.
Most of the people that you're hanging around with, they're hanging around with you because you got a gift, and they covet that gift or that blessing or that grace that's upon your life. They want to be around you when the good times is, but when the bad times, when that gift seems to go away or whatever, they don't want to be around you no more. And you just got, it takes situations like that for you to see who your real friends are. So, great lesson for everybody to understand and learn that there's going to be people that you've been rocking with, and you know they're really not your friends. You're just too loyal.
Yep.
You see the red flags already. I'm guilty of that too, even today.
It's called loyal to a fault.
Yeah, you're loyal.
Yep.
A lot of black people we're loyal to a fault.
Yeah.
That person, you know that person's no good, but you're like, "That's my boy."
Yeah, and they
I
not.
have his back. And they don't really have your back like you got theirs.
Correct.
So that's just a flaw in us that we have to learn as people not to be loyal to the wrong people.
That's how the community got into the place that it is right
That's
now.
exactly
We're
Yeah.
loyal to a fault.
Yep.
Now I want to hear from the new people real quick. I'm gonna let Pastime. I'm gonna let you tell your story. I'm gonna go to Dante, and I'm gonna go to Aquarius God, and then after everybody speaks, we get it out of our system. We're gonna switch. We're moving into business mind mode. I'm gonna give everybody a chance, like 15, 20 minutes, and then we're gonna switch it to sub only chats, and we're gonna go back and we got to take this message that we're learning, and now we got to apply it. So Pastime, go ahead, Pastime. Unmute your mic. Let me unmute you. Hold on. You're unmuted. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Pastime. We want to hear your story, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, so they were saying that there's all this help and you can do it. My question is this, okay? Why are the parents on either side using the child as a pawn? I gave up because I was not going to put my child through that, and I told them that when they were ready to see me, I would be there. That was it. Why are these parents putting these children through this as a pawn to get what they want? That's my question, okay?
I don't think it matters because you gave up. So why do you need advice? You gave up. You're never supposed to give up on your own offspring.
Well, you need to understand what I went through. You need to understand what I went through.
When you're young and you're being hit with a whole lot of things that keeps coming up on you, it builds up on a frustrating period from this side of the table.
Let me say this real quick. Now hold on, Pat. I'm gonna say this real quick, and this is not popular for the ladies. The ladies are gonna give me pushback for this. I want you to understand the thinking of a man. A man, if you put him through too much struggle, too much, if it costs too much money, if it costs too much time, men will say, "F that family, I'll go start a new one." I know it's not popular. I know women don't like to hear you like, "You should fight for
that scares me though. It makes me sad.
But that's the truth. There's been many men, listen, many great men have 3 or 4 families that you don't even know about. Because they said, "F them kids and F that woman, I'll start a new family." Men think logically, we don't think emotionally. Now emotion says, "That's my child, that's my baby. I need to make sure they're straight." But logic says, It's gonna cost you too much money. It's gonna cost you too much time, and them kids probably not gonna respect you because they're spending more time around her, and she's gonna turn them against you. That it's gonna be a waste of time. So when that logic kicked in, that man said, "You know what? I just have to charge it up to the game as a loss, and then I'll move on and start a new family."
Oh God, that's sad.
With a better woman.
That's
Now,
sad
that's
to
not
me.
popular, but that's how men think. Men think, "Hey, I got a rope. It's heavy. I can either keep holding this rope and keep stressing out, or I can cut this rope and lighten the load and move on." Men do it all the time. Like if you got 9 men and they get in a plane crash, right? And you got men who are injured and men who are not injured. You know what men are gonna say? We're gonna take care of the injured. But when they become a problem and it messes up the whole group, the bigger picture,
when they become a liability,
now, and we got to cut that rope. I'm sorry, brother. I know you're injured. I know you're hurt. But guess what? We got 7 other people that aren't hurt, and we got to deal.
Here's a pew pew and a clip.
Right. And we got to cut the rope. Men think like that. Men think like that with children too. We look at the situation. We say, you know what? This woman is too this. She's too that. It's too much. You know, I know I have this son or daughter. Charge it up to the game. Let me go start a new family. And many men have done that. And that's not popular for women to understand that. But understand, men think logically. We're not necessarily emotionally attached to everything like women are. So go ahead, Pastime. I'm going to let you finish up and wrap it up. I just wanted to say that real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, so when she was drinking like a fish and running around town in our brand new vehicle, I went and picked my kids up from school. I was then arrested for kidnapping. This is the kind of stuff I dealt with, okay? I went a year without seeing my child. I fought tooth and nail. The other child that is not mine, biologically, that I took on at birth, straight up told me, "You're not my dad. I don't need you. I don't want you. Get out of my life." Okay? These are the things that she did to me. And then these women want to sit here and say, "Well, you didn't fight hard enough. You didn't fight hard enough." I didn't fight hard enough. I fought tooth and nail. I made report after report after report. You know what a cop tells you when you make a report? You've got visitation and blah, blah, blah. Take her back to court. There's nothing we can do about it. So what? I missed my visitation for a year. Go back to court, get visitation. Okay, you're going to spend the summer with me. I go and pay the insurance for her to go on the truck with me. My child, my blood, right? I paid the insurance. I go to pick her up on the date I'm supposed to pick her up, and she tells me, "I'm going camping with my family. I'll call you and come over to your house when I get back." This is what I dealt with. This is what women do as pawns to their children.
Who said that? Your child said that to you?
My child said that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she didn't like you.
No,
so let's
that's
start
not
there.
true. That's not true. You know, a lot of times, you know that parents.
I'm just saying.
No, that's not true.
No.
We used to
Hold
get
on.
excited because so many of us, when my daddy got us.
Hold on.
Let me interject. Say this real quick. Hold on. I just need you to understand this. Listen. That is a child.
How old was she?
How old is your child?
Hold on. That is a child. And they get and they don't necessarily get to choose. If that's that parent's time with that child should not get the right to say, "Hey, I don't want to spend time with my." No, you're a child. Your dad has the right to visit you. You need to go with your father because you don't get to choose. You're a child. You're a child. I don't believe.
Period. Case closed.
I don't believe.
Yeah, but he should have picked her up anyway then.
Yeah, exactly. But you know how the courts are. They give the child the power to say no, and then that child.
All he had to do was call a popo and pick his child up with his paperwork in his hand.
You're not listening. I did.
You're not.
14 times. 14 times I did.
They have a voice of their own in the
If he would have did that,
right? That's
after a certain age, right?
And I'm saying that's not, that shouldn't be so all the time. These kids, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're missing out on. She don't know that good game that she could have got driving with her pops across country. She don't know because she's a child.
Actually, she does. She did it previously.
How old
I got
is
a little laptop that's now? Oh,
yeah,
she's 22, 23.
Okay, but during the time that you're telling the story, what was her age?
10,
And you said she's 21 now.
like 23.
23. How's your relationship with her now?
I don't have one.
Horrid.
You still don't have a relationship?
Horrid.
I don't have a
Horrid.
relationship at all. And I look at it this way. Right? She's got her own car now. Okay. She's got her own mind. She knows where I live. She knows the address, and she has made zero attempt to contact me.
That's
Now,
your
everybody
job.
says that-
You're the parent.
No, it isn't my job.
Oh, yes,
told
it
her
is.
when she was
Not
ready
Yes,
to
it is.
contact me, she could.
Not when you're an
No.
adult.
No.
No, it's
No.
too much.
No,
When you have
no,
not had a
I'm
relationship
sorry.
with
I'm
your
sorry.
child,
I have
right?
to disagree with you.
You are
because
always
this is
the
what was
parent.
thrown.
Let
A
him
parent
finish,
should
dude. Let him
always
finish,
be child.
Duvion.
No.
Let him finish,
No.
Duvion. He has a position to stake.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Luvian, he's using his
When she has a
mechanism.
choice, to go to Boondock Saints with her, or Boondock Partyland or whatever, with her other family, with her other daddy, okay, or come see her dad, and she says, oh, well, I want to go to Boondock Saints, right? And I can't do anything about it. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in court, okay? Why are you women using these kids as pawns?
Now let me help you out real quick, pastime. Let me just do some explaining real quick. So this is what's going on, right? You have a 10-year-old child saying she doesn't want to go spend time with her dad because they're going to some place like Disney. I'll just say Disneyland. That mother is
No,
supposed
it actually is just a place to eat. It's like Chuck E.
I don't know, but let's just say it's Disneyland. But it just so happened that they happen to schedule Disneyland on the day that the father's supposed to be visiting. What is that child going to choose? The child's going to choose Disneyland. But you know what the mother should do? The mother should say, no, you need to go with your father because this is their time. And the mother needs to not plan stuff like that on the father's invitation.
There you go.
Well, that's
you
true.
know that child's
That's
got this important event coming up with her father.
What needs to happen?
Yeah.
You know it.
And
That was
ignorant. And listen, it's not the
Thank
job
you.
for the parent. It's not the job for the parent to kowtow to the children. Parents do not kowtow to children. Okay, that should never happen. If you're a grown adult and you have a parent, you need to make sure you put the time in to go see your parent. It's not, oh, the parents got to kowtow and put in.
I don't agree.
Backwards for you.
I
You
don't
have
agree.
to out because
There's
you're
more
an
to the
adult.
story. There's more to the story, okay?
Well, we don't want to hear
There's
all of
always
it.
more to the
I don't want to
story.
hear all of it. I just want, you have a good perspective. I wanted you to get your word out. I still want to go to Dante, and I still want to go to Tourist God, and then I want to get back on task to what I want to move to. And
Pastime, thank you very much, brother.
But we
I
appreciate.
just got one more point that people need to realize. The state and the system is set up to take the father out of the home.
That's true.
Perfect example of this is my uncle, okay, and my aunt. They went their separate ways. My uncle had to pay back every red cent that she used on all the programs after they got back together. That's fact.
That's true. Thank you for saying that, brother. Okay, we now let me go to Dante Bell, and then we're going to.
You'll have to mute me because I'm doing a activity that.
Yep, I'll meet you, brother. Don't worry about it. We got you. Go ahead, Dante.
No, I'm glad he said that because that was the topic I was going to get on. I feel like the state tries to bring the father out the household. It's known that to destroy a society, first you attack the women and the kids, and then or you take the father out the household.
How old are you, Dante?
I just turned 21.
Okay. Young man. Okay.
So now, but I grew up with old heads and stuff, so I seen both sides of it.
Did you grow up with both your parents?
No, I only grew up with my mom.
Okay. And I want y'all to hear from a man growing up with a single mother. How was that for you, brother?
See, my mom, she never really talked down my dad and stuff like that, but she kind of let me figure out for myself. My dad's been in prison, in and out of prison his whole life, so it just gets into that. But then my sister, I got to see how her dad interacts with her and stuff like that. So that gave me another perspective.
Okay.
You saw
But
a
for the
positive. There was still a positive male role model in your life.
no, he was the type
He
that
wasn't a
was
positive
not
male role
paying.
model.
Yeah, nah, he
Let
was
him
the type
talk.
that wasn't in my
Okay,
sister's
my
life,
bad.
wasn't taking care of her, stuff like that. Wasn't paying child support. Um,
How did that make you feel growing up, knowing that your mom had two different men, two different baby daddies, and both of them weren't in the picture? How did that make you feel?
uh, I don't know. From my perspective, it was like she was trying. She was always in school. Like, well, I mean, always in school. Like, even to this day, she's still in school. Try and get her education. Try to get herself together. But the way she grew up, she didn't have any positive role models. She didn't
Okay.
have any positive women role models to show her the way. So she was just trying to figure it out. And it's the same with me right now. I'm just trying to figure it out. But for example, I'm the only male in my family that has graduated.
Bless your heart.
There,
Congratulations, young man. You got
thank you.
this.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you some advice in your 20s, brother. This is what you need to do, brother. Okay, your only job in your 20s is to fail. The more you fail, the more you learn. You got to take risks. You got to figure out what your superpower is. And when I say superpower, what are you good at? What are you
Mm-hmm.
good at that you can develop into a skill where you can make money and take care and provide for yourself? You have to figure out what your purpose is, what your, part of that is attached to what your talents and your gifts are that God has blessed you with. You want to take those gifts and talent that God has blessed you with, cultivate them, put it into 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 hours, perfect it, take it from good all the way to great to where you can make money and you sustain yourself. When you get into your 30s, that's where you learn how to become a leader, where you build status, where you become a leader amongst your peers, a leader amongst men. Once you're able to lead, then you become more attractive to a woman. Once you come into your financial stride, you become more attractive to a woman, and now you're able to lead a family. But you got to figure out what your superpower is in your 20s. Don't wait till you're 30. Don't wait till you're 40. Don't wait till you're 50 to finally figure out what you're meant to do on this earth. You need to figure it out in your 20s. Do not fall for loose women. Leave the women alone. You need to be working 12 to 16-hour days. You need to be saving $1,000 a month religiously. That's what you need to do. You need to be working on developing what your superpower is and getting your finances in order so you are in a position where you can lead a woman and lead a family. That's what you need to be doing. Okay?
And
So
wear condom.
you're 20, yeah,
And
you're
I
20.
was gonna say myself, put your Johnson in a holster.
Don't let any woman try to detour you and get you hemmed up and get you focused on the wrong things. You need to focus on figuring out what you're good at, but you don't know what you're good at yet until you try many different things.
I would only interject that you not make earning money that goal.
Right. Money's a byproduct of what your of your skills. So you want to collect skills that make you become competent. Your competency is what's going to make you more confident. Your confident is what when you're confident, that's what makes you more attractive to not only women but also men. Men are attracted to confidence. When we know you know what you're talking about, we will follow you. We will look towards you. We will see you as somebody that is respectable and that is thorough. We always talk about, are you thorough? When you're a confident person and you're taking care of business, that's how you become a thorough human being and people start looking up to you. So you want to be that. So focus on 12 to 16-hour days. I know it seems like a lot, but you want to do it in your 20s when you're strong and when you're able. You don't want to be working like me 12 to 16-hour days in your 40s. You want to be doing this in your 20s. Okay, so you can have a more relaxed 30s, 40s, and 50s, if that makes sense. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's my best advice to you, young man. Stay focused. Stay focused. Don't let women detour you, especially loose women. If you run across a woman that you deem as wifey material, and she deems you as well, you guys,
That's different.
make it work. Make it work. Everybody
But
needs
make
some.
sure she the one.
Yeah.
Dante, before everything that they said, find out who you are.
Yeah,
Have established
that's what
your
20 is.
core values as to who Dante is, and follow through with that, because a lot of what you see in the generations that are ahead of you is that they did not take time to find out who they were. And so
Right.
in all they try and error, they damage people along the journey, and now they're sitting up with regret. You understand what I'm saying? And then
Yeah.
Mono Goat said to put God first, okay, in all that you do. So he's in the chat, so I'm going to speak and say his words to you. And you have the community behind you, because a lot of what I am seeing is that those who were in power ahead of me dropped the ball for the bowl of soup. They did not think that the next generation, because we came up on that epidemic, was going to even make it out. And they generalized everybody, not understanding that there were diamonds in the rough. And the diamonds got left behind, but they were valued and shined through to where now God has given them renewed spirit to keep on keeping the faith. And what I mean by that is now you see the doctors and lawyers, the late bloomers, if you would, that's still going forth in their education and trying to reach back to tell the youth, don't go down this path, change your direction, put God first, find out who you are, live your dreams, and in all thy getting, get understanding.
There you go. Dreadhead, I want you to give him some advice. Wyshell, I want you to give him some advice as well. Go ahead, Dreadhead.
Advice for Wyshell?
For Dante.
No, Dante.
Oh. Hold on.
He's a young brother. Were you listening?
Oh, Dante. Oh, advice for Dante.
Yes.
No, I kind of went to I've been on my computer doing my genealogy at the same time. So I
It's all right, brother. We got you. You was in another spot. It's cool.
Yeah, so I'm still doing my genealogy. I've been working on it, so I kind of zoned
Just
out.
go to say pass, brother.
Yeah, I zoned out. Then I heard my name.
Yeah. I just want to give right. Wyshell, go ahead, Wyshell, and mute your mic. Wyshell might be working.
No, I ain't. I'm home. I'm off on the weekends. But finally,
not me.
After 4 years of working there. Okay. What you need? As if you was how old are you first of all, honey?
21.
Oh yeah, you could be old enough to be. Oh my God, my husband grandchild, because he's Mike Tyson age, and my baby child, if you okay, because I got children in their 30s. Get financially fit, physically fit, and mentally fit. Get that also. Also get you to the point where when you establish your kingdom, find that queen that's going to be a part of your kingdom, that's on your plan. Okay. And when you find her, establish your kingdom and save for your future within that kingdom. Okay. What little bit that you have, I don't care if it's 2 wooden nickels, throw it somewhere that it will make something for you. And just bank and stack up. And also love the family, love your wife once you get one, and love them kids wholeheartedly. But just let her know what your vision is and where you're going. Because if she wants to jump on that train, she will ride with you the long haul. And I land my plane.
And that's key right there is vision. All men must have a vision or a woman can't follow you. I want you to understand that. You don't want to be a cloud with no water. You got to have substance. You got to have a vision and you got to have a plan. If you have a vision and you have a plan, it's easier to relay that information to the woman to where she'll get on board and join your program. But if you don't have a vision, guess what? That woman's gonna have a vision. And then now you're gonna have to get on her program. Because her program involves career, school, this, that, house, and if you don't have none of those things, she's not going to do you as valuable. So as a man, you got to have a vision, and you better have a plan that you can lay out. And if you lay it out, it's not about persuasive speech, but if you lay out a vision and you lay out the plan, trust me, most women will get on board and follow. But if you don't have
Right.
those things, it's going to be, especially with black women, it's going to be difficult for you to get them to jump on board. So make sure you develop that vision and develop that plan. Aquarius guys, you got anything you want to give this young man some advice?
So, Warshell, do you do lives?
Yeah, she does.
Dante,
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's a #1 fan of her, of the brothers of our community. You should follow her.
But I'm gonna do that right now.
She will guide. Yeah, her and I don't always agree, but when it comes to our brother, she hits it right. She knows. She knows. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and sometimes she does lives with her husband as well.
Oh yes, follow her, Dante, please.
And this is a married couple that's been 34 years, and they're pastors, so they can give you that spiritual advice as well as that.
Your own TikTok parents, sweetheart. Your own TikTok parents.
Yes, indeed.
I do have.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, I need all
do
the
have a
advice I
little-
can get.
Absolutely,
Well,
and that's what we're here
know that
for.
we gonna be here for you, right? This is that
That's
fertile
right.
ground that you can come to and get that
Always
good
come
seed
back
and
to
good
the
love.
platform, brother. You can ask me any questions in the DM. You can follow me, ask me any question in the DM.
Follow
brother.
us all.
I'm more than
Yeah.
welcome to give you the game, brother.
I do
We're
have
your
a little,
cheering section. Yep.
I do have a little bit of advice, thinking back to when I was 21, something I wish I had done sooner is start investing. I know at age 21, you don't have much money, but what I advise you to do is work around the clock if you have to. By the time I was 24, 25, I was working 2 full-time jobs, and people were wondering why I was doing that. It's because I wanted to have a certain lifestyle, wanted to be able to afford things that I need to afford. I remember growing up, and not being able to, to have certain things that I wanted, you know what I mean? All of the flies, clothes and shoes and all that stuff.
Yep.
I just wanted to work harder and accomplish some things. So I want to, just advise you to work hard, work around the clock, and start investing your money so that it can work for you. That way you're not working 2 full-time jobs for the rest of your life. So that means investing in stocks. You can get a Robinhood account. Do your research, read up about, and think about this. You have to also, when you're investing, think about what's on the news. What's happening? Is there a WAR going on? Are there changes to laws making people have to buy electric cars or something like that in certain areas? If so, then it's time to start looking at investing in lithium, which is lithium batteries. So you have to look at things that are going on around you. So I advise you to please start investing early. I have a friend, that I bowl with. Young man, just graduated college maybe like 3-4 years ago. He's been investing and maxing out his 401k since graduating. He's at about $100,000 now, just from investing and saving money. He still stays at home with his dad.
I love that. I love that,
brother. Start saving your money. Start investing. Work around the clock as you can. And
don't spend that money frivolously on the fly-by-night fads, bro.
Yeah, I'm an old lady. I say save your money in the bank or
definitely
in the safe.
Work on your that I bowl with. He's on a path where he'll be able to retire by the time he's my age. He's gonna be done working by the time he's middle aged in his early 40s or whatnot, late 30s. He's gonna be retiring because he's gonna take that money and invest it and let it work for him, and he's gonna be flying around the globe. So invest. Work around the clock, and if you don't have enough money, find a way to get enough money. Work around the clock and then invest that money, that extra money that you have. And also work
legally
on your credit. Get a secured credit card. It's called a secured credit card. So that means even if you don't have credit right now, you don't have to worry about being denied. You actually take some money from your checking account and you basically purchase the buying power of your credit card. So to all of to Experian, to TransUnion, to Equifax, it looks like a regular credit card. So the credit bureaus don't know that it's a secured card that you basically paid your money for. So you go to your bank, you say, hey, I want to open a secured line of credit. You take out $300, then now you have a $300 credit card. What you do is you pay that credit card 2 to 3 business days before the statement closing date. it will superpower your credit score. By the time you're, 25, 26, you have a 750, 780 credit score, and you're ready to purchase a home depending on your income. Matter of fact, your income doesn't even have to be that great. You can have a middle class income and buy a home, in the suburbs, in the outskirts. You might not be downtown or anything like that, buying a loft downtown, but
All
you
right, I
can
don't
buy
want. I
a
don't want
very
you to
nice
go too
house.
much of the game, Dread. I don't want you.
Yeah.
I know he's a young man.
Yeah,
I
don't overwhelm me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right now,
No,
just
no,
say
I'm a
money.
fast learner. All this
Hold
stuff
on,
make
hold
sense to me right
on.
now.
He's absolutely right. Get that
Yeah.
security credit card, and
He's
everything like
21. He don't need a secure. They'll give him one. They
Yeah.
always give young
Yeah, I
people
just
one.
got one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
he's absolutely,
you don't need
everything
a
he's telling
secure.
you,
Yeah,
everything he's telling you, he's absolutely right. You should have. I mean, he should get him a secure credit card also.
work.
And
Save,
pay it
save,
off
save, save, save.
before. I always say this: the minimum you want to work yourself to save, and you want to be able to save $1,000 a month. If you can stay home with your mother, and she keeps that room, and you pay her a little bit of rent, I would always suggest that. I honestly, to me, I don't believe children should move out till they're 30 because they're just not ready. They're just not.
I'd agree with that.
Right.
Stay
I would
home.
wholeheartedly agree. Knowing the American culture we have today, absolutely.
They're not ready. Keep that money in your family. Give that money to your mom. Help her out around the house. All that stuff, and save $1,000.
Save.
What you
Absolutely.
got, save $1,000. If you do that, in 5 years you have 60,000. In 10 years you have 120,000. You can do some things with that. $100,000 is the beginning of wealth. It's not wealth, but it's the beginning of wealth. If you have $100,000, you find you a financial advisor. He's going to take that money and make that thing grow.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't mean to inundate the brother.
No.
Well, because you've
We
learned
know
so much.
you excited and you
Now, I
passionate,
get
brother.
that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm
And
just
I
like,
really
the
want him to
game is
follow
be
Sister
focused.
Washell because
Yeah.
she does her. I don't know. I just she can raise a black man. Okay.
Let me say this: the game is to be sold, not told. If people really want it, they need to pay.
Right. She'll go the spiritual, the respectful, teach
They
them.
need to make a sacrifice to get this game because that's the only way they're going to respect it. If you give it to them, they're not going to respect it. But if they pay for it, they're going to make sure they get what they paid for. You understand what I'm saying? So with the game you're giving is good, but I want you to reserve some of that because some of these people, they need to sacrifice to get this game. Because if you tell them it's just going to be, you know, people like to do. You give them advice, and then they take that advice and give it to somebody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't use
Yep.
it for themselves. They
And
act
he
like
sounds like such a
they
nice young man.
They want to use it to be smart around other people and regurgitate information, but they don't really apply what they're supposed to do. So I would always want to make sure that people are applying that knowledge. Aquarius Goddess, you got something you want to say to Dante before we go to you, and then we switch the room over to 100% business talk from here on out?
Yeah, of course. I have a son, a 28-year-old son, and the advice that I give to him on a daily, because me and my children, we're very close and we talk all the time. Ever since he graduated from college, he was actually recruited by the CIA from college, so he went straight into the workforce. So he's been there since 28. He was home, but he wanted to move his girlfriend in. And I was not having that because I'm old school. So he decided to get his own place for him and his girlfriend, and I'm totally fine with that. You're a grown man.
Yep.
This is what I tell my baby. Always make sure that you're okay first. Make sure you're spiritually okay. Make sure you're mentally okay, and make sure you're physically okay. Because if you're not okay, anyone that you care about, they're not going to be okay.
That's right.
That's
Awesome.
Hey,
That's good.
Healthy home.
All right.
Exactly.
Now,
Is it okay if I give him a little bit of advice?
yeah, go ahead. Go
One thing I want to say to you, brother, is own nothing. You understand? When I say own nothing, I mean to keep your wealth growing. Establish yourself for EIN, whether you have a business idea or not.
establish yourself an EIN, go ahead and get yourself a LLC, corporatize yourself, give yourself a name of whatever you want that credit line to be under, live off that credit line. Don't establish yourself as a person's in per diem. Establish yourself as a person's in jurisprudence.
He's not too young because both of
You
my
don't think
kids.
so? He's 21? Because then he got to pay the taxes on it every year.
No. Wait. Before we start confusing things, let me just finish, okay? What my parents did when I was younger is for all the kids that we had in the house, my parents, instead of buying us toys and stuff like that out of their pocket, they established credit lines in each one of our names. And anytime we wanted anything, they would purchase it through those credit lines. Now, our allowance, that they would give us was what we would pay our parents, really, because they had already paid for what we wanted. But we would pay them back just to give us the understanding of,
Parents well off?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to establish that. I want y'all to understand.
Yeah, they got some generational wealth going on.
Hold on, Devion. I want y'all to understand that you guys need wealth strategies. And the only way you're going to get them is from people who come from wealthy families.
Correct.
And when they're trying to give you the game, don't cut them off. Let them do it. Because he's about to give y'all some game right here. Y'all don't, a lot of us didn't come from money. Didn't come from where our parents could establish college funds and give us allowances and open up line of credit.
No.
But you need to get this game. And you need to pass this on to your children. But the only way you're going to get it is you have to be around it, or you have to know somebody who's going to tell it to you. So we have somebody on here. Let him. Don't cut him off. Let him get it out.
He would need to follow him because it sounds complicated. Yeah,
it is. It is.
No, it's actually not complicated.
This is actually game that you need to follow and you need to listen, because if you do this, you won't set your kids up to struggle. You guys should not be having your kids struggle. Not if they don't have. You need to always make sure your kids have a leg up. Don't worry about, they didn't go through what I went through. No. You make sure they don't go through what you went through, and then you just raise them right, and you let them fall on the principles and the way they were trained, not on their upbringing, whether it was rough or not. And common sense can be learned by being around a person with common sense. You don't have to grow up in the hood to get common sense all the time. You know what I'm saying? You can just be around people who have common sense and alleviate all the bad lessons and get all the good lessons. My dad used to always say experience isn't always the best teacher, because experience can unalive you.
It's the harshest teacher.
So if you can learn from others, that's the best way. If you can learn from picking up a book, if you can't be around a wealthy person, pick up a book about a wealthy person. That's the next best thing. Get his audio.
Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
Yes, Rich Dad, all that stuff. So go ahead. I'm not going to cut you off. Go ahead, brother. I want you to say this, but this is game that you should be selling, not telling. I'm just letting you, but go ahead and say it. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only reason I don't, when it comes to outsiders, I do. If I'm going to give advice, I'm going to get something out of it. But when it comes to young men like this and people such as ourselves of this diaspora, I give that advice free, because one of the things that I did when I was saying about the never have nothing or establish anything in your name as the personal entity is because at any time they want to come after you, they come after you as the person first. And then they garnish whatever you as the person own in your name. And then later on, if they find out that you have assets because they've already garnished the person, you allowed it. It's a contract. So you have to understand that banks and courtrooms they work in tandem. They're the same thing. These are contracts that you have to be able to address. So when you yourself are the corporation, right? When they address you, they address the corporate entity. And when they're addressing the corporate entity, they never go after you as the person, meaning it doesn't hurt you in any way, shape, or form. It hurts the corporation. But the corporation is fine because you're in tandem with the bank. So the bank is not going to allow its corporate standings to fall. Now, that might be a little bit complicated, but it's really easier than what most people think. So when my parents had established the credit lines for us, when we got out, we all had 800 credit scores. Before we even left the house, we had 800 credit scores, and we understood how to pay in and take care of our bills because we were paying our parents for the things that we wanted that were extravagant or whatever. They weren't just giving it to us. It learned us some type of structure. Now, when you're dealing with the EIN and you're dealing with the LLC, these are corporate business endeavors. Now, you establish those things, and when you establish them with a bank. Mainly, don't go to like Fargo or any of these types of places. Always put your money in credit unions, because credit unions make you a member. You're a member of a credit union. So meaning when the credit union decides it's going to do this or wants to do that with your money, you can have them give you a docket or a tracker to be able to track where your money is going. And you can also make investments in your credit union through your credit line. So as a young man, it's easier now. So because for one, when you go into a credit union, they're going to see you're young. And the way they look at you as a number. So they're looking at how much can you make them, or how much surplus can you keep their banks going with. Now, another thing, never believe anybody that says, if you're in debt, you're a slave. Never believe that. That is a common misconception that they like to tell people that think with a lower class mind, because debt is something that's supposed to be scary. But the way the wealthy stay wealthy is through debt. So how do we stay wealthy through debt? We stay wealthy through debt through our credit lines. We ourselves aren't in debt. It's the corporation that's in debt. So when a lot of people start talking to you about, well, you got to abolish your straw man, move all this, never do that. Not if you want to do business in the United States. Never do that. That straw man you're going to need, because you can hold the straw man liable for all debts, all per diems, all jurisprudence, and standing, even in a courtroom. When the brother was talking about the child support and all this earlier, that was how my wife tried to do the same thing to me. She tried to do the same thing to me. So when she took me to court and all this and that, so I'm standing in there, you got to change the court over, because the judge is going to honor the contract, because you got to remember the judge himself works for the corporation. He is the head banker in the courtroom that is residing over the contract. So when you turn these things into contractual forms, now they have to speak to you about legalese. Okay, it's no longer, oh, well, he's a deadbeat dad, or he doesn't do this, or none of that even matters in the courtroom anymore. The only thing that matters is what was established on the contract, how was the contract weighted, and who is going to be held liable or responsible. Well, my wife, who never wanted to, get game when I was trying to teach it to her, she wanted to do her own thing and just spin. She didn't understand these types of things when we got in the courtroom. So while she's trying to sit here and say, oh, well, he could take our daughter because his family has a dowry and all this, blah, blah, blah. The judge didn't even waste time listening to that. The only thing the judge seen was the paperwork that I showed him, that I had already established a credit line in my daughter's name. And that credit line was connected to our family's estate. And by estate rights, that my daughter is already being paid monthly. Now that I'm out of the house, the credit line kicks in and will be paying my daughter monthly, to where I don't have to pay this god awful $1,500 a month out of my own pocket. That came straight out of the credit line that was established for me and for my daughter, and the judge honored it. But the thing is that the credit line is not paid directly to the mother. It's paid directly to my daughter's account. So they couldn't come after me, because me as the individual was not in court as a person's. So I'm going to tell you another thing you need to get, brother. Get yourself a Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and read these terminologies. Study UCC code and Uniform Commercial Code. Don't listen to all these Moors and...
What was the name of that book again?
Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. The 4th edition. 4th edition is.
Hold on real quick. I want y'all to hear. Listen, I'm listening. This is a thorough brother. I can already tell. Okay, and you're not trying to be sovereign. Okay, don't try to be sovereign, but use the strategy that he's telling you. I mean, brother, you gotta. Do you have an ebook or something? You got to put this up. If you don't, get with me together, and I'll make sure you have this documented, because this needs to get out to the families. I don't want y'all getting into this sovereign Moorish temples type of
No,
stuff.
no.
You subscribed, right?
I want you to get
Altruist,
the real game.
you're subscribed, right, Altruist?
What this brother, if you're not subscribed to the channel, you should. It's only $3. We're about to do we're about to, after you talk, we're about to switch into putting together a black-owned business product.
Right.
I would like to finish speaking to Dante before I was interrupted.
Go ahead.
Sorry, sister.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you would stop, Sister Aquarius. Go ahead. My bad. That's my fault. I'm sorry, sister.
Not a problem. Dante, all of the information that the panel have given you is really great advice. Just put it in your mental data bank and, pull it out when needed. Right now you're young. You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to burn yourself out. Yeah. You want to have at least a good stride. So when you are mid-30s, early 40s, you'll be set. Also, when it comes to selecting the woman for you, get someone who speaks life into you. Because if she speaks life into you, she's going to speak life into your children. And that's very important. We have a lot of children. We have a lot of adults with trauma. And that's why we can't find healthy friendships, because we are running into people who have a lot of trauma, who was not loved correctly, who was not poured into correctly. And also, when picking your friends, make sure you pick people who pour positivity into you. And whenever you need advice, we're all here for you. Also, go within yourself. Always trust yourself. Sometimes it's not good to go outside of yourself. Always stay within yourself, because that gut intuition will never lead you wrong. And that's all I have to say. I'm landing my plane.
Okay, there we go.
Well, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Another thing I want to say to you, young man, is, and a lot of people aren't going to agree with this, and I understand it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers, but I made this mistake in my youth, and I wouldn't want anyone else that is looking to establish themselves as an empire to make the same mistake that I made. Date in your tier. Only have friends in your tier. Meaning whatever your tax bracket or your tier is, only date in that tier. Because the person that you're going to be dating is going to be somebody that has the same investment and the same economical wealth that you have. That means they're not going to be fighting to try to get yours. They're going to be doing what they got to do to protect theirs. Prenup is not a bad word. Okay. If you are with someone, if you are, brother, I made this mistake. If you are with someone that you talk to them about a prenup, 9 times out of 10, the only reason they get mad when they hear that is because they don't have the wealth you have already accrued. Now you're talking to somebody that built his wealth on his own after I left my mother and my father's house, and I lost 85% of my wealth because I didn't want to believe in the culture. I didn't want to live by the standards of my parents. I didn't want to live by their religious beliefs and all this and that. So I took a woman from out of a lower tax bracket. And because I was into that dark skin, big butt, the smile, poison, I bring her in. She gets 85% of my wealth. I raised her child from 5 years old up to a grown man. And then she didn't even want to let me raise my own daughter, who's biologically mine, by, creating fictitious narratives and all this and that to say, well, your daddy's never home. Well, dad's got to keep up with the Joneses because you keep outrunning them. See, but they don't tell the children that part. You see? So always date in your wealth, your tax bracket, I would say. And your friends, brother. If you got friends and your friends ain't talking about making money, doing money, growing money, investing in money, if your friends aren't doing what you see them doing, if you're driving up in a brand new Mercedes Benz and your friend's still in that little beat up Honda Accord, and you tell him how he can get that Mercedes Benz that you're in, and you don't see him do that within a year's time, well, 6 months for me, but in a year's time, then that's not a friend anymore. He's just an associate.
That's the
Okay.
real game right there. I'm gonna have to stop you right there. We don't know that. If you didn't hear nothing, you better hear that. Date in your tax bracket, my brother. Date in your tax bracket. Date in your date. Hang around people that want the same thing you want. Don't hang around people that don't try to bring people up to your level. You better be hanging around people who are where you're at or higher, so you can get up to their level.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
that's
I'm
that's.
for. I'm
If I would
45
say
years
any
old.
brother, just have a plan. And if you have to do like Donald Trump, have a concept of a plan, okay?
That prenup, y'all better listen to him on that prenup, y'all. Y'all better
I'm
listen.
already knowing.
Prenup.
Yeah.
Y'all better
That's
listen.
that's why even with me being
That's
45 years old, brother,
because a lot of people
even
don't have what it takes to go the long distance. They're there for a little while. The moment they become unhappy, they walk away and leave. And if you don't have
yep.
that prenup, they're taking half your step. Even if they didn't work for it, even if they don't deserve it, they're gonna take it anyway just because they can.
Too much.
Yep.
Can we hear from Dante to see what he has gathered upon all the information that he has received, just to give feedback to make sure he's maintaining it?
Thank you,
I mean,
lovely.
it's a lot of intake at the all at once. Throughout the day, I'm gonna be thinking on it because my subconscious takes all this in. So I've been listening here. It's just a lot to repeat at once,
This
but
is
I
a smart
appreciate
man.
all
This
of
is
it.
a smart young man right here. I'm gonna tell you right
Oh,
now.
I was getting ready to say, I love that response. I love that
I like that
response.
response. You can tell that this is a smart young man here, and your mother did a good job raising you, man. We could tell. We could
Yeah, I
tell.
Thank you.
wasn't asking for you to give a rundown, but just the fact in your comment, it lets me know that you were engaged in the conversation, that you did process, and you will continue to open yourself up to replay it in your mind. So that's a good thing. It means that you were engaged and, like I said, following the conversation.
Yeah, that's good, man. You're welcome to the platform anytime, brother.
Yeah, I
Well,
was gonna say that myself, man. Come on back. We cherish our young brothers and sisters because we
I
want
think
to
we just
pour into
adopted.
you.
I,
What?
Yeah.
listen,
I
the youth
actually
is
feel sorry for
strong.
them, brother, too much. And the reason why I feel sorry for this generation is because, unlike mine and your generation, they don't have barbershops where they got to sit down and be quiet and listen to them old men discuss how they just
True.
bought
So true.
farming equipment, how they just bought another rental property. They don't have
Yeah.
these things. The only thing they're getting now is the older men that's trying to act like them. The testosterone level
Yep.
Well,
is so low around
it's
them.
not so.
Hold
It's
on,
just
real
okay.
quick. I
Go ahead.
forgot. I forgot this one thing. I always gotta preach this. Young man, get you some testosterone pills.
Yeah, I'm already knowing about this
Get them
estrogen. They got
now.
estrogen and everything.
Yeah,
All this
get them
soda,
now
this
and get them
microplastics.
now. You'll thank me later. I promise you. Some
I'm
Most
sorry.
testosterone.
definitely.
Let me get this
They're
out too, bro.
expensive. They're like $50. Okay, they're like $50 a month to get these testosterone pills, but you need them. Get them now and get them early.
A young man, really?
Yes,
Because I don't know what it does.
yes,
So
yes.
Okay.
Because estrogen is in your food. Let me tell you something.
oh, I see what you're
Y'all
saying.
wanna,
I see.
y'all wanna,
Okay.
Yeah,
listen,
Devon, it combats what the
y'all women
poison
want
has
to
been given
clown
against
men.
them, the
Yeah,
environment.
do y'all know they're the ED?
Okay.
They're the ED epidemic. Do y'all know they're the ED? Y'all know what ED is, right? They're the
Yeah.
ED epidemic,
Really?
and it's happening to young men, not
What's
just
ED?
old men. I don't want to say the word.
You know what? It's the Johnsons. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
Okay, okay.
it
Uh
messes
huh.
with your
Okay.
teeth.
Okay.
It messes
Everybody an
Y'all
with
just
adult here,
taught me
damn it.
something.
We can speak.
Another thing.
We
everybody
gonna speak as
knows.
adults, but we gonna be proper for
Yeah.
TikTok because we love TikTok, and this is just for educational purposes only.
We love
I love
TikTok.
TikTok
This is
Shop.
for
I
educational
love
purposes.
TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. Okay, so ED is really. Do you ever realize why they keep pushing these pills? Do you ever know why these pills are so popular now that they keep trying to sell? That makes you perform better and do this and do that. There's a
Uh
reason
huh.
why. We would never need those pills if they
Right.
weren't putting estrogen in our food, y'all.
Right.
Okay. So that's
Brother,
why there's a new
brother.
focus on
Here's the
men.
thing.
I
ED
It's
didn't
not
know
just
that.
in your
Y'all
epidemic
food.
taught me
on purpose.
something.
It's
It's tied to
I
money.
told you, you better see what's in
It's
front of
tied
you.
to
If you gotta
money.
look
Yes,
beyond what's in
sir.
front of
They
you.
put this in your food, so you have to depend on these pills. They want you on these pills. Young man, if you start taking testosterone pills right now, you will never ever have to worry about that. Eat right too. Yeah, you got to eat right too. but
Eat
get your
clean, eat whole
And it,
foods.
Yeah,
it,
I've
it's
already
not.
been. I've been doing that my whole life.
It's
Don't
not just in.
tablet
It's not
pork.
just in your
Take
food.
pork
Okay.
out of your diet completely. Do not eat
Right.
I don't
any
eat that.
pork.
I don't even eat red meat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
So get
But
you
let
to
me interject this, brother, because don't forget, family, and those who are listening, the new black media, Professor Black Truth, the Black Authority, 𝗤𝗏𝗏, Vicky
I need some
Dillard,
help. I can't
Torian
find them.
Rain. They on YouTube, baby.
I keep every time I put in new black media, they
Don't put
keep
in new
coming up
black
with
media.
that
Put
guy
in
with
each
the African
name.
diaspora talking
Listen,
trash.
sweetness.
a lot of times.
Put in
I
the
want you to-
individual name.
YouTube likes to shadow ban.
Okay,
these
give me the name again.
There's a reason why 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁
Professor.
doesn't have 1 million
Chat,
followers.
cousin.
The reason why
Right.
𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁 doesn't have 1 million followers is because they're shadow banning that brother.
I think so.
Of
Professor
course they
what?
are.
Another thing that I
Professor Black Truth.
Black
So
Truth.
another thing that I wanted to say is that I know they keep saying, well, it's in the food, it's in the food. No, it's in everything. Let me tell you what you need to do. Whenever you go shopping, even for clothes, shoes, it doesn't matter. Whenever you go shopping, brother, go to take all the clothes that you just bought before you put them. Don't even try them on in the store. Take all those clothes and stuff that you just bought and take them to a professional dry cleaner. Get those things thoroughly cleaned because they use chemicals and stuff at the professional dry cleaners that will kill even leftover resident bacteria. Now, these clothes and stuff that they're packaging, you ever notice when you get your packages and stuff like that, you feel like a dust, a kind of dust on the package when you're opening it up? That dust has ephenone and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗵, and it also has soy byproduct in it. These are things that they put in there saying that these are the things that's going to keep this thing fresh or to stop the moths from getting to it or the bugs from getting to it.
When it's traveling.
When they're putting this stuff in there, now you're putting it on right after you get it. Okay? You're trying it on. All your pores are open. You might be sweating or whatever. Now you're sweating this dye and you're sweating this stuff into your pores. So everything that they can put this stuff on, they're putting it on because right now in the United States, there is they're doing their best.
Brother, I don't mean to stop you. I love what you're doing, and I don't mean to stop you. But remember, yesterday you got to going, and they kind of said "da boom, bada bing," and I don't want to get you down that path again. No, darn it. I didn't want him to stop, but remember yesterday that he was dropping some booms, and they said "see ya."
Did they do that? Are you for real? Just as quick?
Bam! See, just as I thought.
They did.
Baby, I'm gonna tell you, if you pay attention, you think that they are not listening to this group in particular.
They got
then you are being
we gotta get you
misled.
You're giving too much game, brother.
Right. They let the banking stuff go. Now you done went to health. No, you gotta go.
Somebody's reporting. He said somebody's reporting him. See, people are jealous.
See?
Hold on. Listen, we got hate. Y'all know we got haters in here. And they love. We got government shield.
For real. As soon as
real. We probably got the 3-letter words up in here. I'm trying to tell you, we're giving the game array for real over here, and they're listening. They're taking notes. So again, we're about to move to sub only chat. We're about to get our business mindset on. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀, go real quick. I know I seen your hand. I apologize. Go real quick, but we're switching over to sub only chat, y'all. If you want to get involved and be able to chat, you got to pay. It's $3. So we're moving to sub only chat right now. We are in sub only chat right now. Okay. We got to put our business hats on, y'all. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀, you got something to say real quick? We got to put our business hats on real quick, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏.
Oh, I was just saying, he's still there. I'm just gonna make it quick. You can at your age, and I would love for you to do this. If you can find a piece of land, dirt cheap, try to find it. And if it's out the county, depending on which state you're in, if you can move maybe to South Carolina, baby, Do that and get you a piece of property. Make sure it's zoned for building a home, not for a mobile home or whatever. Just make sure it's for a home. If that's what you want to do is build, you can build that, and it takes you could take so many years to do it. Every 6 months, you do have to renew your permit, meaning you got to build something on the house to call an inspector out for them to look at it and say, okay, you can go another 6 months. It could take you 2 years to build, frame, and build your house. It'll be yours, paid for. Try to do that if you can. I'm just saying, if you can find a place and know the laws and know that you can, it'll be yours. You'll own it. And if you want to 3 years late in the state of South Carolina, you got 3 years. You cannot lease it, rent it, or sell it. You cannot do that.
What part of South Cac are you from, sweetie?
I'm in Myrtle Beach right now.
Cause see, I was in Florence.
Oh yeah, you out there where it's really cheaper at.
Okay.
Well, let me just say it like, obviously, I'm just saying, as a personal, well, I ain't even gonna bring me personally into it.
Yes, sir.
I actually, because I want to make this real clear, born and raised in Detroit, went down south, became who I am through circumstances of life, shall I say. But having found myself in South Carolina, I realized how much I left behind and how much I lost. It wasn't that the loss was moving north, because I speak of this not as from my perspective, but as a family perspective. Moving north, what we lost, because I went to South Carolina not knowing my family, my grandmother was from South Carolina.
Okay.
Okay. So to me, it was a call to home unbeknownst until afterwards.
All right. Let's switch our hats now. We got it. I got it.
There you go. Let's get back to business. My bad. I don't mean to take this away.
Did I say
I might be
something in here
cousins.
that
We might
was
really be cousins.
that was
Okay,
racist?
I'm not playing on that one.
Because yesterday I got reported for hate speech, and today I got reported for.
No.
Why am I getting reported for hate speech?
Because you are dropping information that the masses are not supposed to be hearing. Period.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't got haters in this live that just come around just so they can hate. Okay.
Correct.
They take down they do it to me all the time.
Yep, they sure do.
My panel all the time.
They listening to this group specifically, brother.
Just for that, okay? They come just for that. But now I want to switch it back to the hats, okay? Everybody, okay? This is subscriber only chat. I can't. People can listen, but they can't chat in. They can't type in the comments. What we're doing today is we're going to identify the teams that we're going to be broken up into. We're going to break up into teams of 5, okay? We're going to build we're going to build a business. This is going to be live on TikTok for everybody to see, and this is going to be kind of like the blueprint for the FBA family. This is going to be kind of like the blueprint for the FBA family. Okay, what just happened? Bring Mongo back up in here. Bring Mongo back up in here. This is going to be the blueprint for the FBA family. Okay. Mongo, you got to mute your background, brother. Yeah, there you go. Okay. This is going to be kind of a blueprint. Other communities do what they do, but we gotta put together a plan. If we do this right, this will be the blueprint on how all Black communities can. I don't want anybody to say I don't have the money, or who am I going to start business with? We need to have centers where people can come together who want to be entrepreneurial, who want to start a business, on how they can start a business from the ground up, scratch. In today's era, there's no way you should ever be like, I don't have it. There's always, where there's a will, there's a way, and we're about to put together the actual blueprint of starting a business from start to finish from scratch. And it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be profitable. We're only starting profitable businesses, and it comes with, instead of having, right now we have 14 people. So we almost got enough for 3 groups of 5. We need one more, but we're looking at 25 to going from 25 to 50 to 100 people in this group. And we're going to help people start a Black-owned business, an FBA-owned business. And how we're going to do that is the group of 5 that we're going to have first. Let me just read this. We're going to form a team and define roles. Identifying skills and strengths, each of the 5 team members should assess and communicate their unique skills. Even if you don't know it, go learn it. Go get some information on it. Learn how to be perfection in your role. Learn how to perfect your role. You're each going to come in with the role, and you're each going to have a task. Everybody's going to have equal equity. Nobody's going to do more than the other. Thank you, love. Nobody's going to do more than the other or less than the other. Everybody's going to put in equal equity, equal share. Now, a lot of this stuff that needs to be done is not going to cost money, because I'm going to show you ways how to get around the money part. Okay? But eventually, you're going to want to start putting money towards this. And you're not paying money towards me. You're paying money towards that group. You guys are going to group up into a group of 5, okay? And you're going to assess the unique experience, such as marketing, finance, product development, sales, and operation. Those are the 5 roles: marketing, finance, product development, sales, and operation. The team leader or the project manager is going to oversee the overall project, ensure timelines are met, and coordinate the team's activity. The product developer or researcher is going to focus on developing the product, the concept, conducting marketing research, and ensure quality. The finance manager is going to handle the money. You're going to pick one person in your group, and they're going to handle the money. So make sure they're trustworthy. Handle the money, handles budgeting, accounting, fundraising, and investment needs. The marketing specialist, their job is going to be develop, implement marketing strategies, and to promote the product. And sales, customer service relationship, focus on selling the product, managing the customer, and relationship and things like that. Now, all the roles, even though they're roles that we're going to assign to one person, everybody's going to do it all. You're going to learn how to be a project manager. You're going to learn how to be a product developer. You're going to learn how to be a finance manager. You're going to learn how to do some marketing, and you're going to learn how to deal with people, deal with customers. Those are the 5 things. Okay. We need to identify and validating a product. How are we going to do this? We're going to brainstorm. We're going to brainstorm even right now. We're all going to identify some products that we want to look at, and then each group is going to identify what they gravitate more, and that's kind of how we're going to pick out the groups. So we're going to brainstorm and collaborate to identify potential product ideas that align with FBA needs, values, and market gaps. So what's the idea of having a successful business? You have to have a solution for a need. It's not just about finding any product that you like. It's about finding the product that fits a need.
Mass appeal.
And coming up with a solution-oriented problem.
Mass appeal, mass love amongst the community.
Yeah. But we're talking about for FBA, because we want
No. Who the dollars come? Remember what 𝗤𝗄𝗄 said after he saw them rolling over his records and CDs that they bought? I don't care what they do with them after I got the money.
Yeah.
I don't care where the money. In this regard, however, whomever is going to purchase said products are going to be beneficial to the overall cause.
I get you, and we're definitely going to be profitable, but we want to make sure we want to solve a problem for our community. That's what we want to do. We want to promote Black-owned. We want people to promote Black-owned businesses, FBA-owned businesses. That's what we're trying to do. I'm not saying we can't have a product that everybody loves. Of course, listen. If we like it, you can almost guarantee other communities are gonna like it too. Okay, but we want to create a Black, like for instance, like 𝗔𝗯𝗄𝗂 has the root work, right? Y'all go to rootworkstyle.com and you can get FBA deodorant. That's for us. Now, can other groups?
Say that again. What is it called?
Rootworkstyle.com.
ROOT.
If I'm not mistaken, you spoke.
I believe they are advertising on 𝗤𝗏_𝘁𝗂𝘁. He doesn't necessarily have anything in, I'm not going to say personally involved in it, but they are advertising on his show.
But
And I'm
it's
not,
black
and
owned.
the only reason that he's taking it is because it's FBA.
Right, it's black owned. That's the thing. It's black owned, but it also supports 𝗤𝗏_𝘁𝗂𝘁 too. He gets paid.
Exactly. I'm not saying he ain't getting a piece. I'm just saying, but
PARIQ, right?
Rootwork,
yes.
ROOTWORK style.com.
Oh, style. Okay.
Rootworkstyle.com. Okay, that's the deal.
Honestly, if you go to any one of his programs, you watch any one of his shows, the advertisement is going to come up.
He's always advertising. Okay. So, also, American Freedman Apparel is.
Yes, please. Let's not forget that, brother.
Go to AmericanFreedmanApparel.com and you'll get Marcel Dixon. That's how you support that brother. We got some T-shirts, some sweaters. They're very nice. Get them. That's the way to support. That's the way to get something back for your support also. So you don't feel like you're just giving the brother $10, $20. If you're gonna give him $10, $20, might as well get a T-shirt or a cup. You know, something as a souvenir to say, hey, you
rocking with him.
Yeah, you're rocking with this brother. Now, same thing with us. I remember Wolfie was talking about chapstick. You know, that might be something we want to do for the family, and it's FBA owned chapstick. That's something that we can support. But what type of ideas can we come up with that can solve problems in our community that we can sell and give back to our community and make money and make it a profitable business? That's what I want to talk about. We need to do. We need to brainstorm. Okay. And then we're going to do market research. Just because we have an idea, don't mean we don't do the research on the product.
Yeah, we want to make sure that it's feasible and that we will have a profit margin.
Right.
Well, so the thing that I was instructed to was to look to your personal life and your daily needs.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the things that you invest in.
We can go that route. I'm okay. Commodities are the easiest thing. You know, toilet paper.
Well, I'm right. Toilet paper. Honestly,
listen, we come out with our own bottled water, y'all. We can come out with our own bottled water, FBA water, and we can make sure it has no aluminum, no chloride, none of this other stuff in it. The pH is up to par. We can do that. That's also an idea. Okay.
Y'all mind if I dream a little bit?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I just don't want to go make it 30 seconds.
No. It's a dream, but it's doable. I believe. Nike is producing shoes overseas because it's cheaper. If we were to get a shoe manufacturing company going on and potentially start with our brothers who are coming out of prison, out of halfway houses, and giving them jobs and making them productive citizens in the community. If we were to do something like that as an FBA move, saying to our brothers who are coming out, we got you. Don't mess it up for the brother behind you, because he coming.
I'm getting it, but fashion is a tough one. Because when people have disposable income to get luxury items, you have to build a brand before you get to the shoes. You got to start with the T-shirts, the hats, because shoes.
I get what you're saying, and my belief is that the first cat there gets all the money.
Let me ask you a question, because
I'm sorry, Lovely. I just want to just ask Cousins. So you want to start like a factory here in the state?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We have brothers that's coming out of the system. We have brothers coming out of the system every day.
Hold on.
They need jobs and employment.
Okay, hold on real quick, cousin. These are great ideas, but here's the thing: that costs money,
A lot.
and unless we got
Yes, it does.
50,000
I'm
to
not going to sit up here and deny that
100,000,
it doesn't.
even $1 million,
That's why he called it a dream.
we're starting.
Thank you.
We're starting off small so we can get big. So we're starting
Build
with
our
something.
brand. Yeah.
We're starting with, instead of we're even coming up with, instead of us saying let's put all our money into a pot and start this business and let's see if it succeeds and let's see if it fails. We're gonna go through the trial and error early. That doesn't cost any money. Okay.
No,
There,
I'm not disagreeing in
there
any
are
way.
things that we can do right now that doesn't cost much money, but it's a business and it can generate money for us to do other things with that. So what one of my goals is with this what we're doing right here is when we break up into these 5 groups that some of that money is donated from each of these groups because it's going to be a profitable business. You're going to own this business. Nobody's going to own it but you guys in that group. I don't own it. I don't have a say so to it. Nobody has a say. If you guys flip in this group and y'all make money, that is y'all money. But what I'm going to encourage everybody to do is you're going to take some of that money and put it into a bigger pot for these bigger, like the shopping centers,
Absolutely. You're moving it forward.
like
You're paying it
like the
forward.
warehouses. But we're going to start small, and then when we get these small wins, it's going to build our confidence to get these bigger wins. Does that make sense? What if we have a business that we start that's coming in making $10,000, $20,000 a month in the next 3 to 6 months? That's the goal. I want all of our businesses making minimum 10 to 20 to $30,000 a month. Now, out for 5 people, you might say that's not a lot of money, but $10,000 split five ways. I think that's pretty decent. 30,000 split 5 ways. That's pretty decent, especially now that we got this momentum behind the buy black, buy black, buy black. We'll wait till our people get on code. Imagine what can happen if our people get on code and people start saying, you know what, I'm gonna get my socks only from these FBA people. I'm gonna get my deodorant only from these FBA people. I'm gonna get my chapstick only from these FBA people. And now we just created a business. Now we just created something that we're millionaires in our community because our people made us millionaires. Not that we have to depend on that YT money out there. That's good, that's a lot of money out there. But I'll take my couple of 100,000 with my people before I get my millions. I'll do that.
I have a question based upon what cousin was saying. I had seen on TikTok there were some people that were creating things within the prison walls, such as shoes and stuff like that. And the one thing, the task that I was thinking, or the trade that's going out of service, is shoemaking. And then I thought about Dapper Dan, the way that, Dapper Dan has implemented a culture and created new culture within hip hop to where everybody wanted to have his wares. And what he said was,
That's as I said. He who gets there first gets all the money.
right.
He
And
sets
so,
all the rules.
right. And
Mark
so,
Zuckerberg got to where he at because he got there first. These other cats came behind him. Okay? Ford was the manufacturing because or should I say assembly line because he got there first. Okay. It's not that it just flows from there. I get it. There are going to be hiccups along the way. There are going to be bumps, bruises, valleys, and peaks. Yes, they're going to come.
what I was trying to say
I'm
was
sorry. I'm
that
sorry, baby.
maybe we should link up with the Dapper Dan and FUBU and things of that nature and set up the ones that are behind the walls making these particular fashions and shoes and see if we can bridge together that unity in a collaborative junction or avenue to where we have the product as well as the workforce as well as the tools to do it. So that's what I was saying because based upon what you have brought to the table. But I
Well,
yield.
thank you, sister.
That's
But I'm never against collaborative efforts. That's kind of why we're here, right?
I would say we start like small, of course. So what about like just putting product on the TikTok shop? if we can come up with, because right now I have to attach one of my EINs so I can start my T-shirts on the TikTok. So if we can get an EIN for our group and put product on the TikTok shop, I think that would be a great way to generate income.
I agree.
If we were, well, let me say it like this.
It's a good market
if
to
we're gonna,
target. Yeah.
We could put any
then that
product
would
on
mean
TikTok.
these groups of entities would basically incorporate and become their own businesses. Correct?
Yeah. You guys are gonna own your own business. You guys are gonna own. You're gonna get an LLC. You're gonna get an EI. You're gonna get an EIN. No, you don't necessarily have to get an LLC, but you.
But I already have an LLC, but I don't know if I want to
Right.
Do you want us to do that in a?
No,
But my point in this one was that we would all, instead of being a sole LLC,
It'll be a
we
collaboration.
become
A
correct.
corporation.
Yeah, a
We all
Correct.
LLC.
And if we could all agree to that, that's the issue. Correct?
Now, this is what we can do. We can start one LLC, and the LLC can have many members, and then we can start many businesses up under that LLC that are profitable. We can do that, or we can start out with an EIN. You don't have to necessarily go out and get an LLC and get all this protection yet. When you don't got nothing that nobody want. You don't got nothing for anybody to see.
The EIN would be great to start off with.
Yeah.
And then
eventually, as the trust is built within the group, you guys decide if you want to get incorporated. But let's make some money first.
Yeah, but how do we protect ourselves? Well, we're making an investment. I want to know that.
Okay, here's how. From my perspective,
hold on.
If I might.
Hold on, cousin. I'm gonna let you go. Hold on, cousin. You can always take that EIN and turn it into a shell corporation. I want you to understand that. But in the beginning, you're not big enough for anybody to look at you anyway and sue you and take you down in the beginning anyway. It's only when you got money that people want to come after you. So once the money starts rolling in, then as a group, y'all say, hey, we need to get an LLC. We need to get protected because now we can afford to pay the LLC tax. LLC, especially in California, I think it's like $900 a year.
Mine is $400 a year.
So well, it depends on where. If you're in Delaware, my LLC is in Delaware, so it's like $400 a year. Also,
I'm near. Yeah, I'm in Rhodey.
It depends on where you get your LLC. Now, I would suggest, that you get it as close to home as possible, not to worry about getting all the rights and privileges in Delaware that people talk about, because it's a headache. Because if you're not in Delaware specifically doing business, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Believe it or not. So even if it is higher in your state, you should just pay that. But that's something. But it looks like everybody's from different states in this group. So you guys have to pick and decide.
Most of us are shopping online right now. Most of us are doing our shopping online.
Yeah.
I'm liking that.
Yeah, listen.
Okay.
Hold on, you guys. Drop shipping is the easiest way, and
no shit.
Where you don't have to pay any money up front, where people buy the product, but a warehouse makes it and builds and shit. Like I do my stuff. I have warehouses all over the U.S. I use a company called Printify. Okay. And Printify, all you gotta do is say I want high quality stuff, and they will give you the high quality stuff. It costs more, right? But you pay for the high quality costs because you want your customers to be happy, right? So it's going to cost more, but but you're just going to have to charge a little bit more on the back end, so there's enough profit and make it valuable for people. So FBA doing the drop shipping, that's exactly what that's exactly what I was going to get our mindset in. I don't want you guys to think because it's coming from China or it's coming from Turkey or it's coming from Indonesia that the products are bad. You can tell them, I want this type of quality of product, and they will give it to you. You get a sample, you play around with it, make sure it's what you want. Mongo, we gotta mix you up, brother. That background is hot. That product, you play around with it, you make sure it works the way you want it to work. If there's anything wrong with it, you tell the manufacturer, hey, I need you to do it like this. There's a place called Alibaba that we can go to right now, and they can make whatever you want. They can take an existing product and improve upon that product, and now it becomes your product, and you can sell it and you don't have to worry about infringing on anybody's copyright or anybody's trademark or anything like that. That's what they do. Did you guys know you can get a Tesla? It just might not say Tesla, but it's an exact replica of a Tesla with the same quality and product, and you can buy that. It's so many things you can do. There's so many things you can do. I've been in drop shipping probably like three years now. Okay, there's so many things that you can do with that. Okay, so
See, man,
Okay. A quick question. So so there's a couple things that I hear some phenomenal ideas, and I'm just curious. Are we looking to start with looking at FBA as an entire corporation first and foremost? If that's the case, I think that that's perfect and it makes complete sense. So to your point, Too Much, with us, doing some drop shipping and, identifying how we're going to get certain types of products out, creating some molds and starting to generate income that way. That's one thing. Or are we using this as a platform, as an opportunity to say, based on the fact that there are a number of subscribers that are already in the FBA ecosystem, that we're now going to break off into a set of teams and we're going to start creating businesses? And the only reason I'm saying that is because there's also another initiative. I know everyone probably has seen that, that's going on across TikTok called the Black Project 2025. And I think that this with us on this end, it's almost like it's the perfect, the opportunity for the perfect connection. I don't want to call it the perfect storm, because we're gonna keep all of our endeavors positive, because that's what happened, from a negative perspective in the past. But I think that
you had A or B. You had Malcolm or you had Martin.
Right. And that's one of the things that I just wanted to know what we're doing, because I think that there's a lot of opportunity, but we got to set that foundation and have a clear understanding first and foremost.
I think what Black Project 2025, I think what they're doing is phenomenal. I think what they're focused more on is doctors, engineers, nurses, and they're putting together something. I think they're more focused on building a platform for us that we can go to. And if they're doing that, I think that's phenomenal. But I think we can have things ready to be put on that platform.
Exactly. Yes.
Does that make sense?
That's exactly right.
We can be part of the green book that we get put on that list of black-owned businesses. That's
exactly what I said. Yep. That's what I see it as. That's perfect.
That's exactly what we're doing. Okay. I don't believe in reinventing the wheel. If there's somebody already doing it, great. If you can do it go do it. Please.
Absolutely.
Let's partner together and move forward.
So the two.
Yeah, that's the point. We want to deal with, work with, and purchase from FBA. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So that's the purpose. So we're going to start our own FBA business. There's two things we're going to start. Believe it or not, there's two things we're going to start. FBA coin is 100% for sure. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Okay. FBA coin needs to be done, but we're also going to start up little businesses as well. And I mean little business, not that they're going to stay little, but we're starting out small so we can get big. We want to have a vision. This is going to be probably like a think tank business thing. And we identified dilapidated towns that we need to go to and revive again.
So
but we need money to do that. In order to do that, we're gonna, instead of us saying dip into your retirement, dip into your savings, we're gonna say no. Let's create it, because money's so easy to be made right now. Let's put our mindset together and let's focus on a business. And next 3 to 6 months, have a business that's making minimum $10,000, but we want to make $10,000 to $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 a month, that we can start putting into a larger pot. And start buying that land out in Suriname that we're talking about. Start getting that FBA gold and that FBA coin going. Whatever we need, we want to have money to aid. Now that we've done it as a group, now we have a blueprint to present to other FBA communities to follow suit and do the same thing. Because people always say, "Oh, I want to start a business, but I don't have no money. Oh, I want to start a business, but I don't have any business partners, people that want to help me. There's no help. No." You can do what we're doing right here. Get you a group of 5. I call it a cluster or a syndicate. We can form a syndicate or some type of cluster where it's either a group of 5 to 25 people in one group, depending on what we're trying to do and how big it is and how profitable it's going to be. Because No use in being 25 people and focused on one business, and it's like $2 profit for everybody. Okay,
So then will
5 is
FBA
enough.
function as more of the advisory or like the board of trustees? Because one of the things that I think that we need to look at is really the structure, because that's, if we look at the structure, I think it will probably make it easier if we have like
We're gonna create that today. That's why our minds right here. We're gonna create the structure, and we're gonna create the blueprint that can be duplicated around all FBA communities. Does that make
and then
sense?
we can take that framework and use that to
There should never be anybody saying, I don't have no money to start a business, because we just create a blueprint for you to get that money to start that business. We're going to show you how
to your point, one of the things that I've seen on TikTok, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm such a fan of kind of understanding and watching how some of these other creators really get in and do the groundwork. There's like one specific creator that was just giving out tons of just vendors that really are, whether any type of product that they have, whether it's for makeup, whether it's for apparel, whether it's for, and he gave out all of the list of these vendors. And the thing is that the product is there. The piece that's missing is you got to create a vision. You got to create a destination. You got to set it up properly in the beginning, because we want to make sure that it's business and no one gets, how can I say, that feelings don't get involved. Right?
Leave your feelings
protection.
out.
Yeah, doing it the right way. Business. Yeah.
To the table.
Because
because they don't pick your idea, don't
we always have an opportunity to kind of go left, and we wanted to say, hopefully the theory is always, this is business, it's not personal. And if we keep the goal, whatever we decide that we're going to do, the goal is for the first 3 years, we got to hang in. It's almost like we're having a marriage. We're going to be married for the first 3 years until we reach that 3-year mark. So to your point, too much. If we're looking at it, air quotes around, calling it small, we're not talking about small and just like revenue generation. We're just talking about small as in, and forgive me because I speak in sometimes in tech and project management language. So I'm thinking of it as from an iterative.
We need that.
From an iterative perspective, where it's a smaller bite size, where you're actually reviewing and you're determining what works and what doesn't work, and we're going to fail. We're going to have to make some adjustments, and we're going to have to keep moving forward.
Right. You guys got to understand, failing is part of business, y'all. So just because we put a product out there and it doesn't sell right away, or it doesn't make money right away, and we have to switch to another product because it's not really performing, that's part of business. That's okay.
Failure is an absolute necessity in business.
That's definitely a part of drop shipping, y'all. Drop shipping is about trying many different products and seeing which one catches on real quick and sells, and then building a business and a company around that one. And then a lot of times what happens, a lot of these drop shippers, what they do is once they identify a product that's selling, they build it up, and then they sell it.
Yes, exactly.
And then it becomes name brand, and you don't even realize that it started out drop shipping because now it had this big old name brand and the engine behind it because it's so profitable. And it's really the same product that same cheap product that this person figured out, and he just sold it to a corporation because there was more people. And then he started a new drop shipping. He started a new company. So a lot of your name brand stuff that you see, name brand that people are using today, it started out drop shipping, y'all. It started out coming from China, and then somebody
absolutely,
and I think
they brought it here in America and perfected that product and made it better, and start building factories here in the U.S. So you don't have to wait 30 days for them to ship it from China.
That's right.
Now you can wait 3 to 5 days, and they bought in bulk and they put it in the Amazon center, and now Amazon is shipping them out in 1 to 2 days. You see what I mean? So everything, believe it or not, everything starts with drop shipping. So we're going to drop ship a product, figure out if it sells, if it makes money or not. If it doesn't make money, boom, we're going to switch it.
What type of products were you using during your drop shipping?
We're going to give every product 1, maybe 2 months. If we really believe in it, we'll give it 2 months. But we're going to give it 1 month. If it doesn't sell in 1 month, we switch to another product.
I'm doing actually T-shirts, and they're Trump T-shirts that I'm doing through my drop ship. Like I said, I have to, and right now, Trump is, the hottest thing. He has a lot of supporters, so I'm going to run with it. I have Trump 2024 on the front, and I have a list of his cabinet members on the back. And I'm going to put it in there, see how it works. If that doesn't work, I'm going to try to create something else. So I'm
gonna tell you right now, whether you guys believe it or not, that's a great idea.
It absolutely is. I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I do.
Anything right now with Trump on it, I'm sorry, it is gonna fail.
But that's to your point. That's why we were talking about, and I was talking about earlier about us removing kind of that emotion that goes along with it, because the goal is, let's talk about what does the business need, right? We talk about what is a business need, and I think Cousins brought up an excellent point. Not just looking at within the FBA community, but like what truly is a business need, and the only way that we probably will be able to even look at that is if we're pulling in data. So the question becomes like, what are the hottest? Yeah, we see some things that are on TikTok that are hot. But the question becomes like, what exactly is it that we're looking to do? Do we say, hey, just to get our marketing moving and to try to really move into an infrastructure where we're attracting more people that are, whether it's engineers, because we do need to bring in some attorneys that have that same kind of focal point that they can provide that guidance from a legal perspective, along with any accountants that are there. And, and if that's the case, we could do something unapologetically FBA, or the dopest FBA unapologetically, or something like that, because those things, from a t-shirt perspective, to Aquarius's point, those t-shirts for some reason are just like such big, they're hot sellers. You put a catchy phrase on a t-shirt.
Right, because America has the attention span of a gnat. Okay.
Yeah. It's true.
Okay.
Well, I think we should. I think we should hit just like I'm just like I said. Right now, I'm in the country and I'm being cut on and off, and I'm gonna drop, but I'm gonna try to listen. I want to capture this country western gear. I can't find a dogs where you at? I can't find a good country shirt for black men that I would wear. I got to wear the stuff that tailors to them. We need to have some designs that kind of jive with our style. Because I'm a boots hat and boots hat and jeans guy. Horse cattle,
If you DM me, I will send you the vendors that the free vendors that were shared with me that do the at least one or two of them that actually will create anything that you need from scratch coming out of China, and you can use that as your prototype. That's my gift to you. So if you DM me, I'll send that over to you, and if they work, then we could use that as our prototype. That's the way I see it. It's a win-win for everyone.
Okay, so
what kind of pets you got around you at Go? What kind of pets you got around you?
We need to get some order, and I want everybody to speak, but I want to get some order. I just want to make sure everybody understands everything. Okay, I want y'all to really truly understand drop shipping, what it is. Okay, in drop shipping, you serve as a middleman between customers and suppliers. Okay.
Yeah.
You market and sell the products while suppliers handle the inventory, packaging, and shipping. You see how you're just like the go-between. You hire somebody else who's going to do all the work, all the shipping, all the inventory, all the packaging. All you are is the storefront that they go through to get it. Does that make sense? They buy it from you, they put in an order, and then they ship, they package together, they ship it, and they put it together and they send it out. That's the model. Did anybody have any questions about that?
What do y'all think about this, Miss NJ in particular too? Because I know this is like her field. We could dual market. We can market to FBA, but we can also have mass marketing too, to double up.
It's going to market to everybody, but FBA. But what we're saying is FBA is going to. We have a tremendous.
It's going to have to be a subsect of whatever store that you start with. Quite honestly, if you're trying to appeal to the masses to get paid, and have also this only spot that sells these products, for example, Root Work, for example, dog food that was sponsored by. These are the only places that you could get this product. It's at this store. And we've got to drive people to that location. That's how we create the movement.
And I
Yes,
think
you can get these other products there because isn't that what Walmart is? Isn't that what Sears once was? You can get whatever you wanted at this place, but this product that you really wanted was there.
Yeah,
and I
but
think I think
here's let me say this real quick. Here's what we don't. We don't want to market a lot of product. We want to focus on one product. So each group
yes.
is going to focus on one product, and they're going to perfect that one product, and they're going to sell that
And
one
set it
product.
off.
And they're
Yeah.
going to drop
I
ship
like
that
that. Yeah.
one product.
I like
And then guess what? That product, if it's a winner, guess what? Then once you make enough money, you stop drop shipping. Drop shipping is not forever. It's a short period of time. We're using drop shipping
project.
just so we can figure out
Just to get
what
paid, right?
yeah, just to
Wherever
get
you
paid
got
and what
business.
and figure out what's selling. Once we find out this product is selling, now we got to put a name brand to that. Now we got to turn it into
Okay.
its own brand and its own name. And again, we put the FBA stamp on everything, and people be like, okay, this is the FBA made product. We got to get it. And then others who like the product, because it's not that we're just making product that everybody's not going to like. They're going to buy it too. But mainly our people are going to say, hey, we have a place to get something that we need, and it's FBA owned. Does that make sense? So we take
Okay.
that product from
Well,
drop shipping, and then we
let,
turn
let
it
me.
into a brand and make it, and then we put it on Amazon and we have a Shopify store, all these things. So you guys are in luck. I build Shopify stores. So everybody in this group, I'm gonna build your Shopify store for you.
Ooh,
You
it's
say that
on.
again. Everybody in this group, I'm gonna build your Shopify store for you. Once you identify the product, I'm gonna build it for you. Does that make
So
Too
sense?
if
much
I'm, I was
question.
gonna say
I
so.
need y'all to
What?
know,
So if I'm,
ladies. I need you all to understand. I want to have 180 degrees of y'all front.
We're gonna get that shirt out before this week. I'm gonna try to
I
get it
need
before
you to
Black
have
Friday.
180 degrees of my back.
There you
I
go.
have
oh
a I
yeah.
have a question. Since our ultimate goal is to eventually find property and put a shopping center that with our product
Yeah.
to the
Yes.
community, that's our end goal. So, with the groups that we start out with, I know you said we want to focus on one product,
One
but
product.
that's not how my mind operates. I want to because like okay, the t-shirts may do good for like a month, and they may fizzle out.
Right, they're gonna
So
burn out.
if we can get a lot of products, and my thing is hair, that's a multi-billion-dollar
It
industry
sure is.
that that we haven't really tapped into.
And we just
So
Correct.
talked about that last week
why don't
about
It's
we
how
because
drop
we don't
ship?
have any source to the manufacturing base to the
Yeah,
base.
well,
Well,
It's
we're
actually,
all
coming
I
up with
been it's
ideas,
all
man.
been
We're coming up with
manipulated by
ideas
the
of what we
Asian
want to drop.
community.
Here's the thing. We're coming up with ideas of what we want to drop ship, but we still got to do the market research, you guys. And I'm going to show you guys how to do the
exactly.
market research.
but I've already done that as far as the hair because
Oh,
when the
Okay.
hair first
Well,
came
that's good.
out,
That
we
cuts the time. If we want to do hair, we can do
Multi-level
hair.
marketing.
So
Yes.
I was gonna say, so
Yeah.
Aquarius could be the one that if that's your product that you're looking to,
Yeah.
which I personally
If
think
y'all want to join the
go
Aquarius
for.
group,
If that,
we need
yeah, and
she needs 4 more
I
people.
do because both of us we wanted to end in land ownership. So that's a
Yeah.
big thing for us.
Well, that's
So
what remember, we're starting small.
yeah.
Instead of using our retirement money and our savings money, we're going to build that money to get what we want to get. Now,
To
understand
put
this.
back into our
Now,
agenda.
understand
Yeah.
this. There is going to be money once you guys get the product up and going. It's going to cost money to market, and that's where the money's only going to be needed for. The
Oh,
actual
that's
products
digital
and things
media.
like that,
that's
you're gonna find that product, and then you're gonna fine tune that product, and you're gonna spend a little bit of money to make it better. But eventually, most of
the
your money is
idea
gonna be
is to
going on.
drive people
Hold
to
on,
your site.
yeah. The most of your money is gonna go on driving people to your store. That's where the money's gonna be spent, and you need minimum. That's why it's 5 people. You're gonna need minimum at least $3,000 a month, and you're gonna need to be running a $100 a day campaign. Those $100 a day campaigns, if in the first 2 weeks you don't get a sale, you got to switch products. I don't want y'all to get too loyal to the product to where you lose money. I want you to be unemotional with the product to where if it doesn't make money, you're not afraid to switch.
so what I'm
Cut it
hearing
loose.
phase one, the goal at the end of phase one is really for revenue generation. What I'm hearing is that there's going to be 5 separate groups that are going to start out. And if we're looking at it from a smaller perspective, we could call them businesses, but it's almost like we're product development testing or doing something.
Yeah, we're product development and testing until we identify a product that is going to be that everybody wants, and then we build a brand around that one product.
That one specific product. But what I'm hearing is that we have 5 different teams that are going to work together, and they're going to have different roles. There's going to be a role of product development. There's going to be the role of project manager. There's going to be the role of someone who's going to be responsible for marketing. There's someone that's going to be responsible for the financial aspect as well. And each one of these teams are going to have those members, those roles on their teams. And the goal is to identify products that are going to generate revenue. And once it generates the revenue, we then, at the end of a specific, again, I'm speaking in project management language, at the end of a sprint or phase, we're going to come back, and this is how much each one of these products, or, if someone, like, I'm going to be honest.
How much money you make this week? I made 1,000. I made 500. I made 200. Exactly. Great. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go back out. Every week we come back and we share what we're doing. And I'm gonna oversee everything. I'm gonna be in everybody. I'm gonna have my own group. You're gonna have your own group. Aquarius is gonna have her own group. We're all gonna have our group, but we're all gonna report back. But I'm just gonna oversee everybody to make sure everybody is succeeding. If there's any type of disagreements or anything like that, I'm gonna be the mediator. Okay, let's fix this. What's the disagreement? Okay, let's get back on board. Let's get back on track. Let's do this. That's my job. Okay. Yeah, and what we're doing is we're putting together a blueprint. Again, this is going to be needful for the family. The family needs to see. We need to succeed for the sake of the family, so they know that they don't got to worry about have that stupid excuse that we don't have the money to start a business. I don't have nobody to start a business with. We're going to put together the blueprint for the family. If they do it this way and the way we're doing it, it's going to be successful. That's why we're going to do. And then the group of 25 that we're going to do, that's going to be on the big project, and that's when we got money at the table. Everybody can put it.
But then we'll also have, to your point, we'll also have validation, not just from someone else's data, but based on the fact that we had 5 separate initiatives, and this works. That hair category definitely works. We know that the men's products are going to work.
We got to identify men's products, women's products work, toys. I'm going to give you another game, coloring books.
Yes, that does work.
Coloring books is gonna sell. What if you create an FBA coloring book?
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Who wants to?
What about health? What about health?
Mental health. That's exactly. I agree with that. The health piece. Yes.
Like CMOS, or anything.
Yeah. What if we have
everyone believes Dr. Sebi's task is true?
And what if we have our own like that? Let me show y'all. Come on.
Look, you take the capsule. I have the powder that goes along with it.
Me too. I do the powder and the oils.
Lion's mane and the
I'm a nutritionist.
And the collagen, all of that.
I'm certified in that.
I had to see. I still got the 𝗖𝗂𝘁𝗁 G up in there.
Skincare is big too. That's another a big opportunity. So we just gotta identify what we want to do. So y'all forgive me. I'm gonna start cutting it down a little bit. I'm gonna start cutting down the show from like 3 to 5 hours to maybe like 2 hours, 3 hours, and then we focus 1 hour on developing our business. Okay, and then we're gonna need a Discord.
That's a nice dream. That's a nice dream, and I only say that, brother, because you know how the family get out there. So that's the only reason I say that.
But that's why the Discord is gonna be so important. Give me like a week, and I'll give y'all access to my personal Discord, the Too Much Moxie Discord, and we'll start doing stuff inside the Discord for the business. We're building our business. We'll start communicating more there. We'll set aside Zoom meetings and things like that where we get on there, FaceTime each other, and paperwork where we're gonna have to send paperwork. It's gonna have to be signed and things like that. We're gonna have to have avenues where we can send that. This is financial documents. Everybody doesn't need to see it. So we need only certain people to see it. So we need to have certain encryptions on that. When we send these documents out to people and say, hey, we need to sign this, put your social there, blah, 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 whatever is needed. we want to make sure that it's secure and that's protected, our information not out there in the open in the public. So that's why we're doing 5 groups, and every 5 groups you're going to have a project manager. I'm going to be like the project manager for all the group, but you're going to have your own project manager. So what I'll probably will do is just start meeting with those project managers of those brands that you guys are starting, and get like a census of what's going on and what's needed. And we're all going to help each other. Even though we have our own business that we're doing, we're all going to help each other's business grow and flourish. We're all going to bounce ideas off each other and make sure that this thing is working. We're going to support each other. We're going to support each other. We're going to support each other. Everybody's going to be everybody's support group. If you're feeling down, we're going to pick you back up. That's how we're going to do it.
Yeah, we
Aquarius,
have to,
did you?
we have to
Aquarius,
create the paperwork, the
I just need to
syndicate.
tell everyone that I'm probably going to be the one that only time my available time will be the weekend, because
Me too.
I work and I have.
Well, we don't. Here's another thing. We don't have to do it every day, y'all. We can do it. We can just set a time and say, "Hey, we're coming together. We're working on our business at this time," and that's even better, because then we can focus. We can put 2 to 3 hour time, and we can just say, for this time, we're gonna focus on our business, and we put together the 2 to 3 hours to knock it out the way every week.
Yeah, like a quick meet, like a quick check in the evenings during the weekday, because my contract starts Monday. I told you I got it 4 weeks ago, and then
y'all know I work midnight, so
a Saturday check in, because I don't work weekends.
That's why different groups are important. So some groups might only be able to meet in the morning. Some groups might only be able to meet in the evening. But we still.
And we should make it like a coastal thing too, like all East Coasters are together, so we can,
no,
set the time up. Yep.
I'm the only one.
It depends on what the interest is of the parties.
I didn't know you were West Coast.
Yeah, I think we all could work with each other. We got to work. We got to figure out a time that works for everybody.
Right, that's all that is. It's important for us, so we'll make time.
May I recommend something?
By the way, Aquarius, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Miss J. Aquarius, did you say you not had multiple EINs?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Okay, I know you think people ain't listening, but
So I got the EI. My kids have EINs and they have LLCs. I started those for them when they were in high school. So my daughter, she has 2 businesses. She has a cleaning company. She's actually going to get her master's in human resources, and she just focused on her kids. So I call her a professional student. The girl doesn't want to get out of school.
I mean, if she can afford it,
Hard to be mad at that.
right? Go get that knowledge. Knowledge is power.
It absolutely is.
So she
Remember, it's important for those that can do it in our community to do it. And then there's other options for others, the trade schools and everything, because we need it all. We need the sister.
Everybody's not meant for school. I'm sorry to say it.
The white shells. Yeah. We need the sisters NJ. We need a mixture of all of us, because that's how this thing, everybody's experiences and thought patterns is what's going to make a difference, which what makes us FBA, and creating and starting and getting ready. Like, yeah, we need it all.
You know the greatest thing about the Timbuktu Library? It's not centralized. It's in each individual home. Doesn't matter what that person believed and how they lived at that particular thing. They kept the history for everyone else. It didn't matter. They passed it on, and that's what we're doing.
I agree. That oral history. That's you. Oh, you couldn't have. I could have said it better myself. That's how I
thank
learned
you, sister.
who I was as my Native American history. That's another conversation, as they say, longer term that goes along with that. But I have a question from a business perspective for Too Much. What exactly? How we're from a grouping together, right? Like from a team building perspective. Is that something, because now I think if I hear it correctly, you're going to be like the overarching program manager, which there's a number of projects that we are going to have that are moving in different aspects and different deliverables. But the goal, we have a common goal of making sure that we are generating money. The question is, it looks like, and I was the last one that just joined the subscriber group. So now we have enough for, I think you said there were 14 that you needed one more. So how are the teams going to be formed? And then the recommendation that I would like to add or place on the table is once the teams are formed and the opportunity at least for the teams to have a conversation, like to decide on like what is the end goal or what business need are you going to look to meet. Because one of the things that I've seen that is just consistent, whether it's in business and the corporate America world or whether it's us looking at our multi-trillion-dollar business that we have, when we becomes too specific on a particular vendor, that's when we become there, that becomes a problem. It's like, what is the need that we're actually trying to meet? What exactly is the problem that we're trying to solve? If we stay at that level, then it'll help us.
That's how we got to stay.
Ownership.
Yes.
Land ownership.
So one of the things we're looking at.
That's
again,
why I brought up the
like
shoe
every
manufacturing.
year I get, and my projects are starting to come back, and I'm gonna let you guys in on some of these projects. Every year I come across people because I travel a lot, and I have a vast network. I come across people that they have a problem, and they need help. And these problems are usually in the $100,000 and up phase. One of the things I'm going to work with our Suriname brother is they got access to oil and gas. What if we can spawn FBA gas stations here in the States?
None. I don't think. Well, if they do it, they're not marketing to me.
There's a gas station. There's literally an empty gas station that is literally right there.
What if we can buy that and hold it, and then when we get a company to come and build and put a gas station, we can. There's two things you can. We can either lease it to a gas company, and they'll pay it, or we can put our own gas station on top of it. Now we don't have to run it, but we can hire the people to run it.
I would lease it.
And that's also the issue also with land as well, because
there's two things, but we have to be in position to buy the land, and we have to be in, and a lot of times here's the thing, there's a lot of deals being done, we just don't have the money to jump on it.
Well, that's why we're coming up with products.
People don't realize, and I'm going to say this without kind of going down to detail. Sometimes you don't realize that sometimes we do need money, we need capital. But I think that the biggest piece that we need from the foundational perspective is understanding, getting the knowledge that goes along with these pieces. Because the thing is that sometimes if you go to an individual area and you're going to, and if we're just looking at land, I'm just going to use the land for a moment. If we go down a path knowing about properties that are in foreclosure, right? Sometimes they're in foreclosure for tax.
Yep.
The taxes may be $1,000. And if someone in our group says, okay, well, I don't have $1,000, and they say, well, you know what, I'll pay the $5. Does someone else have the other $5? Yeah. And so when we get that again, it's about working together. And
that's where the three groups come in hand, because let's say there's a big project and y'all one group is making $10,000, $15,000 a month. Another group is making $20,000, $30,000 a month. Another group is making $50,000 a month. Now we can say, okay, well, this product costs $50,000. Well, okay, you can put 20, you can put 20.
We can move those resources.
We can go buy that property as one. So we start out with a separate brand, but we're moving as a syndicate, because even though we're a cluster, we're still one group. Even though
we're fluid in our movements, we're never stagnant in our movements.
We're focusing on different niches and brands within that group, right? But now we come together as a whole and get this together. That's where the LLC comes in.
And I think
on the big LLC. Go ahead, David.
And I think what's special about this is getting in this group is all us are specialty. We got to find our specialty, just like y'all was talking about land. I'm a real estate agent, so I can look at certain things and I can go into the MLS system to do more things. So we got to find what make this group so special is all are specialized in a lot of stuff. Like Aquarius, I'm just not finding out. This is Aquarius, my homegirl from South Carolina, but she's in where you're adding DC or something.
Oh my God, David, is that you?
Yes,
David Witherspoon. Look at you.
Yes.
Oh my God. So me and David, we go way back.
Yeah. So we're doing a lot. I'm hearing something. I'm doing a lot. I'm doing real estate. I'm doing properties. I'm getting land. So it's a lot of things that we just missing the research.
I'm hugely interested in land.
Up together, and I love this. We
Oh,
grouping up
David,
together.
matter
I
of
love
fact,
this.
Well,
David,
David.
I have some property. We have some property on South Side, and
Okay.
I'm just tired of paying taxes on it. I have reached out to Joe to just to give me some ideas, like what we can do with it,
Yeah.
so I can generate some income.
Yeah. And I get with you,
How
because
big
I'm
is
an
your
agent.
property?
That's what I'm kind
So
of
How big
is
is
working
your
on
that,
South
property,
Side.
Aquarius?
Getting,
How big is your
I was
property?
gonna say I'll put my unsolicited information in there. If it's commercial in a real estate, if it's a commercial in a residential area, that's golden right there. I have one.
Yeah.
I have property that I inherited from my Native American grandparents that are it is zoned commercial within a residential area, and so there's a ton of things that I could do with it. But that's another
Let
conversation
me
for
let,
another.
let me give y'all, for those who already have land. Let me give you an idea of what you can do with that land.
Hmm.
You can put a warehouse on
That's exactly
it
right.
from Amazon,
That's
and
exactly
they
right.
will lease it and they will use it because
That's
they need
exactly.
warehouses all over.
That's
And
exactly right.
also
Also,
multi-use
private
warehouse.
shipping,
or
Mixed
private
use.
storage.
shipping,
The
That's
store,
exactly
yeah,
or
right.
that's where I was
storage.
going with storage. Just get
Or
Yes.
truth.
storage. Yeah. So there's a
That's
number of
storage.
things you can do. If you got the land and you got the space now and you don't know what to do with it, think about warehousing and think about storage.
All I have been doing
Everybody
was
needs to store their
tax
product
for years.
somewhere and they need a truck to come in and grab it and take it somewhere else.
I paid the taxes on it for years because when of course it was zoned commercial in a residential area, and I'm like, I know absolutely nothing about these people, and they were like, oh, you should zone it. I was like, no, 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 and I just kind of all I did was like kept it clean, had the property management that went in and took care of it, and when I started going down the path of really doing the research on it, I was like, wait a minute, I could make this mixed use, but the goal for me is how do you serve the community, which is exactly what you both, everyone on this panel just said, whether it's from a storage perspective. Someone said you could put up a laundromat that serves the community.
What if we want to do a laundromat, y'all? That's a good idea too, an
I
FBA
heard that those
laundromat.
things
If
are
you
and
I'm
that
sorry to interject you guys, but if you have a building that's already on it, say like office building, there's spaces, you can rent those spaces out for event space.
Yeah, I have
let's
a
put it
vet building, Silver
let's put
Spoon
it
Event
this way.
Center.
There was a house that was on it, and so I tore it down probably about 15 years ago. And that's where the challenge came in, because once I tore the actual house structure down, the area, it was like you can't just put up another. So I was going to create a domestic violence shelter because I said it makes sense to have that in a residential area, and I was going to leverage that as the foundation and framework. But then I said, I just had to go through and start really reassessing where we were, and there's a lot of regentrification that's happening in that area, and I keep getting a bunch of interest that's being generated, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks. It was almost like the Lord was like, "Hello, you don't get rid of land. They're not making any more land.
That's right.
Sell it.
That's right.
Sell it. Don't
If you put an apartment building and or a party store
So Aquarius, what
of
do you
some
have? Do
sort
you have something on
in
your
that
land right
location.
now?
I
Do you have something on your land right now, Aquarius, that you're trying to
Yeah,
get?
we actually have like a lot of property down in Sumter. I don't know if I mentioned to the group that I'm originally from Sumter, South Carolina, and our family have passed down acres and acres. And David, you know where I'm talking about, Lauren Mill Road, that whole stretch of Lauren Mill Road, and plus going back. Do you remember where the chicken shack was?
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah,
We
yeah,
have
Damn, that's some South Cac talk right there.
I was gonna say, cut it
yeah.
out,
That was our club, man.
cut it out.
You know, I've been a dancer. I used to love all those clubs.
so
So,
we
so
have
do
a
you have
lot of
buildings on those
property, and
lands, or
when
are
I
my
they just
guarantee you
land?
that
when
whatever
right now we have homes like a compound. So we
Okay.
have two homes that my dad built. One's being rented out. One is my stepmother's home. One, my cousin, she has a trailer, and my aunt have a trailer. So that's a compound. Plus, we have rental property to pay for those taxes for that piece of property. So, David, what I was telling you about on South Side, there's nothing there. So we have to get someone to maintain that property, cut the grass, and pay the taxes. So I was thinking, I was listening to Miss NJ, and I don't know if Southside have it, but something like a rehabilitation or something like a halfway home or something for like people who have mental issues.
What they doing
You
now
trying to
is
get a
they
government contract?
rent out rooms.
Yes,
Yeah,
if I
you
can
can
get
rent
that
out rooms,
government,
and
if I
you
can
can
get
rent
the
out rooms
government
and
to
like halfway house and rent
have
out the
government
room.
funding. So I don't like we don't want to come I don't want to come out of my pocket, but if I can get government funding from the state.
Homeless shelter.
But I
There's
thought
a
they had
lot.
Okay, this is what I want everybody to do.
Doesn't matter. There's
If
never
we don't
enough
have your
homeless
email,
shelters.
hold on real quick. If we don't have your email,
Never enough.
I want you guys to send Duvion your email so she can put together a list so we can start forming the teams. We're gonna have a week. I guess we're gonna do a weekly meeting. Everybody says the weekend is good, right? Weekends is good.
Yep, weekly.
Weekends is good. Everybody says weekends is good.
Yeah, me. Maybe we
Yeah,
can
we can
chat
talk
because
Okay.
I have my Native American grandparents are from a place in South Carolina called Lake City. I
My
had
mom
no.
is from Lake City.
Who is from? You said someone down. Do you know any Bray boys?
You know what? I need to
I
actually.
know some brave boys in something. Yeah.
That's my
I need
family.
to.
I told you this
My
anyway.
uncle.
That's my
We
family.
Something
got
Lake
a
City is
family
only.
reunion over here. South
I
Carolina.
know.
I told you South
Oh wait,
South
something
Cac
Lake
is
City is only.
thick, yo. I
I'm
told you. I found
outnumbered.
myself in South
Hold
Cac.
on. How many of y'all from South Carolina? We got Washell, we got NJ, we
I'm from
got
Jersey,
Query.
Murder Beach and Seatown, right outside, which is Conway, y'all.
but
Jesus.
the crazy part is I'm from Jersey.
I met
That's an
some
hour
real
and a half
righteous
from
brothers in
Grandparents
Florence.
were from down south, and that's the part that like you're saying. That's why when you were
I gotta go
talking,
check out South Carolina, y'all. I
when
gotta
you
go check
said
out
Rose,
Oh
South
Yeah,
man,
you
listen, I'm
got
gonna tell
to.
you one thing. I'm
I
gonna
got
say
a
it
big
like this: as
building.
an outsider, go to Black Bike Week.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! You know what? You don't want to do that anymore. It
Wait
used
a
to be
minute,
good when it
wait a
first
minute, wait a
started.
minute,
You only
wait a
get locked
minute.
up
I would
now.
just say
Don't do
go
that
with the
anymore.
expectation that black sexiness is a mental state of mind.
let me say
Yes,
this: I'm
yeah.
Gen X. I'm over it. I can't. I
Me
can't.
too. Oh my God!
Wait a minute,
Me too.
I got there. I can say I got there late. I'm gonna tell y'all again proper.
Yeah,
I
you
got there
did.
late. I'm born and raised in Detroit. Got there in my 40s. Found myself. Okay.
You know what? After
South Cac
35,
as
I
a
just can't do it
place
anymore.
was
I can't do it
good.
anymore.
As a political state, I couldn't stand it. Okay.
I
Yeah.
cannot stand it.
And everything is cheap here, man. You can
It
buy.
is.
I'm
It's
still
cheap.
finding
Absolutely
houses
it
for
is.
20,000.
I
I'm finding
can't
houses
Man.
for
down in
The
20,000.
only thing I
Three
found out that
bedroom
was
houses
also
for
cheap in South
20,000.
Carolina was Black Life.
Oh, David. Okay, so the group, we want to eventually find land to put a shopping center, and then
Yeah.
Cousins was also talking about like a factory. Now, over in that factory complex, I know the last time I was home, there's a lot of factories that are closed. Is that something
Hello.
that you
Yeah.
can check on for us?
Yes, I sure can. We got a lot of factories that close, and I'm working on some other things. But yes, definitely that's needed. I'm working on some projects down here. We're just trying to get the black people to work together. So this will be red aligned because they'll support us. Because that's one thing we not doing in Sumter and South Carolina. We got to bring that support system. Up
Yeah, that's
north, they
why I
know how to
support.
support. Right now,
I
we're
would
still
only
the
I would
crabs in the
only say,
bucket. So,
brother,
and
That's
we
us,
got to,
brother David.
and we working on
right,
that
I
now.
would
And we're
only
gonna
say
work on that.
insist on FBA only. Insist on FBA only. You are not going to get the masses. Do not expect to get the masses in the beginning. You need a dedicated few. Do we seem like a lot of people? We are a dedicated few. That is
Yeah, and
what you can
I'm
expect to
looking at
get it
all
started.
business owners. Yeah, I'm looking at all business owners from Sumter to try to get together. So I'm not looking for the masses. But I'm just looking at people who thinking just like us, who got businesses, and we're getting an alliance of just getting businesses to kind of have affiliate where we kind of joining a team
We
that we're
want to
going to
gear
support
up
each
for
other.
the next. Here's another goal too. We want to gear up and have our businesses up and going for the next Black Friday. We're going to miss this Black Friday, but the next Black Friday. Imagine the messaging that we're putting out. FBA support Black-owned businesses. Imagine what our business is going to look like because let's be real. Drop shipping. This is the time for drop shipping. Now it's Christmas and beginning of the year, and then it slows down a little bit. It has a slowdown period, and then it picks back up. It's always going to pick up around holidays, around national holidays, around Thanksgiving, around Christmas. Those are big days. Well, our goal right now in the beginning is to ramp up for Christmas. Get a product ready to go, start it, drop shipping, website ready to go by Christmas, so we can start getting in some of that Christmas love. Right?
Am I supposed to only have one product?
We're coming up. We're doing one product at a time. We can't
Each group is coming up with one situation. But Brother David, I really want you to get back to Sister Aquarius, because we are super serious about obtaining ownership, properties, and land. It's a big, big deal.
Yeah, and we're gonna buy land as a group, you guys. We're gonna buy land as a group and get it and cultivate it. And now we're not. Now when
it
we
could be property
enough,
too. It could be a warehouse. It could be mixed use property. Yeah.
When we get big enough, the groups are gonna get smaller.
Right.
Meaning, this is the first group. This is the first phase. This is phase one of everything right here. But then eventually there's going to be a phase two group coming right behind that went through the steps that we already did in phase one and are ready now to buy another piece of land. Does that make sense? And then once we have the money and the income stream coming in, it's just a matter of time. You know, we can do some crowdfunding, but we're not going to have to depend on the crowdfunding, is what I'm saying. We'll be able to crowdfund, and we'll be able to use our own personal money and get whatever we want. And the main goal is we're going to buy land and turn it into an oasis.
And it would be wonderful for us to be able to automate what we're doing, because of the fact that we could leverage automation and then integrate the opportunity. I know a lot of people may or may not be fond of, but a lot of the work that we're doing now, whether it's go to these AI, whether it's Chat GPT, whether it's Copilot, and actually in the prompt create or list 5 uses, the top 5 uses for property. I'm just using you as an example, Mr. Aquarius, for top 5 uses for property with mixed use or commercial use in South Carolina. AI will give it to you just like that.
And it's only going to get better. I'm telling you, y'all don't understand. We're so close to super intelligence, and the closer we get to super intelligence, the scarier and the more awesome things are going to become.
Absolutely.
And whoever gets to super intelligent first is going to rule the world. By the way, just so you know.
And then make sure you look for how your property is zoned, because if it's for commercial or residential,
we were just talking about
residential. Can be a home that's
when you start to work. Once you have acquired enough wealth, that's when you start to work on the city council and the mayor and get that law changed. Okay.
Well,
we gonna operate. I just mean it to say we gonna operate just like they did. We gonna get this part. We gonna get that part. We gonna get that part. We take it over.
And also,
if it's residential, we use it for residential.
Yeah, some places you only can put a mobile home on because like
the land itself is rotten. I mean, I get it. I understand South Cat.
We cannot have a mobile home here because we is in a Spencer Heights. It's like a division where only homes. So make sure when you look at land, find out the codes through your local code people, because if people can buy land and they don't know if it's flood zone, they don't. Here it's flood
and
zone.
That's why the real estate comes in.
I've been learning. Yeah, that's what I've been learning about.
Okay, let's do this today. So we get some things done today. Let's get all our emails over to 𝗣𝗲𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie. Okay. Identifying the team. And we already identified that we're going to do weekly. So is it Saturday and Sunday or just Saturday only? What do you guys think? I think we should do Saturday and Sunday.
I said Saturday, maybe Saturday and Sunday. That's my recommendation.
Saturday and Sunday.
That sounds like a good idea.
What time? What time are we doing Saturday and Sunday? Are y'all early? Can we do early? Because I like
I'm old. I'm an early bird.
I like
I'm
your
not
Y'all know
early. I'm not early. I
I
ain't gonna
just be
lie. I
getting
ain't
off
early.
work Sunday morning, so
So what
Anything
time
you
after
works
want to
for
stay up
10.
a little bit longer for us, cousin. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
oh
What time are
wait a
y'all
minute, wait a
thinking
minute.
on, like, on
The
Saturdays?
Lions are
What time is
playing. I'm gonna be good. Okay.
But we also have to make sure that it's conducive to the West Coast schedule, so you guys don't have to get up.
correct?
I'm on the
That's
West
He
that's
on the
Coast,
West
y'all. I'm on
Coast.
the
I was
West
gonna say
Coast.
we're gonna
But
leave
we're
that
East Coast,
to
so
too much.
But I wake up
We're gonna
early.
leave that to
I
too
get up
much.
like
He
4 or
Right.
5 in the morning every day. 4 or 5 in the morning every day, so I can be ready. I can be ready.
Okay.
on the weekends
So
I
what,
love to sleep in. I'm sorry.
all
I
right. So
know.
what time are you
Uh,
thinking, Sister
We got
Aquarius?
to make a sacrifice a little bit. We got to make a little bit of sacrifice.
So maybe we just have a next. If we could do something a little more time boxed and say for the next 3 weekends or next 2, because I know Thanksgiving is coming up. I should say another national holiday. It's another conversation. But
Yeah, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving here.
yeah, that's exactly why I said another national holiday. So there's another, an opportunity, and I know some people really want to, take advantage of whatever sales are happening on that Black Friday. So maybe it's an opportunity this weekend, and then we determine based
And
on
then once I
today,
get the Discord up,
tomorrow,
we'll
What
have the
time are you all
Discord to talk
thinking next
on the
Saturday?
Discord throughout the week as well too. So even though we're meeting up
also
on the
tomorrow
weekend,
as well. If anyone's available, we can do it later in the afternoon or early in the morning. It doesn't matter to me. I'm open either
Whatever
way.
y'all vote on, I'm gonna roll with it. So
I say early.
I,
I like to get
Who's the
things
right.
done
outlier?
early.
Right. The
I say
man,
early.
Who's the
he's up at
outlier
4.
here? Is that
Yes.
you,
Right.
Cousins? Is that
Yeah.
you,
My voice,
Say it
Cousins?
again.
my voice is like
I was
8
like, who's the
a.m.
outlier? Cousin,
My
what
voice
time
is
do you
like
think?
8 to 9 a.m. Eastern time. That's my vote.
Okay, I could do 9 a.m. I could do 9.
Does
I could
9
do
work for
Right.
9.
you,
And
Cousin?
see, I'm
I could
generally
do
off
9.
work between 6 and 8 a.m. And coming in, getting set and situated. By the time I get rolling around, it might be 8, 9 o'clock in that time period Eastern.
Would 9 work for you?
Yeah, 9 is good for
From
me.
honestly,
I could
generally,
do
let
9.
me say from 8 on is good to me.
Okay.
all right, 9 o'clock.
That
So
9
9
o'clock.
a.m. Eastern
9
time is
o'clock.
when we're meeting up,
I,
right?
I agree with
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's like 6 a.m. my time. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
We're not.
We
We're
do it for
9.
like two. We do
Tomorrow
like two, 3 hours.
9.
We do like 2, 3 hours,
We're gonna
9 a.m. till about noon Eastern time, and
do it on
6 a.m.
tomorrow,
till
right?
9 a.m. my time. Is that good for everybody?
3 hours. So from
And
9 to 12
and
on
we
So we're
tomorrow.
gonna
we
do
we
some
gonna jump on
major
too
strategy,
much. We
huh?
we jumping on too much. This
Yeah,
is the page
we're
we
gonna
gonna jump
utilize
on.
both. We're gonna utilize the TikTok, and then we're gonna also once I give everybody the Discord, we're gonna start utilizing the
Okay, thanks.
Discord, and the Discord is gonna be open 24 hours, so y'all can type in there. We can form our little groups in the Discord of what we're talking about and get things done. We can bounce ideas off each other throughout the week, and then we come back and we talk about it on the weekend. Does that make
And
sense?
if we want to record, guys, if like maybe tomorrow, whatever, we could even hop on my Zoom, and we could do
We can do Zoom. I'm open for Zoom too. It doesn't have to be
That's really
TikTok.
why I wanted everyone's email so that we can do Zoom meetings
Okay.
when needed.
So
So we
make
can
sure
shoot each
you
other an
send her
email and
your
be like,
Zoom. Do
hey,
me a favor,
something
you guys.
came up
Just
or I
send
found something
Julian a
out.
message right now before we get off. Send her your email right now, please. You can create a new email or whatever you want to do. If you don't want to mix up your email, I get it. But just send her your
No,
email
there's
before
nothing
we
wrong
get
with
off
that.
right now.
Yeah.
Okay?
No
Create
problem.
an email
I'm gonna
real
get it to
quick.
you, sweetie. As soon as I figure out how, I'm gonna get it to you.
Oh,
Okay, so my question is, when are we going to start with the groups and setting things up, and just identifying who's going to be in the group,
That's
you
what
know,
we're
and
gonna. That's what we're gonna start doing. We're gonna
These
do
are going to
that.
be things that are down the lines. They're not going to be
No, we're gonna do that right away.
immediate answers.
Within the first week,
It should be. We should
after
start it
you
next
get
Saturday.
Julian, yeah, after you get
We
Julian
really
the
should
email
start.
and everything
But
like
let
that,
me
we're gonna start figuring all that out because we don't have everybody here, y'all. We don't have everybody here.
right.
We don't have we got to get everybody here. We don't have everybody here, so we gotta email them say, hey, you're part of this group, or what group do you want to be a part of?
But you got
We
to
got
give them a choice. Let them choose who they
yeah,
want
of
to.
course.
What I'm going to just say is, ladies, do you all hear the power, passion, and strength of the other women on the panel?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, how likely do they seem to be acquiescent to another perspective?
We are, because we are educated women. It's
I
not that
didn't say
hard.
you weren't educated.
I'm open.
I mean, it's
as long
just natural
as it
for
makes
us.
money.
It's
I
natural.
get that. And
I'm
my only point, ladies, is
It's
that
legal.
you all have power. That's it. You all have power. Your perspectives will be honored and respected and treated accordingly.
And
We
we love
recognize, or at
Thank
least
you.
I recognize that y'all
would
got
say
some
this.
juice. And
I would
I
say
am a believer, first and foremost, that if you give women are multipliers by nature, they can't help it. They are multipliers. Give her some crap, you go get some woo. Give her some greatness, you go get some stupendousness. That is my perspective when it comes, and I see the power that these women are
I have
exuding.
All right, y'all, you blowing up their
I have
heads.
two things that I cannot let go of
Hey
before
man,
we get
listen, it
off.
is what it
Okay.
is.
They ain't gonna
So
be able to
Monique's
talk
trying
to
to
their
tell us
husband after
something.
this.
Before we get off, so as far as the oil and gas go, we need to find out already selling to. And if it's, for some reason, I feel like it's British Petroleum BP. Find out if that's where they're selling to, then we can
You can
start
start doing
working
research
with
on that.
that framework already. I'm sorry.
I thought Suriname had oil and
Listen,
gas coming.
your hands are not tied. You guys are
Well, you
all
know what?
business
I have an
owners.
old client, 𝗖𝗂𝘁, that's here in Fairfax, Virginia. I can see if one of my contacts are still there and see if we could possibly, engage them in conversations. But I think we're going to have a lot of capital,
Yep.
to get into that endeavor.
But I mean, if the companies in Suriname are already selling to somebody, we jump on that board. You learn all of their
Just so you know, U.S.
how
is
they
already down
operate,
in
and
Suriname, and they're
then
drilling and they're starting business already. The United States of America is already down in Suriname, and they're trying to get to that first. What we're trying to do is say they need instead of them picking their bureaucrats, their YT bureaucrats, or whoever they're going to use to go down there, they need to send some of us down there to be that liaison.
Well, we need to send
And
ourselves.
personally, I think I'd rather go with BRICS mineral reserves and resources in that regard, because I think they'll be more lucrative in as much as what they have for the rest of the global community. But again, that's just my perspective.
I hear what you're saying, but
yep. So
understand we're not first over there. We're last in line, but we can be first in Suriname because Suriname is new.
Now that again, I
Okay.
can't agree. I agree with. Yes, sir.
You understand what I'm saying? So when you have
I'm
inside
viewing that
information,
as a future investment.
it is a future investment. It's not something
Yeah.
that's right up front. It's future. But when you have inside information, you get in position.
Yeah, I want us to keep our eyes, our finger on the pulse.
We definitely
Exactly.
I'm not
that's
saying
why I
we
said
be
we're gonna find. We
closed-minded
need to
and
find out who they're already working with.
right.
Okay.
We don't. I'm just saying we don't keep our options closed. We keep it open. That's all I'm saying.
And then the other thing is there's abandoned malls throughout the country. There have been for years. So we start investigating.
That's what I'm
And I just
thinking
want to
about.
throw this out there.
Multi-use.
Does anybody want to build a 300 megawatt data center? I still have the blueprint for that.
Of course, you're talking to a certified government CIO. You already know that you and I need to talk offline because you also are inside.
Well, now see, look at that. Look at
I was going to
that.
say you and I can have a conversation because I think that what you just said is powerful.
I got the blueprint already. I did the work. And Mango, you might have the acres we want to put this solar power on. Just so you know, Mango.
Wait a minute, ain't Aquarius sound like something there too?
Out there.
Well, David can definitely find us the land to put a data center on.
Now,
MSN.
Understand, this is not to do a 300 megawatt data. To do a it's not cheap by any means. We're talking about buying solar panels, not solar panels. We're talking about building or buying an already owned solar power or what's it called? It's called solar power, right?
Yeah.
It's called
The solar panels, you mean?
I'm not talking about the ones that go on the roof. Now I'm talking about the
you're talking about the generation. I know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about
The
the one
wind.
that's
Yeah, you're talking about
megawatts. And then I'm talking about, and then the blueprint is
we can
we
talk about that
we still hook up to the grid. We still hook up to the because we got
Of
darkness.
course.
But we get it at that cheap. We get it at that cheap industrial price, and and the magic number is if we can negotiate down to 7 to 8 cents a kilowatt. That's our sweet spot. Now they're gonna want to charge us 13, 15, 21. But if we can get them down to 7, 8 like residential,
it's on.
It's when you talking about wealth that you ain't never seen in your life. I got the blueprint. I worked on it. I got the matter of fact they took my work and did it. But I still got it.
Of course they did.
Say this, what I'm hearing from this group, and this is in my spirit, I probably a number of patent opportunities.
Well, we're talking about millions of
trademarked that we could, that some of the conversation will definitely have to be.
We need an NDA. We need to get an NDA going. I don't want to mess up like I did last time. Everybody, we're gonna sign an NDA. Okay. Especially when we start doing these projects.
Yes.
We're gonna get an NDA.
So
that everybody's protected with an NDA. Trust me.
You probably need a checklist of all of the things that need to actually, where we're starting now, and whether it's again starting with the name, the contact information, and then understanding what your area of expertise is, what your area of interest is. And then also making sure that we have a clear understanding that an NDA is going to be required, and use that as a framework, as just I like to call the intake process. This initial high level. This is what we're going to do. I don't know if you're going to lock it down or, but if we're going, because it sounds like everyone on here has passion, and just my spirit to see. I see that we have. It's almost like a million-piece puzzle.
Yep.
All we need to do is just figure out how to get these little components together and all
put it together. And eventually, some of these meetings cannot be on here.
That's exactly.
I get you. But right now, we got to utilize them. But we're going to take it offline soon. Okay, but we got to start on.
Oh no, we do have to keep coming in here because we want to attract FBA to all the different fields and walks of. Yeah.
We need to talk about what we're
again. This is fertile ground.
When we're joining TikTok, what exactly are and Too Much has kind of a great strategy that goes along with what we're talking about during these amazing conversations. So I think that makes complete sense. And when we're looking at all of the things that are business related and revenue generating, that becomes, I like the fact, like he said, when subscriber only will give you access to the next phase of what FBA brings.
That's when we know you're serious. That's when we know you're serious. You got to pay something.
And if you're not serious enough to subscribe, guess what? We love the fact that you may have some contributing information and topics, but we have some other things behind the scene. Check us out in TikTok. Please support Black-owned businesses. That's it.
Yeah.
Can I give us all I know we're all working on that little catchphrase name and our a logo.
Niche subject, yes.
Yep.
So we need a name for just this group. We need a name for a FBA owned. We need like a logo for FBA owned businesses, and we need especially when it comes to food, agriculture, and vitamins or health. We need something like I like BHO, black, holistic, and organic. We start putting that on all our labels, even our clothes. Black, holistic, and organic, just so they know that hey, these products are not gonna unalive you like those other products are. These products are well thought, have thoughtfulness.
And it comes from your own,
right, and it's from your own.
I think the idea is to have a trademark symbol of FBA approved.
We're gonna trademark. There's gonna be a lot of trademarks.
Just a particular symbol that says this is approved, Green Book approved, simply.
Or there's going to be a lot of,
I like that too. But BHO, we need to trademark that as a group. And only reason why we're trademarking it is this is the reason why we're trademarking BHO. Okay, and we're going to trademark it as a group. So when we see anybody using BHO that shouldn't be using BHO,
that's right.
FBA, we can sue them.
Yeah.
But guess what? Everybody just watching.
Or send them a letter. teeth
guarantee you, we have some opportunists that are watching right now that are going to run to that trademark, and they're gonna trademark it.
Taking it up right now. They're patenting it as you speak.
Gotta come out of here.
Don't listen. Even if they do, we'll come up with something bigger and better.
Tis true.
But we're gonna trademark. We're gonna start trademarking this stuff right away. Right away.
I guess I better look that up right away.
So that's right.
Listen, anybody in the group, if you want to,
the next thing I wanted to
put in the paperwork, and let's get it done. I'm like but certain things we got, and then we got to come up with the FBA logo that we're gonna put on all our business brands, so they know that this is FBA. This is not everybody else. This is FBA. Just a logo. It could be the sword. It could be the 3/5 we were talking about. Whatever we come up with.
Well, first, what we better do is hurry up and create our syndicate so that we're a legal entity.
Hey,
that's why I feel like one of these Saturdays has got to turn into a private meeting.
Yeah.
I think let's come up with like 10 action items and give it to everybody in email. And if we specialize in it, let's take the handle and kind of handle that, because it's a lot of things we need done. And I think we got a lot of people in here that can do it. So let's probably send out a list, and some of us do that for a living. So let's see who all in here that can say, yo, I can add this to my, my agenda. And let's get them done, because it's a lot that need to be done. And I think we can do it.
All right.
So kind of my next thing was, it's a small thing. I think, but
tomorrow,
it's going to help with that.
Sunday.
So
yeah, I'm just going to say, if we could do that tomorrow and kind of create like what exactly who's going to be
responsible. Tomorrow is still the weekend, so we can still utilize tomorrow, and we can put together this thing.
Strategy and planning. Call tomorrow planning and strategy.
So what time are we meeting tomorrow?
Let's meet up tomorrow.
Same time.
Let's meet up tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and let's do it tomorrow. Let's do the BHO tomorrow.
Well, now that's the business side. But the broadcast itself
it's 6 a.m. West
starts earlier than that, as we know.
Yeah. I've been
Miss NJ, is that okay with you? Because we can make it a little later. Jeez.
Again, the man is already up and doing his thing.
I'm on the West Coast.
Too much said that he was okay with 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm okay. I wake up early anyway. I can't sleep more than 6 hours.
No, I thought Miss NJ said she was on the West Coast too.
Oh no, I'm in Jersey. I'm a Jersey girl.
Oh, okay. So all right. Well, yeah, he's early. All right, so we're good. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right.
Is that what your name means? Miss New Jersey?
New Jersey. That is exactly what it is. Yes, New Jersey. That's me. Yes. That's exactly what my name means.
I was born in Jersey.
You don't have that usual Jersey, twang.
She does. I hear it. I definitely.
Yes, she does.
I hear it. I don't know about y'all, but I hear it. I definitely hear it in Duty.
It's light. It's not as heavy, is what I'm saying.
He just speaks proper. What's wrong with us speaking proper?
But East Coast, we tend to speak that way naturally anyway, because we grew up on the East Coast.
Absolutely, I was going to say
exactly.
This is how we speak. Yeah, like when we go to other places like down south, they say we sound like white teeth, but we know we don't because we're just East Coasters. This is how we sound. Yeah, this is how we sound.
As a Detroiter, I completely agree. I understand.
I was gonna say, Duvion, I thought you were one of ours because we New York, New Jersey, and I was like, I think she might be from Brooklyn. But you maybe, we'll talk. I sent you my.
You know what I love to hear when you guys are from the East Coast? I love to hear y'all say water.
I'm going to sit down I'm going to sit down this evening and I'm going to do a mass email. Then obviously I'm emailing it to everybody. So everyone's going to have each other's email. And I'm going to craft it in a way that everybody can add to the email and reply all, send it back. And so.
Just do me a favor. Somebody say water.
We got so many great ideas. I'm getting to the point. I'm afraid to talk about our stuff anymore on the live.
Just say water.
Was y'all say water for this man? This man has given us hours of his life. Say water.
Water.
We need some water.
We need some
There
water.
you go, man. It ain't hard.
How do
Stop
you
making the
say?
man beg. It's a simple word. It's a simple word.
I'm going to tell you one of the things that I always. Oh, you're from Jersey. You're from New York. Say talk for me. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what's so different about the way that I'm
Like, y'all don't want to say the R's.
It's a southern, it's an eastern drawl, like it's a southern drawl. You like that southern drawl and that southern twang, don't you?
It's a cute accent.
There's a certain appeal to it. It's the same thing with y'all.
Water.
When you
Give me some
mentioned that you
hot soda.
I should have known that that was Midwest because I heard something, and when you said Detroit, I was like, because it resonated with me. I was like, Farmington Hills. What is it? 8 Mile, 7 Mile, all that over. Yes, it just had.
Well, that would be an interesting assumption, but you would be way wrong from my location. Okay.
Now I'm starting to hear that New Jersey a whole lot more.
I heard the
Midwest.
I heard the Midwest.
Oh yeah, Midwest for sure. But I'm from that part of Detroit where they say if you don't know about it, then you ain't supposed to know about it. Okay.
I am definitely.
Okay, it's really like this. If you know about Linwood and Dexter, you know about Linwood and Dexter. If you don't, you ain't supposed to.
I know nothing about Linwood and Dexter. I'm just going to say this about Detroit, and then I'm going to be quiet. One of the things that I just really breaks my heart because I do believe that your mayor that you had was absolutely political royalty, and he blew it.
Coleman Young, yes.
Yes. Kwame,
yeah, that's sad.
No, you said Kwame? Yes. Kwame did blow it.
That was sad.
His mind.
Well, they set him up though. They set him up on multiple levels because he didn't listen to his predecessors.
Bingo. That's exactly what I was just going to say. The thing is, think about it. Both of his parents were senators. So you already knew that they were going to come for you. So guess what?
Exactly. Take responsibility. Yeah.
You also had to make the water so that they didn't understand how to walk on it. So because
Correct.
of the fact that he was a tall man of color that spoke well and was intelligent, he should have been knocking them out the box. I'm talking about with his language and the things that he did versus.
Yep.
And he should have.
He was. He was. That is, see, ladies, that is specifically why they got rid of him. It's because he was dropping Mike Tyson-like haymakers on him during his legislative career in Michigan. He didn't just come out as Detroit mayor. He started out as a state rep.
Yeah, I knew that.
So he went through literally the governing body of Michigan, through Lansing, and got his political chops and made his juice before he ran for the mayor of Detroit.
And that's exactly why I was so hurt because
my
story is that it wasn't that he just went on his parents' legacy. His parents' legacy was just a part of his own,
Sister, I'm gonna say it. I mean, I know you're looking at this from the outside, right?
Yes.
Because I can get the inside information. It really is just this simple. During Coleman Young's tenure as mayor, he was friends and close confidants, or he had a connection to President Jimmy Carter.
Oh, wow.
At some point in time, a representative of the Carter administration informed him that the mansion might be bugged. He never slept another night in that piece. He was mayor for 20 years. He never slept another night in that place. Kwame held a party in the mansion.
Oh, Lord.
And got busted shortly
But remember,
thereafter.
cousin, what Too
Now
Much
you
was talking about?
you
If you're
put
gonna
these
run
things
for
together and you
office,
figure out how it happened.
you gotta be squeaky clean, and you gotta live your life accordingly. That's why we said whoever we choose to run for our party, they're gonna be vetted.
They gotta be vetted, and they
We
can't
have no room. We have no room for error.
I'm
And
not in disagreement there.
It can be done because we used to live like that, completely normal. We work harder, smarter than everyone because we had to. Just to be successful, we had to work harder than. So
The thing is, again, selfishness has crept too much into our interpersonal
dimensions of our
No,
lives.
he was a privileged young man. So there you go. So you raise a brat, you get a brat. So we gotta go back old school that we're all accountable for our behavior and our actions. And we gotta do it better than everyone else because they're gonna dissect everything we do. We gotta cross our T's and dot our I's.
I agree with you, and I'm going to say one additional piece that goes along with this for Kwame, because I think Cousin brought up an excellent point. If someone's already told you what he thinks that, you're supposed to take that and use that as a leverage.
And to consult, that's
and
right.
take that as a part of your framework for what you're building going forward.
Exactly. Even me at my age, I'm listening to everything you guys are saying. I'm writing it down to remember. It's part of my database now. Because I'm getting, and I'll never forget it because I know what you guys are saying are experience, knowledge, and that's what everyone needs to understand and do. Stop ignoring what you're hearing. They've been there, done that.
Exactly. And if you're listening to the fact that he had someone that was experienced and spent time, but if you notice that it's very odd that he did not live in that mansion, your immediate investigative skills should have been, well, I wonder why. It's because it's bugged. So why would you, in all of God's common sense, would you have an entire party of that magnitude in that?
Raise a brat, be a brat.
What you could have
Well,
had,
no, you didn't believe it.
You know what
Yeah,
happened?
because you're a brat.
You thought the old man had lost his mind and that they wasn't listening no more.
And that's the problem.
That's what you believe because you were young, naive, and brash.
Yes, and that's the problem. And that's the I'm going to say this. I hope that our generation, and my prayers are, whatever we establish here will give our legacy, the ones that are behind us, and opportunity to really grab, just really take on and take notice and lock in to what is a part of their right, which is the legacy. We've built the framework. We've done all of the work that's necessary, but you have to read the book before you start building. You've got to take heed and understand
Y'all stay
that
tuned for the FBA manual coming out.
That's it. We know where the pit holes are. We've fallen in them. We've either had to fall out and start over again, or someone has brought us out. So listen, what you decide to do with it, again, it's now your responsibility. I personally think we are probably the generation that intersects and is where the transition for everything. In certain aspects, I raise my hand because I'm a part of the what I feel like is did not take heed to it, or did not start out with from a foundational perspective initially just saying, oh, I need to help build up the legacy because I was one of those, oh, Aggie Pride, HBCU, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, wait a minute, hold up, stop. Yep. Why am I the only one sitting in Merrill Lynch that looks like me? Oh, okay, but that's crazy. I just graduated with all of these other engineers that look like me and are just as intelligent, if not more intelligent. There's a problem here. Yep. So next phase is our turn. This is why this is important. Why my passion is so strong about us and understanding not only where we came from, but understand exactly what it is that we can leave as a part of a legacy. A lot of if it were not for the fact that I had a grandmother that had a master's degree from an HBCU, I would have never known anything about HBCUs because you know that they don't talk about that up here.
No, they did not because we're Northerners. Yep.
That's exactly right.
Sure did.
The closest HBCU that we had was Cheney State, which is right there in Pennsylvania, and it's Dell State. And that's so when you start talking about schools, it's like Rutgers and NYU, Columbia, and it's everything that's up north. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, we go on a black tour, and this is what
y'all heard what Knoxville College burned down a few weeks ago.
Which one? Which one?
Knoxville College.
Yes, I saw that.
What happened?
It burned down.
Knoxville College burned down a portion of it burned down. I'm not sure how much exactly, but I think it was the executive wing, which was the only one that they were in use of.
Wow.
But
That's and that's
The
a thing. Again, that's a whole nother part, and I hope that I can bring and help us, and we can use as a component, because our history that goes along with the framework that's necessary for education is being removed as a level of importance. Yes, you do. You can make a lot of great money from cybersecurity and some of these other
ventures.
careers without having a degree. But the question becomes, if you want the degree, if you want to understand in this country that we are the minority. There's only two places in this country where we are the majority. HBCU and it's jail. You have an option. That's the only two places you're going to find us as minorities. As majority. As the majority. As an HBCU, and that's changing swiftly. And jail. So we have to shift and make a different mindset.
What's the second one?
Jail.
Jail.
Jail. Oh, shit.
It's just the
Well,
question.
that again, that's part of the structural systemic system of white tea supremacy in America.
But to your point,
If they weren't programming us for uselessness, they were programming us for prison.
And that's to your point.
Because the indoctrination system was just that. You either managed to float or you sank.
Yes.
And that is what they have treated us as a group, again, as I like to say, with the benign neglect that they're giving us.
Well, at this point, what we're doing, we're the generation, we're the new emergent. So we are the generation that's taking action. We have the tools, we've acquired the tools, thank God for our ancestors that brought us to where we are. Yeah. And we have the tools and the know-how to take it to the next level and shore up the foundation for our people coming behind us, and big time our youngsters. Exactly. Shoring up the foundation for them all. And to breathe life back into the hope that's necessary for the family structure, because understand that the black, not only the black, but the family structure, period. Yep. What does that look like?
Period.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, this person doesn't have children. I'm like, do you realize that they're not married? But just because they're not married doesn't mean that they don't have that. I'm like, what? Who raised them?
There's still a family with somebody.
I'm sorry. What kind of thinking system is that?
That's what I'm talking about. And you know what has become such? We are so numb to that you don't understand that you are continuing to create broken family.
Yeah.
Now it becomes a part of. Oh, well, look at what Nick Cannon does. Look at Nick Cannon's framework. He's broken from the inside. Look at
that's why I don't deal with Hollywood anyway. Because remember, he said he want kids from every nationality. What do you, Hollywood? Do you? I don't even call him brother. Just do you.
That can be already let me know that you have that something is wrong. And you know what?
Yeah.
And I like to say, and I'm trying to get better at it, it's not, let's talk about it, let's talk about what's happening mentally with you. Who broke you? Because what you're doing is creating shards of glass, Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. So this is what extreme wealth does to broken people.
Bingo. But
all it does is expose their brokenness even more. AKA, I can't believe I'm even saying his name, but Diddy. He was already, but all the money did was just expose him even more. And that's all that ever happens. If you're a prick, you're going to be a prick. We're going to be a bigger prick with more money. If you're a good person and broke, you'll be a good person with money.
Money doesn't change you. Loose morals do.
That's exactly
right.
Money. If you have
before money, it's 10 times after
if you have your principles and your morality in check,
it's still going to be a pig.
Money is only going to enhance it. That's all it's going to do. That's why it's so important that we preach principles and morals on both sides, men and women.
That's right.
Everybody has to have a sexual discipline. Everybody has to respect the other gender. That's how we got to do it. Because if we don't do it that way, we're going to have these sexual deviants in high places who are ambitious who know how to execute, who know how to make money, but they're bringing their sexual deviancy with them. You understand? That's what
Absolutely.
Hollywood is. It's a bunch of sexual deviants who operate at a high level of talent and skill.
And it's heartbreaking because the talent that they have is so extraordinary and it's phenomenal. And then unfortunately, when you go back to the framework,
Yeah, that's why we gotta vet who we choose to represent us. Yeah.
I think that we have, and this is just my opinion, I feel like we have a huge responsibility that we're taking on, not what Too Much said earlier. Not only are we showing other groups how to establish business from a framework perspective, but I think that both Cousin as well as Too Much have already said in reference to let's set some standards that go along with how to interact and bring back something that we don't know anything about anymore, which is called respect. That to me is the biggest piece. Respect the gentleman. Respect the fact that the man has spoken, and it's like let's respect. And no. Pause. Let's take a step back. Let's understand that historically, men of color have been ripped away from the encouragement of strength. I said what I said, and I'm not taking it back.
Come on.
Okay, and that's been it historically. So therefore, when we come together, let's talk about how can we, yes, we will, just like Cousin said, we're notorious for you give us a tub of glass, we're going to come out with an entire China set as well. But the question becomes, how do we make sure that our brothers are involved? Because guess what? It's horrible to emasculate the intellectual and natural innate ability that's on the inside of these men. And this is why I believe that the population in jail is so high. Because I'm telling you, if you ever have a conversation with some of the biggest hustlers, whether you've ever did or not, some of the biggest hustlers out of the state of New York, they are absolutely Harvard brilliant. But guess what? Nobody invested in them.
Exactly.
They took their intellect and went to the street and they built an enterprise, and everybody knew that they were building it. And when they got too big, then guess what happened? It was removed. If you change the product, and invest in the person, we as a people can change and can start to set a different standard and precedent. No, we can't save the world, but at least can we be a representative of when the word of the Lord says, if I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me. Well, I'm lifting up what I say. We need to respect each other. That is something that is disgusting. I've seen across TikTok in the younger generation. Oh, the woman doesn't do X, Y, and Z. She doesn't submit. Excuse me, sir, read that whole scripture. It says, wives, submit to your husbands. Are you his wife? Are you his husband? Okay, cállate la boca. Shut it up and stop talking about it and get a vision of your own and keep moving forward. We're missing all of that piece. But we're going to fix it because guess what? We are coming together, and I love this. We are coming together with passion and purpose. And Too Much, I'm going to say this on this panel. You, my brother, oh my God, I want to say you are such a blessing to my soul and spirit, because not only do you have thought-provoking topics, you know how to make sure that you keep our community moving forward. You know how to make sure that we have the right things and we keep the topics at hand. So hats off, your leadership is impeccable. And thank you for being here. I land my plane.
Thank you so much. I want to say, sister, thank you for saying that. Even though it cut off everything you said, because I just switched from my Wi-Fi to my thing. But I appreciate it. I'll just say it like that. I can only do what my ancestors and what the Most High is leading me to do. I move in faith. I don't worry about consensus of people. I just move out and let me see what God's going to do. And this has all been a movement of faith. From the very moment I started ranting on the internet to where it grew to now, it's all been a movement of faith. So I appreciate any small accolades, any small flowers. I'm a righteous brother, and I'm not afraid to stand on that. I'm a righteous brother, and I only want to hang around righteous people, and that's the way I move. That's the way I move. So I'm just gathering other righteous people and saying, hey, you got a safe place to come. Let's do business with each other. Let's do something big for our community, for our lineage, and let's be powerful on this earth. God's calling a remnant, and I'm okay, and the remnant's not everybody. A remnant's not everybody.
No, it ain't.
So all we need
It's
is a remnant. We don't need everybody. We just need a remnant of righteous people with the mindset to do the will of the Most High. And when we do that, we can't be stopped. That's how I feel. We can't be stopped when we do it that way. So I appreciate it. We're gonna continue having these spaces and having these meetings. Like I said, let's move into action now. We're talking a lot. You know, everybody's getting to know each other. Everybody's communicating. Let's put some action behind it, and let's build a blueprint that our people can follow, and they can do the same thing in their area, in their community, or even online. Okay, it doesn't matter what coast you're on. We can come together. We have the tools necessary where we can come together. We have Discord, we have Zoom, we have TikTok, we have all the tools, all the platform necessary to do something great and big on this earth. We just got to have the mindset and the will to do it. That's it. Everybody's on here is intelligent. Everybody's on here is powerful. You know, this like attracts like. So I'm only attracting people who are similar to me, and I'm okay with that. And watch what we do.
Birds of a feather.
Yeah, watch what we do. Watch what we do. This is going to be monumental.
I just want to add your accolades on top of it, because you know what, I think that we are, if it were not for you and your leadership and even allowing God to use you, because see, people, many are called, but few are chosen, right?
Correct.
There are people that have the same level of frustration. That remember the first time that I came on, I want to say thank you for tolerating me, because I was so furious about the other candidate, and because I don't like the fact that the person was conveniently black. I said what I said, and I'm not going to take that back. You either stand on who you are, or you don't. Period. But because of the fact that there was so much passion that was here, and there was so much, it felt like a place of, you know what, you're going to learn. I'm going to learn about so many other viewpoints and how people move and how they think and how we can actually come together, and the desire that we all have to have a better representation for the things that we have always historically been responsible for, but never been given credit for. And I think that one of the biggest pieces that has to happen is we have to start in our own home. So again, thank you too much for having the courage, because true leadership comes in the middle of adversity. You had the courage enough to say, you know what, I'm going to take this to TikTok. And I'm quite sure you can tell us if you want, but I'm quite sure your DMs probably blew up with enough all kinds of, interesting response, X, Y, and Z. But guess what? You still continue to show up. You still continue to make sure consistently on a regular basis. And you gave us this
one day. I might post my DMs one day so y'all can see. I get a lot of hate mail. Oh, y'all.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt. Of course you would. Of course you were. And you talking FBA? Gotta be kidding me. Excuse me on the side note. 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie, did you get that? Did I do it right?
Let me take a look.
Oh, did you do something technology and it succeeded?
Yeah, I tell you, I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer when it comes to this aspect of my particular intelligence. I don't have too many young cats in my map. No, I ain't got no young cats in my world. Zero. Okay.
Well, yeah, y'all should see I get some praise too, y'all. I get some encouragement, and believe me, I take, Love, you send me 𝗖𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie, a lot of people, 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶cie, Simon. I get a lot of encouragement from people that lets me know I'm on the right track. But believe me,
right.
I got a lot of people that's like, shut up, nigga, you're trying to divide us, nigga. Whatever you do is gonna fail, nigga. I even got people praying against me. Invoking the name of Jesus that this doesn't succeed. I'm like, what?
And we rebuke that right now in the mighty name of Jesus.
Come on.
Father God, in the name of Jesus, as we stand today, Lord, we are doing the work because of what you aligned for us to do.
Yes.
For what to do.
Come on.
You put it in his heart, and he said, I will go. And because he said, I will go, and he has been given the vision that you gave to him, we ask right now that you cover him with legions of angels of protection, and that every assignment that is pointed in his direction, we ask right now in the name of Jesus that you cast it down. Satan, you have no power here. You go back to the pits of hell where you came, because this is our right in alignment with the word of the Lord. His word says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. And my anointing includes anyone who believes and is aligned with the Lord. And Father, I thank you because your word has never returned void. It has never failed. And I thank you for your mercy and your grace, because we're going to stand together, because your word also says where two or more gathered in your name, that you shall be there in the midst. And through this meeting, on through until the succession comes, Lord, we know that this is your work. And we thank you for it. And we say yes to you. And we know that you have this in your hand. And we're standing on the success of it right now. In Jesus' name, amen. So guess what?
Amen.
All right. I bet that witch ain't
that God has touched
comments no more after that. I got witches and warlocks after me, y'all. I just want y'all to know. I got witches and warlocks.
You have gods behind you now.
They are over here. Whatever you do is gonna fail, nigga.
Every time you see,
every step you take and every stroke of your chair, you are empowered everywhere you go.
Yep.
Yes.
I receive it all. I appreciate God just bless me.
No, too much. I was good.
Family,
Wasn't that too
I
much?
will see y'all in the morning. I apologize. I gotta go. We're all up and running around the house. We're buttoning up, getting ready for the winter. I gotta go right leave. So I will see you all in the AM, and I'm gonna send out that mass email this evening.
Okay,
You
Have
Have a blessed rest of your day.
All right, baby. Take care. Have
I
a good
love you,
day.
fam.
Yes, Duvion, real quick. You got all 15 emails?
I did.
Consensus on?
I'm actually I'm gonna send out a mass email today, so everyone has each other's emails. But I'm gonna do it. Y'all can reply all, add whatever you want to add. I'm gonna put in a few things that we discussed. Some of the things we probably should start on next Saturday, but it's just my opinion. So add on. We can go back and forth.
Indeed, and I'll get the Discord up and running. Just give me like a few more days, and I'll have the Discord. I'll get that out available to everybody.
I look forward to it. Thank you too much. Love you, fam. See you in the morning.
Love you morning.
All right, y'all take care.
You know what? I want to make sure that we give your that I give you your flowers as well. I know that I always feel whatever's laid in my heart. I feel like it's important to say to the people that don't get the accolades that's necessary. Your strength in your voice and the powerful knowledge that you bring to the table. I think it's such a welcome. Oh my goodness, you have no idea how much I feel like this entire community is like the set of cousins that belong in my family. I really feel like this is family, and like I said, for cousin, you always. You are the one that's on the front line and be like, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute, bring it back. You're put to course correct, but it's course correcting with the knowledge and the power that goes along with it, and that's something that's needed as far as from a team perspective. So I thank God for you and for everything that you bring to the table, and I just want to make sure that I tell you in front of everyone as well. Thank you for being a part of our family, and that you guys are allowing me to hang out with the cool kids.
And we can tell you.
I can only say I'm grateful for him allowing me to ride kind of side seat with him on this thing, and that you all might find some of the words that I might say useful and helpful on the journey. So
and don't y'all
thank
want to see
you
what
too
cousin looks
much.
like? Make sure y'all follow cousin. Don't y'all want to see cousin? Cousin need to show his face. Don't y'all want cousin to be running his own
Show your face.
So get cousin's followers up so cousin can cam up with us so we can see cousin. Because cousin, as far as I'm concerned, this is what cousin said. He said he's a pretty man. I don't know what that means, y'all.
Hey. I said I wasn't exactly ugly, okay?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
I was easy on the eyes with the actual words, all right?
Okay. Just checking. So I can't wait for you to get your followers up so we can see cousin in the flesh, man. And I appreciate everybody, man. I want to thank Mango for joining the group, Aquarius, 𝗖𝗂 cousin, Miss NJ Love, man. You guys are blessing me, man. You guys just don't know. You guys can't see me, but I got a little bit of tears, because it's
But
tough.
you know what? This was written. This was something that was destined. And I'm into spirituality like really heavy, and I think that we've locked on to each other in another lifetime, in another realm, and we decided, hey, in this realm, in this certain lifetime, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to be great at it. So I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it was destined and it was written to happen, and we wanted it to happen, and we just found our way back to each other.
Well, there you
I'm
go.
sorry, that's just my little.
No, sweetie, I'm more of I'm more of a karmic kind of guy, and I believe that we've all heard our ancestors call, and they rang the bell, and we heard it, and we are responding accordingly. And only those who heard that particular bell are responding.
That's right.
And although it may seem like it's a small number, it's actually not. That's why we're
That's all
having
good, dude.
the response that we're having from the other side.
Yep. So whenever we decide to get together and do a powwow, or just get together and relax and enjoy each other's company, you may see me walking around, on the grass, with no shoes, or hugging a tree, or mouthing water, or something, or outside in the moonlight. So just don't pay me any attention. I'm just that spiritual girl.
Long as you know you ain't the only one. Well, not, but I like my moonlight a whole lot.
Yeah, I charge my crystals by the moonlight.
Can y'all hear me? Am I echoing? Or do I sound okay?
Yes, you're
No,
better
you good
now.
right
We
now.
didn't hear you before.
Okay, yeah. I just switched to my car real quick. I just bought a car yesterday, you guys. So
Ooh, what'd you buy?
Congratulations.
Congrats.
yeah, no. It's I got a 2021 Toyota Prius with like 20,000 miles on it.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
that's good.
Yeah, this thing is giving me like 80 miles to the gallon. I'm surprised. I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I just bought me a little car. My wife is coming into town next week, so I want to make sure she's situated. I'm probably going to give this car to her, to be honestly. So just want to make sure she got something nice to ride in and feel good and feel comfortable in when she comes out.
everyone. I don't know if you've heard about the
Good husband.
good husband, exactly,
Gotta make
right?
sure.
I want to share something quickly, and I'm gonna jump. I don't
Go
know if
ahead.
everyone has been aware, but it appears that there may be an opportunity for us to kind of be more cautious about our health because of this outbreak that it looks like it's supposed to be. I don't know if I can say it. It doesn't. It's the higher than the flu. The new, I'm gonna call it the new without calling it. It appears that there's an outbreak that's happening across.
Oh, you mean the P?
Yes, the P. That's exactly right.
You know what? It took me out for 5 days. I'm down in the dope. Share with y'all.
Mute up too much.
It took me out for 5 days. I had this thing. I had the P back in April. Did not know what was going on with my body. My doctor, she was giving me what she normally does for like a cold, and I could not shake it until I started getting short of breath. And then it got to the point in April, me and my husband, we got married April 11th. We closed on our home April 15th. So we were just moving, and I was just ripping and running, short out of breath, don't know what's going on, until I started getting lightheaded, dizzy. So I was like, hey, something is wrong. I need to go to the emergency room. So they were like, your oxygen levels are very low. And then they were like, well, you have the P. And I was like, wow. And then they also when they did a CAT scan, they also discovered that I have pulmonary fibrosis. So I went to a specialist, and they're saying that, oh, you need a lung transplant and all of this stuff. So I said, okay, now I need to go the natural route. So I just found a group of doctors, and it's a whole network of them that are throughout the United States. And I found one in Virginia. He's probably about an hour, almost 2 hours from me, but I want to see what he does naturally. Mind you,
Well, I personally never believed in only Western medicine. I
right.
believe that there are the other nations, countries of the world have been around longer and have greater knowledge base in certain aspects. They may not necessarily have the technical studies about it, but the herbal aspect is just as effective, I would assume, because they're still here.
Exactly. So this one particular doctor who I want to work with, he has, people that he's helped, and they're older, that within a month's time he's had them off of oxygen. And now it's getting to the point like I'm getting the P like every other month. So I'm always on antibiotics. I'm on oxygen 24/7. And that's something I want to get off. Like, just like doing the simplest task, it literally takes the breath out of me. So that's something that I'm dealing with on a personal level. But I told my doctor, I was like, I'm going to beat this. I said, first of all, working in all of the the government agencies that I work in, and NIH being one. I was at Department of Defense. Actually, the Navy Annex is no longer there. It's next to the Pentagon. So during 9/11, when the plane hit the Pentagon, the plane actually flew over the building that I was in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I've worked around where they found that it's asbestos is the reason why I have the fibrosis, along with smoking. So the smoking, asbestos, and
Oh yeah, you hit the triple trifecta. Yeah.
exactly, and the P knocked it out. So I'm a type of person where you're telling me I have to do something, I have to get it done, or I have to do something to make it better or whatever. Hey, you need to stop smoking. Done. I can't breathe. I want to live. I want to leave out of here with the same lungs I came in with. So I put the cigarettes down. I used to love to drink wine. I know when I drink wine, I like to smoke. I stopped drinking wine. So, yeah. So I'm going to turn my cameras on. So a lot of times when we come up, I may not talk because it takes a lot to talk. So that's why I prefer sometimes to text.
That's all right, sister. You do what's best for you. Don't
Amen.
We love you being here, and we want you to be safe. We want you to be with us for a long time. So
Yes.
you just go on and do what you need to do in order to make you feel better about you. Okay? Know that we here. We got you. We got you.
Aquarius and
The po-
Aquarius. This
Yes,
is
Dana.
this is David. I'm a nutritionist and all that stuff, and I'm learning a lot about herbs, and I'm learning about the mindset too, like and also our organs. Like when you switch up and don't smoke, you get a new lung every 6 months. Like your whole cell just replenish itself. So when you
right, they
stop doing these
reproduce.
things, it reproduces and you get a whole new lung, and it regenerate, but you still now you have to stop doing the things. I'm finding out where your personality, your happiness, that serotonin and all those stuff, dopamine, all that heals your body. So being happy and all that stuff matters. Like I used to thought like where when you're sad and down, that sends out cortisol and all that stuff, and that destroys our body. But if you stay happy, that sends out serotonin, melatonin, and all those stuff heals your body. So It's I'm learning to
Positive
just be around
energy
positive
versus
people,
negative
and
energy.
and I'm just learning to be around just finding little things like this and find joy in it, because that's really our happiness. We're at an age now we got to find our happiness and peace, and that's and just a legacy of just trying to do stuff positive. So man, all that'll go away. Just stay positive and be around positive people. Watch, it'll change it, and just know that you heal. And the mindset, like we doing these crystals, it's gonna heal you. You know all that. So now you got to believe in yourself and heal yourself, and that's Eastern world. That's I don't deal with the Western world. I deal with African and then the Chinese methods.
Yeah, so group of doctors, they use the Chinese method. They also have like a Chinese herbalist in DC in Northwest. I wanted to check him out as well and just get into the herbs because, I used to juice. When you get older, you just stop doing, like, I'm not a gym rat anymore. Like, I don't do the things I used to do because I'm not in the line of work that I used to be in.
Find dancing, do dancing. Like we used to.
But I
dancing or
keep
something.
up with you, David. I could
Line
never.
dancing. Line dancing or something. Find a hobby. You just got to move around.
Listen, keep it simple. Take a walk.
That's it.
Take a
I'm
walk.
always like this too.
Start walking.
You can
Right,
get one of
but
these
change your
walking
diet.
tags that are on
If
TikTok.
you change the food that you're taking, if you take your vitamins and you change, like I haven't eaten pork since I was 16 years old, y'all. I am so much, and I believe it's because I cut out that part of my diet that my immune system is strong today to combat the thing that just life, just existing in America throws at you, all the aluminum, all the poison in our food, all the what do you call those little parasites in your body, all this food that we're eating is bringing in these parasites and actually changes our mind and our chemical, it makes us, and you can become chemically unbalanced, and that's where a lot of people getting this high dosage of mental health is from. We got to live a detox life, like detox. I mean, I think everybody should detox at least once a month, once a quarter. You know what I'm saying? You got to start with detoxing first and then putting the good food back in. You can't put the good food on top of bad stuff. Everything starts with a detox. So make sure you guys detox first, whether it's a week long, whether it's a month long detox, whatever. Do that and get the impurities out of your body and then start feeding yourself the healthy food. I only eat once a day. I found out that if you eat more than once a day, your body is overworking itself. And I'm big. Y'all see me, I'm not a skinny person. I eat once a day and I'm still pretty big.
But that's
fasting and
that's
ketos.
the blessing of you talking
Yep,
about.
fast
You gotta
can't
live
do
a
it.
fasted life.
Talk about
A
that
life.
detox. I think that detox. I think a detox that we not only need to detox from a physical from a food and nutritional perspective, but sometimes you have to detox from people, because you know what, just like everyone was talking about, when you realize that stress can unalive you, that is an absolute true fact.
Yes. Cortisol.
Yes.
Do you have a Vietnamese?
Think about this.
It's gonna
The reason why you want free ranging food, animals that are free ranging, is you don't want to eat stressed out meat.
Come on.
The worst type of meat to eat is stressed out meat. Stress causes cancer. So imagine all those cancerous cells that are building up because of stress. You don't want to eat that. So you need to make sure that's why we got to get with these farmers, again, our FBA farmers out there. We got to have we got to know how you're raising these animals, and then we got to get that to market, get that to our people, because we don't want to eat this stressed out food. Because all YT is concerned about, they're concerned about money.
Money.
We got to do things. It got to be more than money. Our health got to be more important than money.
And we need to go back to some of the things that our ancestors. When I asked one of my Native American relatives, I said, I have a question for you. How did you guys, when you were growing up, like what exactly, because you didn't have coals and oil. He said they had something called sassafras tea. There was something called dandelion tea. There was some other type of tea that I can't remember. His words, not mine. He said, I wouldn't trust what is out there now. He said, but this is what historically has always been given to us. as far as to keep the cold out of your body. And just like you, Aquarius, I was diagnosed. I caught it from one of my relatives, and the pee, and I didn't know what happened. I was just like, all of a sudden in the middle of the night, I was hot, and I was like, okay, maybe it's I'm going through whatever it is that we go through. And the next morning I awakened and I was coughing, and this cough was very dry, and I just kept coughing, and like I'm not a smoker. I don't do any of the things that I do have migraines. It's like, oh well, maybe it's a migraine. No, no, no. So then I became the mucus then formed, and it's like, okay, and you could hear me. I felt like it was a basic cold. So when I went to my primary care physician, she was like, oh, I was talking to her while she was doing the exam. She was like, I don't like that, and so I don't like that, and she saw that there was fluid in my lungs, and so she was like, oh, it seems like it's a mild case of P, just kind of like haphazard. So she gave me this laundry list of medication. As God is my witness, I'm telling you what I took. I took some rest. I also took this oil of oregano. Before I got the medication filled.
Yes.
The honest to God truth. Before I got to it, all of the mucus, everything started to completely dissolve, and I did not touch one prescribed pills. There was antibiotics, and there was some other medication that she given to me. It cleared up in 3 days. That's why I said, you know what? I have to be very careful and pay attention to how things are being prescribed to me, because one of the things that happened during the C time, I said, hi, I'm confused. I don't know what's in that vaccine. I need to know what's in it, because guess what? I don't know if I'm allergic to it or not. And I actually went to an allergist, and I found out I'm pretty much allergic to outside. Grass, trees, dogs, cats. I'm like, when did that happen? But they were like, oh, as your body changes, your adaptability shifts. Never would have thought about that. How many things are we being exposed to on a regular basis that we are allergic to and have no idea that it's allergic? We're eating things that
But we never had these allergies before, so what's the...
See,
It's the food. It's the food. Yep.
I will say it's the food, and I'm sorry, Mugo. Let me just interject this right quick, because if you didn't know, I'm a widower. Okay, my wife was ill for about 10 years. Okay, so I kind of had to drop out of society, in as much as I had no one else that could take care of my wife other than me. Okay, but for that 10 or so years, we fell into a system or a lifestyle. I hate to say it as such, but just before C19 hit, I had said, look, you know what? We're done with outside. And I stopped our interaction with the public, and I limited contact as much as possible. And quite honestly, even though she had autoimmune disease issues, in the brief times that I was out in the public, I never brought anything home. That was not an issue for her. So the idea of monitoring your public interaction, in my opinion, is vital to your tomorrow, because you really don't know these individuals that you are running across. And I don't say this to just try and spook anybody into any particular thought process. I'm just simply saying, sometimes when you touch the handle on the doorknob leaving the bathroom, that person didn't wash their hands.
That's
Okay?
true.
Sometimes they didn't do none of the things that you would have done. And you go behind them, and now you touch it. Now you touch your face, you touch your nose, and you brought all this stuff into your world inadvertently. So yes, I say be aware but only in the sense, I won't say take it to the extreme that I did, because I realized that I took an extreme approach because of what was going on in my world. But I would definitely say do not discount the importance of your surroundings and the people that you are surrounded by. Now, I'll go and land that right there, bro. Sorry
Well,
about
I
that,
tell
y'all.
y'all this, guys. Just like I stated earlier, I'm 60. I'm visiting now my parents at the age of 89 and 87, and they have chickens. I used to have goats, cows, horses, and all that of those in this area. Well, there's nothing like eating fresh raised product. Not on that, young lady, go find your Vietnamese restaurant and eat you some. They got a soup they call pho. It's called pho with the beef or pho go with the chicken. Squeeze that lime, not a lemon, a lime. Every time you eat that soup, it loosens up all the phlegm in your system. And my
And you
my
know,
diet, my
Mongo,
diet is only eat once. I eat twice a day. Oh well, once twice a day. I got like a 12-hour fast.
if I go downstairs and just show you everything in my pantry, I have from sour sop leaf because cancer runs on both sides of my family. So that was like the one main thing I was buying herbs for to just to try to combat and just to make sure hey it doesn't happen to me. When they had that testing that came out, that BRAC12 that came out years ago, and I believe Angelina Jolie, she did it and found out that she had a mutant gene, and what can lower your chances of getting cancer is having a hysterectomy or a double mastectomy. Well, I did that testing when it first came out because I have a really good doctor, so she's always having me in the know and trying to combat a lot of stuff except for this lung thing. But if I go downstairs, I have the oregano oil, I have the castor oil that because I don't use regular lotion, so I use castor oil. I don't use deodorant. I use oils, and I just use a lot of things. But it's like the oils. But I want to do more natural
Hmm.
and use the herb and make my own oil because how can we trust what they're putting in these oils? You know.
I'm I'm gonna tell you what's kind of
That's a good
startling to me.
idea.
Um, how many of y'all eat chicken? I'm finding out chicken is almost just as worse as pork.
I stopped eating chicken because it
I, it
provides
had
pus in your system also,
Yeah, it has
mucus,
too much estrogen in it, and
estrogen,
that's what
mucus.
cause that's the number one cause of autoimmune immune diseases is estrogen, and it's like 100 times more estrogen in chicken than anything. So it's about learning how to really look at what's affecting us and just getting away from it. So I'm kind of pushing back on chicken. I'm like I'm an 80/20 guy. So I'm gonna eat 80% good and then 20% I may eat some chicken or whatever. I don't eat pork. Never just like 30 years ago I stopped eating pork. But I'm just gonna back away from certain things and then our original diet, we're supposed to be eating 75% fruits. We're supposed
Fruits
to be eating
and
75% fruits. And that's our diet, really. But we got away from that. We thinking fruits is bad. We thinking it's sugar, but it's totally
He's
different.
right.
You won't catch diabetes on fruits. Fruits is
Natural
get you
sugar is
off
different from
diabetes.
artificial sugar.
Yeah,
Did you
it's
guys know
fructose.
that you're actually supposed to get your water also from fruit? Like all that
Yes,
stuff about drinking 8 to 6 cups of water a day is a lie. All
yeah,
the four basic food groups that they fed us is propaganda and witchcraft. That's so they can control us. That's so you can be easily MK Ultra. That's so you're tired and sluggish. And when you're tired and sluggish, you don't make the right decisions. That's what they want. So a lot of your water base and a lot of your water that's for your body is supposed to be getting from things like watermelon, things like
yes.
oranges, things like apples. What else is high? Cactus. That's another one. That's another good one for your body right there. That's one to get. That one does cactus.
Shell has had her hand up for a moment.
Go ahead.
I
Go
know,
ahead.
but
Watch
I just want to say this, family. I got to get out here. I got to go on and crash out. I want to thank you all again for allowing me to have a few words in here. You all have a good, blessed the rest of your day, and peace to the family.
Peace and blessings.
We appreciate you, cousin. Yeah, we're about to end it real
Peace
quick
and
as well
blessings.
too. Go ahead, Washell. Yeah, peace and blessings to you, brother. Go ahead, Washell.
I was tagging back off of what cousin was saying. Me and my husband was trying to volunteer. Well, we did volunteer for the county here for the fire people, and we went to classes on blood, all the type of classes you take. And one thing a guy told us in one of the classes, he said when they go onto a crime scene or a scene, and he walked through it, and he went home, gave his whole family hepatitis. Because he walked through the scene.
Wow.
So he tells us take off our shoes at the door.
Wow.
I don't wear shoes in my home.
I don't wear shoes.
I don't even wear shoes. And if people come to my house, they gotta take off their shoes too, because I don't know where they shoes walk through. So I'm sorry for people that comes to my house have holy socks, but I tell them I'm not wearing any shoes in my home, because I don't know what you walk through. So that was number one rule in my home. But yeah, I was adding on to that. And also what I do here, I take a lot of beets. I eat a lot of beets way before they got that beet trend come out that they do the beet thing on TV. I've been taking beets, but that's good for your gallbladder and good for your lungs.
Oh my God, Michelle, does it make it feel like you're drunk when you eat the beets? It feels like, you have like a little buzz, like an alcohol buzz.
No, it doesn't, but I'm just, once I feel like it's something going on with me, where I got colds or anything going on with my gallbladder, I immediately try to double down on that and just take that a lot, because it puts, actually for the gallbladder, helps empty it and helps get rid of all that, all of the oils or whatever it does to take it up. So that's what I try to do with me a lot. So that would just be my advice. A lot of beets, broccoli, and if stuff you don't like, just take it. You got to eat it. Some people are like, I don't like broccoli, I don't like this. Eat it regardless. Get the vegetables that's good for you, like body parts. They say whatever vegetable look like a body part, eat that. For the not body part, for the organ. So and the walnuts for brains and things like that, just try to keep up with that a lot. The more we eat, just like he said, the more fruits and vegetables, that's where we get our water from. And we don't have to worry about doing the water. You can do it, but get it more from your leafy green vegetables, because the older I got, I just know I had to leave all the other stuff alone. And going out to eat all the time. I don't do no fast foods because I can't.
Yeah, see, we don't either. And then the food just tastes so different. I prefer to cook, so I'll do meal preps on Sunday for our meals throughout the week. But other than that, and then because my husband, he eats meat, but we don't do pork. So we do a lot of turkey and chicken, and once in a while beef, like I may do a roast. But I also do, I go meatless like every other month. So I just do straight vegetables and fruit.
Who has the chickens? Who has the chickens and all that in the background?
Oh my God, Mongo!
Man, I love that, man. Man, I love that, boy.
I know. I'm listening to it. I was like, oh,
I'm waiting on the next chicken to grow, man.
I know.
I was trying to pull up the camera so I can show y'all the real size of a real chicken besides the ones you get in the store.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot different.
Yeah, and you know what else I found out about the eggs? The white eggs are the worst eggs to get, y'all.
That's it.
The white eggs are not the eggs you want to get. You want the brown eggs.
Hey, you're gonna
Yep.
find out white is ruining everything. Brown is what you got to get. White rice, brown rice, everything.
And black rice.
I am, man. I'm starting my day. I'm getting back in the swing of it. Appreciate it. Hey, you guys have a good day, all right? Thank you.
I was just gonna say, family, this has been
Sorry
amazing.
about that, you guys.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to
Hey fam, I got to bounce. I got to go take care of these animals.
got to go to the hair salon. So
I gotta go to
love you all.
we'll
I
talk.
hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully we'll get an opportunity to chat on tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Bye, family.
All right. I guess we're leaving, everybody. Hey, I want to thank everybody for coming. Tomorrow is another day. We're gonna start the program as usual, and then we're going to switch it into subscriber only mode and do our thing. I'm gonna start early tomorrow so we can be ready like around 9 a.m. around what everybody was talking about. So, all right, everybody. Have a good night. Y'all take care.